13 or something, but she said, honey, you did that in sandals. Right? And I'd be like, yeah. She'd say, so would you rather do 8 miles in sandals or 5 miles in shoes? You get a break and another 5. She'd say, so. Now, really, motherfucker, making downstairs smells good. She'd be like, you're gonna lie, aren't you? Don't do that. What would she say? Honey, you just need to suck it up. And, or ask Alex. You were just about to ask him. So be patient. You got your appointment, right? Yeah. She's like, that's the important thing. You were calling all over. And she'd be like, you were going to walk down that one. So what makes this any different? I'd be like, well, when I walked back from jail, she's like, you were in jail? Anyway, that one was more. She's like, honey, you did that in sandals. And it was at night, and it was dangerous, very dangerous, and it was cold. ish for this place, but she's like, you just had a tie back on. I understand. You had a t-shirt. You didn't have a jail on it. So I understand, but you have to understand you don't really have a choice. What else would you say? Just ask Alex for a ride, and then you just have a 5 mile walk back. That's not too hard. How far is it to the Newport thing? She's like, now that one's more accurate. Okay. Why is it called Harbor Justice? It should be called Justice. So she'd say directions. So how far was that? She'd say 2.7 miles. It would be twice that. She'd be like, that wasn't so bad. So she'd be like, you've got some options now. And you got to do that one. You did that one in sock copies, whatever the hell you want to call them. Now, this is where I run into issues. Right here, this issue. I can't see. Really? Yeah. I mean, this is a real thing. I'm not. Goodness. God damn it. All I have to do is hit that button and I can't. So my mom would say, well, all right, I see that you can't really see at points. I understand. And she'd also say, and she's tough on me. My dad was like, fuck you. He wouldn't say that, but he'd be like, I don't know what you want me to do. Yeah, wrong, though. Anyway, my mom would be like, look on the bright side. You say you don't have any money. You got that little card so you can buy food, fortunately. And that's a good thing. What can you tell the doctor? I can tell him when I use a computer, at times I can't do a touch screen. There's something right. And I can also say, it's made me nocturnal. What else would you say? Honey, I don't know what else to tell you. wear 15 pairs of sunglasses if you want. You can walk there with a walking cane if you want. I can't give you a ride, and I can't help you. I wish I could. She would. She'd say, I wish I could take it away. I wish I could make it better, but I can't. She'd say, you're tired. Sleep. To get some sleep, and you'll feel better. And you can ask Alex, and that'll make things better too. You brought this on yourself. She didn't get some sleep. I miss her. I miss my dad. I mean, I how I did this fight with him. I just miss him. He came up with sometimes. I don't think I'll ever get to see them again. You gotta see yourself getting served yesterday and positive. I know it doesn't seem like it. We gotta get you off your ass and maybe you'll be able to get disability. Now, if you can't, I don't know what to tell you. I'm probably not going to ship your glasses off or anything like that. So she's going to help you. Go get some sleep, honey. And it'll be better when you wake up. She normally say in the morning. That was one of the best I've ever heard. It was so packed with information. We already talked about that. She like put me on the head. Does this motherfucker keep saying Bob Evans? I don't know. Bob Evans should keep saying.
Experience.
Stream by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Yeah, I have been fascinated for making it, and thank you for highlighting this very, very important issue that seems to have been really confused, and I'm really glad how you covered it in this documentary about 3 Mile Island and Chernobyl and Fukushima. We have these ideas in our mind about the dangers of nuclear power, and I love the analogy that you made in the film about how driving a car is not scary, but it's dangerous. Flying in a plane feels scary, but it's far safer. And this is a great analogy to nuclear power. When you went over the data, when you talked about the amount of deaths from coal every year, when you talk about the amount of deaths overall ever from nuclear, it's stunning. It is. It's stunning. And then when you cut to, in the documentary, you showed the anti-nuclear movement that happened after 3 Mile Island, and how crazy it was. There's all these stars and celebrities, and they're doing concerts. We've got to stop nuclear power, and what a mess.
That happened when it was fashionable. Yeah, it was very successful, but you're talking about the negatives here and the accidents, and we cover all that in the film, which is called Nuclear Now. And the idea behind it was because I really was like you. I went along with those things in the 70s and the 80s because I didn't know better. I wasn't educated. I really wanted to know what is nuclear power. I wanted to go back to the source. And you got to go back to the beginning, and you got to go back to Marie Curie and Albert Einstein and World War II and all how it got developed. This nuclear energy is a beautiful, incredible, almost a miracle that was given to us. We have an Earth. It's in the Earth. Uranium is everywhere. The planet, the Earth, the Sun, and since we took it like Prometheus, and we kind of misinterpreted it, misused it, which is kind of normal, given what we do with natural things. World War II was happening just as the nuclear fission was being understood. And made the bomb. They made the bomb with it because there was a war on. They rushed in and they did an amazing job. Oppenheimer, the Los Alamos, but it was misunderstood at that point that nuclear energy was not nuclear bomb. On the contrary, a bomb is very difficult to build, and it takes a lot. It takes years sometimes. It takes scientists. They have to enrich the plutonium and they have to work at it. There's all the configurations in the bomb that don't exist in nuclear energy. So when you see a nuclear energy plant, subconsciously they cross it with both war and they cross it with horror films that they've seen in the 1950s with radioactivity and monsters that come out of that. Spider bites the man and he becomes Spider-Man. It's incredible stuff that happens, and Hollywood has done no favors to it. It's continued for years and years and years. And then, of course, you got 3 Mile Island. The film was coming out at the same time. China said no. With Jane Fonda, it was a good film. I enjoyed it. We all enjoyed it, but it really was hysterical and alarmist. Saying nothing happened at 3 Mile Island except the reactor did melt down. Nobody got hurt because the containment structure worked to keep it in. So there was no release of radiation. And they continued on. Tilwood was another one. And then, if you remember, talked to the scientists there, and we wanted to know what happened to Chernobyl. We find out that's in the film. And the same thing is true for Fukushima, which is unbelievable because when you go to the bottom of it, I was astounded to find out that nobody died there from radiation. Not one Japanese. They checked the whole thing out and it's been done to death. But you hear about 15,000, 20,000 people died from the tsunami and the earthquake, which was the biggest earthquake Japan ever had. I mean, really, we show the earthquake. We show the tsunami, the wave was 100 feet tall. There was a badly built wall. The wall was not a sea wall. It was cold. The generators were flooded beneath the water.
And these were also not state of the art.
That's right.
Yes, like what they can do now in terms of these power plants.
Everything gets better. I mean, even those nuclear reactors built 60, 70 years ago are still functioning. They're legacy reactors. They do work. And we mustn't dismiss them. It gets better. Technology gets better. Like as in any business, there's another generation.
What happened in Fukushima today?
Fukushima was, if you look at closely, Japan had built 20-some reactors at that point, and this one is the only one. The others were exposed to the same earthquake, the same kind of tsunami, several of them were on that same coastline. But this particular one, this plant, was the only one that was shaken up. And even then, all the radiation that was released, there was a hydrogen explosion. That radiation released in the air, you heard about it. It was supposed to be another Chernobyl. Well, we have shots in the film showing they're taking tests on all the Japanese citizens. Nobody can, it's low level, what they call low level radiation, which is we can sustain it. We have DNA in our body that fixes, repairs our body as each day goes by.
It's also, you point out very well in the film, that there's a lot of radiation that you don't even take into consideration that you encounter constantly. We have this idea of radiation as being a net negative. It's a terrible thing, but it's just a thing. You get it from being outside, you get it from rocks, you get it from all sorts of things.
There's radiation in this room. You get radiation from eating a banana.
I think what you said is so it's so true that films and comic books and our fictions of radiation, that's part of the problem.
Yeah, that started early.
It's a giant problem because
Comic books and all that.
it plays to the worst aspects of human nature, which is we just love to get terrified about headlines and we don't read into the devil of the details.
Exactly. That's what was confusing to me, and I really, we're miseducated. And there is still a bias against nuclear if you mention it to anybody.
Yeah, it's scary. It's still
Yeah, but the point is we can live in it, and we have to because we're facing a very difficult situation, a cliff that we're going to go over, and it seems that no one's really getting it. So that's why I felt like the film. I wanted to know. I need to educate myself. So in doing the film, I think I was able to bring out these things you talk about. What is wrong with nuclear energy? It can work. It is a miracle. We should use it, and we should use it abundantly. The Chinese and the Russians are way ahead of us. They built this. They built it, and they built it with government backing, not like the U.S. where we kind of back it, but we don't really back it. So as a result, China's really cutting out now because they have about 70 reactors, approximately 70 reactors. Yeah, about 74. Anyway, they're building, and I heard, I don't remember the source, but I did hear that they're putting another $140 million into this thing, which means that they're going to build 150 some reactors over the next by 2038. That is a serious investment. Serious investment. Wow.
It's a serious investment that would take a long time for us to catch up to.
It's not about competing. It's
Right,
about
but if we wanted to do what they're doing right now,
well, we have.
even if it's not competing, just to be current, so they're the leader right now.
Well, we're the biggest country, but we still have 90 some reactors online.
So China's climate goals hinge on a $440 billion nuclear build-out. That's interesting. So we still have more, even with all the negative stereotypes about nuclear reactors. Planning at least 150 new reactors in the next 15 years. More than the rest of the world has built in the past 35.
That's wow. That's why I'm surprised you read.
No, it just says it right there. Jimmy just had it pulled up.
China has got a system worked out.
Yeah, Jamie's somewhere there. Look at him over there.
So it's about
This article that you just pulled up, Jamie. This is from Bloomberg.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Well, you got the source right away.
Yeah, this is from 2020. If we don't, we're screwed.
China's building now. They don't fuck around. Now they have a lot of coal. They're still building coal plants because they have a huge demand, and they have to get off the coal. That is crucial because they are completely contaminating the atmosphere as well. The more nuclear they build, the better it will be.
The contamination from coal is terrifying. We showed it was a documentary. It was all about one of the things it was highlighting is all the people that live around these plants and the air quality they suffer. It's insane. Their cars are covered with like a thin film of all the particulates in the atmosphere.
That's correct.
It's horrible.
They estimate from air pollution alone, I've read figures of 4 million deaths a year.
It's just so many cases of respiratory illnesses. It's horrible.
I want to say 4 million a year from air pollution, but 1 million at least from coal a year. That's what I've seen. But there could be more coal. So
and who knows what the health negatives are on top of that. Like how many people are suffering with illnesses and ailments because of those particulates, especially around those reactors or the plants around them. It's horrible. Yeah, no, this wasn't the U.S. This was in Indiana, correct?
President Trump said, Trump digs coal. I dig coal.
He said clean coal. It's just like, what the fuck are you saying? The fuck are you saying? Cleaner than what?
The other
Fighting tires?
Now, the other truth in this is gas. We know how ugly the oil thing is. I mean, there's the waste and all the oil. And this fossil fuel has itself is destroying the universe because we're putting carbon into the atmosphere. So they're using gas everywhere. It seems like a modern thing. They say, well, renewables, which is solar, and we're all for that. I work with solar, but they don't work all the time. They run out winter at night.
Is it also about the battery technology when it comes to
Well, that's part of it too. But the point is, when they run out, what they need is gas backup. It's backup. You see, nuclear doesn't need storage, and it doesn't need backup. What's the beauty of it? It's a real clean energy. And gas does. Renewables do need backup, and that backup is gas.
So it's not 100% like one of the issues is about storage, the waste.
Yeah.
And when you talked about just the size of the amount of storage, it's not nearly as much as a lot of people think it is.
The amount of all the waste that America has used up to now in the last, since 1958, whenever shipping port was built, amounts to about the size of Walmart. You can put it in a Walmart. In other words, people make a big deal about waste, but they don't realize that it's so intense an energy, huge amount of energy that it's how do you say, compact as a result. So it fits into if waste itself is a positive about nuclear, because first of all, there's been no harm done. So it's been buried in casks, and first of all, it goes into water for maybe 2-3 years. That's put into casks that are 12 to 14 feet. They build these casks in the United States. They're concrete and steel. Concrete is a great it does not conduct as steel. And casks work. They can go for 100 years, and then you can go another 100 years. And then eventually, you realize that radioactivity drops each time. In 4 or 5 years, it's way down. It drops to almost. I don't have all the figures, but you can see that it's a ridiculous fear given compared to what? Climate change is so dangerous.
And compared to the deaths that are already occurring every year just from using the methods we have now, in comparison to the amount of people that died from nuclear, it's very, very small.
Well, the only people who died from nuclear that we know of are Chernobyl. There was 50 first responders who died in the actual. They were the badly protected. They were sent in by a corrupt and decaying Soviet government. The radioactivity went all over northern Europe, and still, it was not. We think it is. It's not like Hiroshima or Nagasaki. It wasn't that enriched kind of radiation. It was a low-level radiation that exists that went out there. And they went out, the UN went in, and the WHO went in, and it was really exhaustive what they did. And they came up with a number of about 4,000 possible deaths from cancer after Chernobyl. Now, since then, there's been another examination by another scientific organization that says that he's even in a high number. We don't really know because people die from cancer, naturally. So we don't really know how bad Chernobyl was, but nothing like what the environmentalists say is the end of the world. Or the HBO. Well, the HBO was a disaster. I
didn't see it, but I heard it was great.
Really, it was great. As tension.
Yeah.
I make movies. I know you can make movies out of disaster for people. That's what bothered me. Nobody said it's a good thing as opposed to it's this horrible beast.
It's crazy that it's something like that's right in front of our face. It's right in front. It's not like something that has to be invented. It's not theoretical.
No, it's like myth over. Use your reason. Go scientific.
Yeah.
Trust the science, which is very hard to do in a world where imagine tobacco was sold to us as tobacco is good for you. Car seat belts were not necessary. We have automobile safety. All the good things that happen, they happen against the desire for profit.
Yeah. But even this desire for profit, it's like when we're talking about like renewables. You're talking about that. It's really interesting that gets connected to greed. Everyone everyone says that's green. This is green power, green energy. But there's very little that's more green than solar.
Yeah, it's never mentioned. We went to Davos with a film, and they're talking where they are in Davos, all the world's richest businessmen, biggest guys, movers and shakers, lizard people. They don't even have it on the agenda. They're talking about clean, green, this, that. It's a mandate. It's mandate. We had to struggle to get a screening of it, and we got one. So in other words, people know about it.
It has to become trendy, right? Right? I mean, it's almost really what has to happen. It's almost like that has to become the trend of being one of the people, the early adopters who recognize nuclear is the way out of this.
It's a sad thing because the truth is they worked for 70 years and it still work. And the old ones work, but okay, we want new stuff. But that's the American way. We always have to have a new thing because we get bored with the old thing. Oh, nuclear! I heard about that. That's dangerous. That's the reaction. So now they're building in the U.S. They have 50 new companies, 50 companies working on 50 companies working privately with some Department of Energy help towards making SMRs, small modular reactors. They're sleek, great looking, and they all have different methods of working, including Atria, including Bill Gates is there with a new company.
Does this lead to nuclear powered cars? Because if so, I'm not sure.
Well, no, that's another thing. One of those, no cars, transportation, that can be dealt with. That's another. See, it's not just electricity that has to be improved. We have to nuclearize electricity, which is about a third of the problem. But we still have the problems after that. Internal combustion, transportation, and aside from that, heating buildings, heating offices, cooking, heating in general, for apartments, for offices, and then there's the industry aspect of it. Concrete, steel, these are huge, highly intensive CO2. They consume a lot of carbon to make these things. And don't forget agriculture. Jesus, it sounds horrible, but ammonia is one of the worst byproducts of ammonia is in the air. And you remember the Oklahoma bombing? Yeah, but ammonia is terrible. What we have to do is electrify everything essentially. So the demand for electricity, given the whole world's coming into it, look at all the people in Africa and Asia who are coming to want what we have. They see television, they see what Americans have.
Have you gotten into regenerative farming at all? Looked into that?
Not really.
It's something to consider because when you were talking about ammonium, you're talking about just the different fertilizers and pesticides and herbicides that get put into the ground. I don't know if it's scalable for the entire country. That's the real problem with it. But there's people like Joel Salatin and White Oak Pastures that's down in Georgia, and they figured out a way to have farms where it's regenerative, where the animals are eating the grass, they're fertilizing the grass, they use the fertilizer for, to grow food, and they bring in these animals to these ecosystems, and they have them exist in a way that it just basically contained nature. It's just the way the natural cycle is, and they have a zero carbon footprint. It's essentially everything sort of works in balance, and that's how it's supposed to happen. And if you look at, especially from White Oak Pastures, he had a video of the runoff from a rainstorm from his property into the river, which is nothing, to the next door neighbor's property who runs an industrialized farm. And it's a fucking disaster. It's horrific to look at because you just see the topsoil's gone. Look at the difference. There's a clear line between his property on the left and the neighbor's property on the right. I mean, how insane is it that this is normal for us? This is the problem. The problem is they've gone into these monocrop agriculture situations where they use the same land over and over again, and they have to apply fertilizer, and they have to apply herbicides and pesticides, and make it toxic for everything. But whatever the fuck it is they're growing, a lot of the stuff they're growing is genetically modified in order to be more tolerant of these pesticides and herbicides. And that's not good. No, this is a major source of the problem.
Fertilizer. But I can't comment on that.
Yeah, it's really interesting stuff. It's obviously not my wheelhouse either, but these people that I've had to talk about it.
But the point is that we're going to need, some people say, 3, 4, 5 times the amount of electricity that we have now by 2050, which is we use 2050 as a little mark because that's the IPCC standard. They said that by 2050, all the countries of the world have to bring down the carbon emissions to zero. Now, that's going to be. It doesn't work. I mean, the green renewables are great. It's a great idea. It made great sense when you saw Al Gore's film. But the truth is that CO2 keeps going up, not down. It's gone up since then. And we've spent trillions of dollars since the 2000 period. This is 20-some years now. And it just hasn't worked. And nobody admits it. That's what's crazy. So the only way to get the carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere is do it clean, do it right now. You got to get rid of gas and you got to get rid of oil, basically, and you got to be severe about it. That means you have to have an alternative, a clean, cheap, scalable alternative. And nuclear is the only one that's proven itself for so many years, and yet nobody, it doesn't even get talked about. Maybe journalists will say, and there's nuclear, which is dangerous, but it's not dangerous if you do it right. If you build it right and you keep it right, it's been done time and time again. And just that one, I wish there had been more accidents. It would have really taught the lesson. Every industry has had needed accidents. So when they started the railroad, they thought that your brain would get pushed back in your head because of the speed of the brain falling. Same thing was true with airplanes. You had more crashes before the airplanes were, modified into this incredibly powerful machine. We're not getting rid of the airplane. We have to use fuel. We have to use aviation fuel, and that will come from the marriage of hydrogen and carbon, actually. But you will need a lot of heat, and that heat is going to come from nuclear. It's not going to come from anything else. That amount of heat.
So we also have to take into consideration that if the population continues to grow, we're doing things the same way, whatever our output is now is damaging. It's going to get worse and worse and worse. There's going to be more people.
The United States is in good shape compared to the rest of the world. But look at India. Yeah. Look at Africa. Which is, people will burn wood if they have to. Much less coal. I mean, they're going to stop people from getting things. And they're going to want energy. That's going to be the problem. India is crucial. We bring it up in the film. They are doing some great nuclear work. They have 20-some reactors in India, but they are definitely on the path of coal, like China. They're going to get, their demand is enormous for coal. So what happens? There's no luck. We can't get out of that mess. We're going to have so much pollution, so much warming that the only way we can do it is by building nuclear and taking everything else we can throw in there, including renewables, alongside it.
Well, I think it has to become something that people are aware of and becomes trendy, and that's one of the great things in the film. This Brazilian woman that lives in Austin.
Oh yeah, she lives in Austin. Her name is Isabel Bonke.
And she makes TikTok films.
Yeah.
And these little TikTok videos, the great thing about those is they become viral, and maybe that is how the message gets out.
Yeah. I think that's part of it. I think it needs to be addressed by leaders. The leadership of, let's say, President Xi of China has committed to the UN that by 2060 they will have zero carbon emissions.
Well, I think
that's a vow.
It's going to take someone who's got some courage, because politically it's an issue, because people do have this false narrative in their head. So it's going to take someone who's willing to step outside of what the polls would show. Because I would imagine that most people, if you just started talking about what people go, whoa. So many people just have the knee-jerk reaction that is brought about because of these films, because of the anti-nuclear power movement. There's still that propaganda exists in people's heads, or there's a false narrative.
Necessity is the mother of invention. As things get worse, it will be clear that we need nuclear more and more and more. And we'll come late to the game and we'll say, well, we got to build more and more and more nuclear because it's not working with the wind and solar.
Right, but I don't think you're going to see that from a politician. I don't think a politician's going to stick their neck out. I think it's going to have to be so prevalent in the public narrative. It's going to have to be so prevalent in the zeitgeist that they think politically it's okay to be a proponent of it.
Well, I think the younger generation is changing the numbers and the demographics of that. I think 60% I'm reading are pro-nuclear now.
That's great.
In the U.S.
It's probably TikTok.
Well, maybe.
It might be.
But, it's a new generation. They're more scared about climate change than they are about war.
Yeah.
And a lot of the older generation, they confuse nuclear energy with nuclear bomb are dying off. And I think there is going to be a change. It has to be. There's no other way.
There has to be. It's just
On top of it, it's a miracle. It's incredible. It's handled correctly, built correctly, like Ivan Rickover did with the Navy. The Navy was one of the biggest developers of nuclear in America.
Yeah.
In the 1950s, and they built nuclear submarines, and they kept going.
just talk about the power in a nuclear submarine, how long it lasted.
Yeah. And one small reactor run a submarine for 50, 60 years.
That's insane.
And also, if you put two of them into an aircraft carrier, you've seen the size of those.
Yeah.
That's it's a giant 6,000 people on that thing. That can go for, also, two reactors can make, that's what they're doing. Actually, two reactors can make an aircraft carrier go for, I don't know how many years, 50 years, 40 years.
That's insane. It's incredible. I mean, it really is. There's nothing like it. The fact that that's not something that people marvel at. No, that you have a ship at sea that's powered entirely by nuclear power that can go for 50 years.
Whatever it is, we try to show that in the film, and it's just a miracle.
It's insane. It's so much different than anything else. And if you just do it right, like they do with the submarines, or like they do with,
you need discipline, and you need to do it, and you need to redo it and do it and do it. So you standardize it. The United States never standardized it. Japan did, Korea did. They built one type of reactor, and they built it consistently. Just recently, Korea built four heavy water reactors, big ones in UAR, the United Arab Republic, four of them. 1.4 gigawatts each. Gigawatts a billion watts, and so it's 5.6 gigawatts. That's a huge amount. The United Arab Republic don't cover a huge area. That's the kind of building you need to do. You have to do it consistently.
didn't the phrase, go ahead, please.
By the way, you can ship it too. If you assembly line it, like if you're into Mars, parts, you can build the parts in and ship them like a Lego set down up and down the coastline of China or the coastline of America. Any country. Russians did that in Nevek, which is an Arctic outpost. They sent a barge. Greenpeace, of course, predicted it would be a nuclear Titanic, and it wasn't. It arrived in Nevek, and it's set up, and it's working beautifully to this day. So SMRs are shippable, and they can be built in shipyards. They can be assembled by thousands. There's no reason.
Now, what about if one of those things sinks?
Yeah, well, water is a radiation.
So, like, what happens when there have been nuclear submarines that have sunk, right?
Well, if they did, there's no damage.
Isn't the phrase "can neither confirm nor deny"? Doesn't that come from? I think that comes from an operation. I believe I heard this on Radio Lab. I think that phrase comes from an operation where they were trying to recover a Russian downed submarine.
Right, I remember that.
And they had to answer the question. And so when they were questioned, their answer was, we can neither confirm nor deny. Because they were put in a position where they were supposed to interact. So how do we say this? We can't lie. We can't say, no, we're not going to tell you because we have to answer. So the answer they came up with is, we can neither confirm nor deny. which is a beautiful, it's very eloquent. If you really think about it, if you want to be a bullshit artist, like that's an amazingly eloquent statement.
That was the one that Howard used. Wrong to
Is that what it was? Yeah, that sounds right.
That's the thing about it. Right. People say, well, when something goes wrong, everything goes wrong. But that's
There's no evidence for
that's
that.
an exaggeration.
But in comparison to the things that we absolutely know go wrong with just transportation, we're just a victim of like bad narrative.
Industrial accidents, you know, people die. 2 million. It's incredible. So 50 people died at Chernobyl. Anyway,
Humans were so weird like that.
Germany is the craziest. They originally built 20-some reactors in the 70s, and they were doing very fine with it. They had no problems. And now they've shut them all down because which is also more pro-NATO.
Yeah.
Strange Green Hornets and hybrid. Anyway, they keep the power, and it's a democracy, and they don't want any nuclear. So they destroyed, they shut down all their plants that were working. We showed that in the film.
It's insane.
What did they go with? They replaced it with coal and gas, and as a result, and a lot of solar and a lot of turbines. In fact, if you think, look at the solar park that they built a gigantic solar park in Germany, 495,000 panels. 490, can you imagine that? 500 acres, 495,000 panels, that's enormous. And that park, they took down the nuclear reactors in the area. That one was about 100 acres, but it was producing about 100 times more electricity than this 500 acres on 1/5 the land.
Not only that, at one point in time, does that become pollution? Like if you're talking about pollution, I mean, just whatever the panels are, like whatever that area is, like what have you done to that area? I know we just think about it as land, but that's part of Earth. So you've covered part of Earth with these fucking panels. It looks gross. The turbines look gross too. I went down to I was going down to South Texas. I drove past this turbine farm, and I'm like, how is that not bothering people? It's like eye pollution. You're looking at these things that are these giant machines that are spinning instead of just a landscape. It looks like we're tricking ourselves into thinking that this is like 100% clean. It's not clean if all you're looking at is turbines. If you're driving on the highway and you see hundreds of turbines with lights on them so planes don't fly into them, that's not clean. Like that's a part of the problem. Like that's polluting the environment.
Well, each
It looks like shit.
I understand each country's different and what they want to do with their land. I mean, Denmark has had some success with it. Germany's had greater success with than they have with solar. That's for sure. But they're not dealing with it because we're still putting out
Burning coal. It's certainly better than many alternatives, but it's not perfect.
We should talk about methane because that is not better. It's more damaging in the short term.
Methane
is horrible. I mean, it leaks all along the line, as we say in the film. That's gas, natural gas, and that we talk about it like it's some kind of savior. It's a perfect partner for renewables. That's what they sell themselves as when they advertise it.
When they show the footage of how much gas gets released from those pipes, it's crazy.
I showed it in the film. We showed the infrared camera.
Yeah.
And how much gas is leaked. This is you turn your gas stove on, and that's a leak.
Yeah, right there.
And that goes a long way towards destroying the atmosphere.
A lot of people are upset that they're trying to ban gas stoves in future buildings in New York City. That's a big thing. But you know, I was like, okay, are people overreacting? Who's overreacting? And then you think about it, like, it's just for the convenience of cooking that you enjoy cooking more with that? Is it a price thing? Because nuclear would solve the issue of the availability of power. Yeah. But would it, I think people just like to cook with gas. It's just really weird. Like if it's really bad for you and really bad for the city and for the environment, it's just the fact that you don't like cooking with electric.
Well, I can't comment on that. I just know that methane has a short-term huge effect on the atmosphere. Long-term less.
But they did recently banned in New York City. I don't know, Jamie. I think they banned it for new home construction. And everybody went crazy. And I was like, well, I don't know about this. Maybe that's not the worst thing in the world. You know? Like, personally, what ban on using natural gas? One of the things that they've discussed, like, fine, because I remember there was something about it having an effect on cognitive function. Which, we found out, we just talked about this the other day, but we found out from leaded gas that there's a giant dip in IQ points, not a giant one, but a measurable dip in IQ points amongst people that grew up in my generation. Leaded gas everywhere.
I wonder about my own brain. I guess we've been around long enough.
Well, we're getting older. That's part of the problem. Sometimes it's childhood asthma. Childhood asthma. That's it. Didn't say anything about cognitive function. I haven't typed in IQ here. Interesting. Maybe I'm good for
So much heat comes off now, even if it really is not being used. As the scientist says in the film, it could heat New York City.
Yeah, so if it's even if it's causing kids asthma, like, it's not good for anybody. That's really what's going on with gas. But the amount of time that it would take to get the United States, like, what would that take to get rid of all of the things that are polluting the environment, all of the things that are putting out particulates, coal, and all that stuff, replace it with nuclear?
We showed that graph from here to 2015, thinking backwards, you have to get this thing going. You have to get the nuclear part going. It's going to go slower at the beginning because it takes longer to do all these things. So in 2030 to 2040, if you build this stuff, is going to start to pay off. From 2040 to 2050, it's going to be a huge run, a huge race, and we can do it. We may not get all the way to zero, but it's certainly doable. If Rick over were in charge of a program, he would push it through. But it's not just us. I mean, honestly, the Chinese are doing their part. They're trying. They're really trying because they see the problem. For a president to say that, see what he said, he's going to go down to zero by 2060. That's 10 years later. That's pretty good. That's amazing if they can stick to it. Russia too plays a huge role. So does India, but
they obviously have much more control over how things run. They don't really rely on the public's opinion.
Well, exactly. That's okay because we have to. We're talking about the earth here. Yeah, let's talk about France. France has been nuclear since 1975. They built Phil. They have to be either renewed or replaced, but they still have those. They have a lot of their electricity in France. 70% is nuclear. They have some hydropower, and I think some gas, but not much.
Well, I genuinely think that it takes someone like you making a documentary about this to get the word out there to the public. People really start demanding this. I really do, because I think you're countering all those movies that you discuss, all the fictional movies. You're countering all those. Spider-Man, all that. That's what it is. It's like when we associate radiation with negative, and nuclear power with radiation.
We show images of in Brazil. When Brazil has got black sand beaches to absorb the radiation that's good for the body. We show cancer therapies. It's used. Heavy radiation is used to kill off tumors in the body. We show in Iran, which is a huge radioactive activity. It's very high, and it's tremendously. They're doing very well in Iran with that. No one's dying. Yeah. So in other words, we can live with radiation much more because DNA, as Crick and Watson found, that reduplicates. It has a double. So the body repairs itself as it's damaged, and that was a big argument in the old science because the Rockefeller Foundation, of course, put out this scare, and their oil people, they put out the scare to the public in 1957, where they said, any amount of radiation to the body is dangerous, and that really worked. And the New York Times publisher put it in the front page column, and then it gets out, that fear. So that's where, meanwhile, the counter comes later, but you don't hear about it. And the counter is we repair our body as we move through life. That's what DNA does. So it's a wonderful system we have of DNA.
Well, we just have scary stories about radiation, and rightly so in some cases, like the radium girls. Those do you know about this? They used to use radioactive paint for like indices on watches, things along those lines. Lume. Do you know Lume? You know what that is? Like on the watch face, there's these little dots, right? And these little dots collect light. When it's light out, now when it's dark, they glow. Well, people used to apply those things with paint. They didn't realize the consequences of the radioactivity. So these girls would sometimes like lick the tip of their brush to wet it, to shape it, and they develop horrible cancers. And it's a very famous story, but these poor women, like they develop these holes in their faces. It's really scary stuff. But it's from very specific type of radiation, and it's also from direct contact through this paint with no protection at all.
Well, I can't comment on what I don't know.
So yeah, no, I understand. So there are some consequences that are negative that are associated with radiation, rightly.
Yes,
This is one of them.
high levels of radiation.
Yeah, exposure to radiation. I mean, it's the reason why they make you put a lead thing over your junk when you get into an X-ray machine.
That's correct. Yeah, I went to a lot of that when I was visiting the plants in France, Russia,
This is Rabbi
and
Rothschild.
Idaho, National Laboratory.
Baruch Hashem, how are you?
People handle it. Those people know.
Absolutely, anything for you guys. Absolutely. Oh, good, thank God. How are you? Oh, very well. I think it's great. Are you set on just one audio artist? Because I do know someone else who I think would be a very good person for you. He just actually this week had 10 million streams on Spotify, but his YouTube channel has 25 million streams, and he has an NFT. He just put out his first one, and he's going to put out a second one, and it's an audio one as well. His name is Songs of Eden. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but he has the MIDI Punks collection. But I think he could be very valuable to this project as well. I do, and he's a very good person. I've known. Yeah, he's very easy to work with. Not that Dylan's not. I think Dylan. I think honestly, you have multiple options here, and perhaps even both could be an option. I just know this person in particular has a once a week meeting with YouTube itself, so with the Alphabet subsidiary YouTube, and he meets with them, and because his channel is so popular, particularly his YouTube Shorts. As I said, he has 25, just celebrated 25 million views on YouTube and 10 million streams. He is, but he's very approachable. So essentially, he is just an artist. He's very good at piano, and he has a huge following on YouTube and additionally on Spotify. Now, what Dylan does have is Dylan had a song, Jordan Belfort. I don't know if you're familiar with his song that blew up about, I want to say like 4 years ago or something like that, but really hasn't done too much since then. And not to say that he isn't very talented, he definitely is. But he doesn't have the same kind of social media impact as this other person I know. But I really think if you can, to try to feature both of them because they both have, I think, really interesting audio projects. It, I'm in agreement. I think it's good to diversify your artists. No, I will certainly make the connection. Would you like me to make the connection with both Dylan, and uh, my friend Songs of Eden? Absolutely. A- Absolutely. And I would, it'd be a privilege to be an intermediary. And yeah, I can definitely connect you with both Dill and Songs of Eden. It is, we'll have Shabbat, and I think probably they'll want the weekend or so. But I think we could probably get an answer to you by Monday. Is that soon enough? That's that sounds like a plan. Well, well, I will make sure that I work hard for you. And they're both really easygoing people, and they're both very talented. So you're getting two really great artists, and I'll make the proposal to them, and we'll definitely be in contact over the course of the weekend and on Monday by the latest, if that sounds good to you guys. I'm in agreement, and I'll make sure to get that done. So what I'll do is I will put out some feelers to them, and I'm sure I'll be able to get in contact with them over the course of the next 72 hours, and I'll keep you guys updated via direct message if that works. Excellent. All right. My pleasure. Shabbat shalom. Is there anything else I can do to help you guys for right now? Absolutely, I will do so. And I am still promoting your websites on my stream, howtopulse.com and nftpulse.io. So know that I'm just doing what I can to make sure to get out the word to the following that I have. And that sounds great. So I'll be in touch with you guys in the next 72 hours or so. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me, okay? You got it. Sounds like a plan. Anything else you guys want to review? Could you repeat that? Oh, I'll send you my address. Is that okay? Excellent. Okay, so then I'll be sending you a direct message with my address, and I'll wear it pretty much constantly. You'll be proud of how much I wear, and I'll be in touch with these two artists, and we will be in touch before Monday. Okay. Excellent. Shabbat shalom, gentlemen. Take care. Bye bye. Take care. I get a shirt.
Judy, wow, we appreciate you, Judy. You're awesome. You bring that energy, and I love how you're here for that education, and supporting others. So we're gonna keep growing. We're gonna keep going. Shout out to Judy, everybody. Give her a follow. She's the president of Scurvy Town, actually, as well. So shout out to our president of Scurvy Town. after that, we're all just tweeting and showing some love. And I appreciate you, Judy. It's about the positivity. So let's keep a positive vibe in here, everyone. That's how we got this far. That's how we got to this point.
I am sorry that you found out in here. That is stuff being that only you and me have listened to. So then all y'all hashtag jailbirds send it to Ben because then I just get a free stick. The reason I got his back is he makes me. We got him together.
Open up the can of fast. Man, that's just, yeah, man might be 6'7" and 240, but that's nothing compared to Judy. Crazy on Dill Point right now, guys. We're having probably the best day for Dill Point. Last time we were at these price levels on the chart, we had about 5 ETH in the LP, and now we have 11 ETH in the LP at this price. So that is very good. We've just doubled how much liquidity we have behind this coin in our last day. That is top level shit. That's what you want to do. We have a lot more price security than we did when you see us at these levels before. I really think that we're going to send on this coin. I see only good things coming from here. So, yeah, we're working on other part. I mean, who knows? Maybe this has to do with. I've only deployed. Okay, hear me out. I've done a few airdrops. Every time I airdrop, it seems to be positive for the coin. Maybe not immediately, but at a point in time. Like Cryptopolitan bought in because of an airdrop. Like, honestly, the airdrop got his attention, and he's like a huge whale. He only has a couple million dill, but just the fact that someone like him was brought in by being a whale. When you airdrop the top holders, they take note. And it's one thing if you're a shitcoin spam airdropping. It's another thing if you're dill and they look at the contract and they see who I am and they come to my Twitter and they learn, or a lot of them already just kind of know who I am. So when they see the airdrop, they're like, oh shit, like, yo, I'm loyal liquidity. It's going up. My loyal liquidity is going up. Dill/loyal. $400 a volume. So technically I made like $4 off that today. The Brits made $4. The BAM pool. Oh, finally there's a trade on the BAM pool. We did it, Bambi coin. Somebody spent $150 to trade Bambi to Dill. Let's see what it's a buy. It's a buy. It's a buy. We just made $1.5 off of a pure buy because of the Bambi liquidity. I mean, holy shit, that's a buy. Like, blockchain brain blast. The more of these pools I deploy, the more I just, that's $1.50. That was nothing except because people wanted the Dill. If I didn't have this pool, I wouldn't make that $1. So if I have 100 pools, every time Bitcoin goes up, I'm going to make $100 extra $1. Following me, guys, I don't know the math, but I know this is going to work. We only have, the only coins we have pools with are Loyal, BAM, and PSYOP right now. So we're going to set up the next one's going to be Finale. Maybe I should do Pepe too. I have a bag of Pepe. Anything I have a bag of, I might as well set up a good. Because if you're really going to hold a bag, for me, since I am the Dill treasury, if I'm really going to hold a bag Bitcoin, it might as well be in the pool. This is genius. This is nothing short of genius. And if Dill goes up a lot, then I end up with another coin. So it's kind of like if I start a Dill Pepe pool, I basically get more Pepe as I make more money. So there's nothing wrong with that. As I get a little more money, I get a little more investment in Pepe, and we make money on bots along the way up. This is genius. DeFi rules. You know what, Tricky Buddha, you were right. See there? Now that you're They're on Uniswap. Right now, Sinex is using Uniswap. So yeah, Uniswap is the place to go. Yeah, that's one thing that we're working on is helping artists with custom deployments. But it depends. If you're just getting started, you might want to start with a collection on OpenSea or another collection just to get started. But if you're looking to do something custom and you get a team behind you with custom development and stuff like that, then that's what we offer. Check out manifold.xyz. That's a good site. Yeah, Manifold is a good one that lets you mint NFTs. You can start there. I use Third Web, and we're also helping people that want to do something on more in that. Thank you, man. Really appreciate it. Appreciate you coming in. And yeah, man, keep up the grind. Keep coming back anytime you want it. Like your PFP there. Got the Scion gang, man. Red the gang. Man, I'm waiting for it. Hopefully he'll be getting that soon. This morning, I know it's big merch for the game. Thanks for coming in. Let's go, guys. So we got great stuff going on. What's going to be the update today? Today we had a lot of drama with Ben and Polly. What happened to the launch pad? Where's the launch pad? Not Academy. Launch pad. Intermediate fusion. What the hell is that? What is he talking about? How to get intermediate fusion for today? What is that supposed to be? Better make up to an orange face. Ben is going wild. What is a ketamine fusion? Yeah, but usually ketamine infusions are basically something that like a therapist would use to help someone treat their depression and anxiety. Guys, I just replied on Ben's post. Okay, I'm going to reply Orange Gang. Morning at midnight time. Check it out. But yeah, I like your PFP too. Is that a rare? Is that a rare that you have there? Finale Gang. That's what's up. That one looks really dope. Between working on some stuff behind the scenes with Finale. It's pretty exciting. So, yeah, they're part of the gang. Awesome. Yeah. Let's see how it comes out. I guess we're needing to mint up. So another rarity till they're all minted out, I guess. So yeah, let's go to Thanks for coming in, Queen. Feel free to hang, of course. Be vibing. Let's go to Bobby Blockchain. What's up, Bobby?
Hey, what's up, everyone? I appreciate spaces. Hello.
Well, I also love spaces that allow people to go up. Well, anyway, hopefully get it back up. You know, we do allow people to go up, so we'll see him come back up again. He'll come up. And let's go to Jonathan. What's up, Jonathan?
Hey, what's up, man? Happy to be here. So, I'm doing a giveaway right now in relation to I added that spot days now, and I added it to the giveaway. So it's kind of like task giveaway. So I'm adding this one. So kind of for anyone who might have a chance to win a small amount of bill. It's 90K deals. Find 0.5, I think right now something you can do at the giveaway and kind of have another chance of getting some more deals. So I really love this space and everything you're doing. So I wanted to give something back as well.
Thank you, man. That's awesome. That's awesome. I appreciate it. Everyone's allowed to do their own community things. It's a community. If you want to give back to the community, that's absolutely great, you know. And I see there's more and more people that are trying to help out and support, so that's dope. Thanks, Jonathan. You're welcome to come share, and we're here to support you, especially people that want to deal in their community endeavors. You know, it's a decentralized community, guys. Figure out a way to support the project and the ecosystem, and we'll give you that support right back with the platform that we have here. So much love, man. Keep up the good work.
Yeah, I mean, it's so awesome because I see at the same time about but you allow some people to speak and even though it's not eligible, you still kind of bring the attention to a lot of great projects, and it's just highly appreciated.
Thank you, my friend. Dude, that's what we're here for. And if people can bring that value back to do it some way, that's what we're about to. So, guys, let's keep it growing. Let's keep it going. Go support Jonathan. Check out what they're building. And I appreciate you. I'm following you back, man. I'm definitely interested. I'll be paying attention. So, yeah, keep coming in, man. Keep coming into the community. For sure. Happy support. I know you've been coming in a lot more. So, guys, I just seen another post from Easy. Easy was in here yesterday. He's pretty dope. He's kind of a big whale. Has some great connections. I think he got in on the tip yesterday. Now he's making a bullish chart there. Sheesh. Go up to the top, like, retweet, engage. It's a bullish chart. A bullish chart for the moon. We're headed to the moon on that chart. Love to see it. Also, my man Rabbi ROTHSCHILD, he's connecting me in the DMs with some great entrepreneurs. He's the viral rabbi. He's streaming on many different platforms. He says that he knows some people who've been listening in his spaces. They want to support. They want to get behind the project. So if anybody has ideas to bring more people into what we're doing, I know Easy, actually, the guy who's pinned him up, he was doing the same kind of thing. He was talking to one of his friends, doing what he could to actually bring it in right here. So guys, pay attention to what we got going on. If you can bring in a friend, it's going to be bullish for Dillcoin and bullish for the whole community. So let's get more people in, guys. Go throw some ETH into that Dill LP. Pick up some Dillcoin, all right? Oh, we have a big buy of a million Dill that just did one. New Dill millionaire. Send it to Valhalla, boys. Let's go. And girls, let's send this thing to Valhalla. We're almost at 650 or 750K market cap right now. Honestly, this thing is going to send. I'm telling you guys, we're just getting started here. Alright, it's been a long time coming. This is a great recovery. I think it really helped that we have some of these bullish tweets coming out. Alright, go up to the top and engage. If you guys didn't know, Dill is the only coin listed on PsyOp Launchpad, listed on the PsyOp.org website that Ben hasn't tweeted yet. Think about that. Every other coin on there is something that Ben tweeted or from Ben's devs, right? Every other coin on there except Dill. So if you can't see what's happening, you need to wake up. You're looking for alpha. I mean, this is as good as it gets. I say I'm not an alpha group. I never tell you guys there's alpha. This is free alpha, okay? Ben hasn't tweeted Dillcoin yet. It's on the website. It's the only one on there. What do you guys think is going to happen when he tweets it? It's early. This coin's just reaching up to 1 million again. It's going to be far beyond that. That's what I honestly believe, guys. It's very, very early for this community. Very early for the future of this coin and the future of Web3. So get involved, guys, while you can. Go pick up some Dillcoin. If you go look on the PsyOp.org website, you'll see what I mean. Dill is featured there. Ben hasn't tweeted it yet. What do you think is going to happen when he finally gives his cosign? I'm doing everything right. I just launched the PsyOp Dill liquidity. You guys see that? If you have PsyOp, you can just swap a little bit for Dill. Pretty cool. Okay. Now we also have this tweet that has 64 likes. Go support it. You can copy paste it if you want. It says the contract address. I mean, that has been amazing. That brought in a lot more new buyers, a lot more people. So, guys, it's really amazing what's happening here. Thank you to everyone who's been supporting, working on some cool stuff behind the scenes with Finale. And it's going to be dope. It's going to be super, super dope. So, I support the Finale bit and what they're doing. So, let's go. We still have Hyper here, Jordan. Let's see the name dropped out. Excuse me. So Jordan dropped out. We're doing some cool stuff for Finale. Don't fade that, guys. We're gonna put into the liquidity pool. It's gonna be epic. It's gonna be beyond epic. It's gonna be game changing. Alright. Dill might have more pairs. Dill's gonna have more pairs live than anyone else. Shit. Should we launch the DMLP too? The DMLP. Man, we have some good pairs live now. There's no stopping us now. There ain't no stopping us now. Let's set this thing up to Valhalla. Alright, so who's next? What's next? Let's play a song. Alright, go get your Finale bits, guys. I'm hopping on board with the Finale team. The Finale gang is gonna support Dillcoin. They're gonna throw into the liquidity pool with Finale. It's perfectly in alignment with what we're doing, okay? Because we're in Finale. They already support Dillcoin, so I'm happy to say some of this is going to go towards throwing in the liquidity pool for Dillcoin and Finale. So we're going to buy more Finale and buy more Dill. It's a win-win, right? It's literally a win-win. So as Finale gets set, it seems like Ben is going to be sending Finale. And as that happens, we're going to be the beneficiary. So this is a win all around. I'm happy to be working with the Finale community, and it's great. So let's keep pushing, let's keep going, and let's keep growing. We have 150 people in the room. Why don't we play a song? We're talking all day. We got amazing music. If you guys didn't know, you can get all of my music on Spotify, Apple Music, and YouTube. And when you listen to that music, you help to generate Dillcoin. Dillcoin is generated when people stream the music, whether it's Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube, TikTok. We use all of the data from all streaming sites in order to generate the Dillcoin. So it's like a form of mining, and those Dill NFT holders get rewarded in the Dillcoin. This is the future of music, really incentivizing everybody to go stream. So if you have a Dill NFT, you can go stream the music, and you're helping to mine more Dill. And if you're in the community, or if you hold Dillcoin, you keep streaming that music because you're going to generate more Dill for the community. And if you tell your friends to listen, that's how you're going to generate more. And we have special perks coming for the Dillcoin holders as well. I think we're going to be giving some of those Dill rewards to people as long as they hold 1 million Dill or 10 million Dill. right? So it's going to function similar to an NFT. That way, everybody's getting rewarded fairly, and that's the future that I want to see. So you guys just wait. Whether you own the Dill coin or the Dill NFTs, you're in for something great. So let's keep it pushing, guys. I've got a song for y'all I want to rock out to. This song is called Let's Get Rich. Got my sound off. I have to turn the sound off. Let's try that again. This song is called Let's Get Rich. Let's go, guys. Head over to Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube. Check out some of this Dill music, guys. More people listen to Dill music. It helps to generate Dill coins for the whole community. So everybody benefits. You know, that's what's cool. If you have Dill coin or Dill NFTs, you just tell a friend, hey, check this out on Spotify, right? It's not as confusing that they don't have to be into NFTs. Even if they listen a little, you're going to get some benefit from that as well. So it's a win-win all around. So, yeah, guys, thank you for tuning in. It's an incredible day. I hope you get lots of plans for this weekend. It's a Friday. Yeah, you've been busy all day. There's much to sign up for. We got a comeback in the Dill coin market today. We have some big buzz. More buzz coming in. Let's stop, guys. It's the day on the way to a million. That's the vibe, people. They're just smacking that Dill coin vibe. Guys, gotta check market promos right now. Reaching 1,000 orders for Dill coin. I mean, sheesh. After this finale quick collab, we're gonna be over 1,000. Oh, 979. People are buying in all day. Seriously, we've been ticking up. We've gained more holders today than any other day. That's insane. Super happy about that. We're up 5% today. No airdrop. It's literally gained about 50 holders today just from this space. The coin community is insane. The Dill coin community is going insane. Thank you guys so much. We really appreciate it. Everybody who's getting in and supporting this line around. This is one of the most successful Web3 music products out there right now. Hands down. We've done over almost $1 million of volume. We're going to be at $1 million of volume soon. This is as much as the entire platform is doing music NFTs. No joke. This is nuts. I mean, we are literally going to change It's just a matter of time. So, let's go. Eric, what's up? You beat me to it. I was about to do that exact same stuff. Let's go, man. Great months. Eric, how's it going, man? Doing great, man. How are you? I mean, I'm super psyched to be in here. I did not expect to see me one morning on it, and me by morning on it. I was just like super psyched to jump in here. Dude, we just go all day, man. I mean, when people are buying it, going at this rate, it's just not even worth stopping, man. Man, the vibes are too good. We can't stop it. I'll go all day. Man, it's a great day. People are sending this thing straight up. I mean, we had a little bit of a doubt, but it's now all bets are off. I think people are feeling really confident in where we're at, and it's showing. Dude, those were some crazy tunes. I was jamming out, man. Thanks, man. Hell yeah, that's not the new album. It's 11 songs. That's called Let's Get Rich, song number 2. And there's a lot more where that came from, you know. So, yeah, man, that's what it's all about at the end of the day. I was saying this earlier. You know, I'm always trying to put out some guidance and some of my thinking out in the public because that's important to me when it comes down to it. That I can say, hey, here's the way that I'm advertising my products, right? Here's what I'm doing, and here's why I believe these products are truly within the bounds of a product and service and not constituting a security. And I have this tweet that I put out last night. I really think that the future of what we're seeing here is where NFTs are the digital albums, okay? And the coin is like digital tickets. I just posted it up above. You can see it, but it's literally like digital tickets to a limited capacity, digital audience and digital group and collective. Similar to a DAO, but it's not necessarily the same as a DAO. I think it's a little bit different. It's a social currency. It's a social token for a creator. And there's new frameworks we need to find. But for music, I just think the most important thing is to continue pushing that this is truly NFTs are digital albums. The coin is digital tickets. It's really a platform for facilitating payments and product sales. And people need to understand that so that people can stop, degenerating the conversation down to just screaming everything is a security. And I think it's going to take people that understand the market and can, I can talk back to any lawyer that wants to come in here and go at it on this movement. But I think this really is the future of products and services that are being sold. The NFTs are clearly a digital album product, and the coin is facilitating the sale of our product and services as well as access to live events and things that go on even on a daily basis like this show. The coin truly represents access within this show and within this community, whether that's a VIP level of access or just simply a general admission. So I think the more that we talk about these products through the light of words, people can understand, the more that we can really help to educate the community on why what's okay and what might be okay, right? Let's say, and why these things are the way they are. So I just thought that was the thing I was thinking last night. People don't get it yet. But the NFTs are like your digital albums. The coin is like your digital tickets. This is the future of music, the future of music NFTs. So Eric, every time you come in, I just want to talk. I like to talk about that stuff, and I like what you guys are doing. Continuing to push this space forward. So Eric, let's do it too much. Like me, right? Keep on getting to this one. What's up, man? How are you doing? interpretation of everyone. You know, I won't say the name of it, but there's someone's account that's here on Twitter that's pretty big. They're known, like everybody knows this person. It's a negative five. Man, I was reading through his tweets the other day, and I just looked at them and I was like, holy shit, this guy is like the embodiment of like negative perspective. And it just made me think, like, some people just blow up and make an audience of haters. Like, that's they're the ringleader of the haters, you know? Like, every tweet they post is a negative thing. I never understand that, but it's true. We got nuts. What's up, nuts? What's up, my G? Come on, guys. What's up, boys? I got some community here going on out there. Just to show some love. Nice, man. Nice. But I was gonna dance with you. Like, I don't know shit about this. I just enter NFTs like no weakness. Random stuff. Like, my first NFT was Corona when it came out. I mean, well, now I got like 100 NFTs in 2 weeks.
I've taken 20 grand for first you make a tweet and get everyone to retweet it. Other use Twitter Twitter or something. So imagine like 15 minutes, someone did like it 14. It's 15 minutes more and 14. I do know what you mean. That sounds like quite a lot. But why don't we just give it to someone who buys in the next hour or so? Yeah, let's do it. Let's just be guys. Like, someone buys, someone's gonna get a free NFT. I'm here.
Oh yeah, some of the big.
And you can make a tweet, like a giveaway tweet. Usually you want to tell people to like retweet, tag some friends, and put the Twitter spaces like what Finny did. You know, Finny just picked someone from the room we bought. So yeah. Anyway, let's you can go ahead and try it. You know, and guys, definitely go check out the finale. Man, we're excited about what's going on. And like I said, we're working on a big partnership right now, so let's get it going. Yeah, thanks for getting over with you can be safe and get some and all the NFTs and shit on Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Talking to the finale guys right now. I want to get this selfie. Yeah, what you guys are So, you want to know about the finale LP? Yeah. So we're going to launch an LP where you can swap back and forth Dylan finale, and actually the finale team and the mid are going to be putting in. So I don't think they've even bought yet. So there's even more buys that are coming in. So yeah, they're going to get Bill Coin and they're both going to throw in pretty cool together. Nice. When we use that. Where you going to have those? That's what I'm trying to figure out now. But you can always, just wait for it. If you're interested in participating, then just wait for it. Yeah, it'll be playing up. Sure. And I'm thinking about flipping something on the NFTs. going. It's been a long day and a great day. I see some people are, a lot of people are getting excited. Finale. Man, airdropping people have some great stuff going on. Let's go. All right, so we have some hands up. Go ahead, Tricky. What's up? This positivity has got me feeling like Oprah a little bit, so I got a little announcement here for everybody in the room. I'm going to post a little giveaway. I am a brand ambassador for a company, a brand called ROTHSCHILD. It is an awesome group of people who work out of Sri Lanka and India. They help people and they help children. They're great people to get involved with. I'm going to go ahead and pin their post up to the top. And anyone who retweets that, tags 3 people, and likes it is going to get whitelisted for their V2s. Their V2s are coming out on the 26th. It's a free mint on Ethereum. And the new art is fire. So this is definitely a good opportunity to get in on a free mint. And they're just good people too, so you definitely want to give them a call. I'm going to go ahead and post this to the top. There you go. Retweet that. Drop your wallet. Tag some friends. I'm gonna get a bunch of people off that, and I don't know. I'm not even gonna tell you how many. Maybe I'll pick 1 or 2 or 3. Maybe I'll just grab half of them. I don't know. Go ahead and retweet it. Drop that out, and let's see what happens. Right? Oh yeah. Go check it out, guys. Jackie's always working on some good stuff. We gotta support him. Just see Nate Carter. Shout out to Nate Carter for tagging me under an Adrian Denman post. Okay, that's what's up. I'll say would love to have you, Adrian. Love to have you, Adrian. That's good. Let's get Adrian Denman in here. About time. Sound check. Yeah, he's just been crazy, so I missed him on the past couple of hours. Jack was so screwed. Now maybe in a team pick or something. It's still going. Finale gang.xyz. And that's on my new website. It's on, my website. We have contact wallet and everything. Do that. But yeah, I'm not going to nightmare. Everybody else doing okay? Yeah, man, we're doing good. What was a nightmare for you? What happened? The same day, actually, I had lightning hit my tree right next to my pump, and it just put out my neighbor's pump and my pump in my ear. And then, I got the fucking team people giving me shit. They have not paid anything. And I've got, apparently, $19,000 worth of damage on this thing. I've already been dealing with it. I could buy a new pool for that. Nightmare. In Texas, I work in Nashville, right near that, just south of the hurricane. Last year, a year and a half ago, it was in October, so it wasn't last year, 2 years ago. Every street came down, destroyed part of the road. I was 7th grade, and now I raised our rates, the church rates. So it's like, yeah, I was like, you turn around and just normally everybody's she has like high man, it's unreal. Taxes actually more than it's you gotta charge as a percentage. You gotta charge the property tax in order to provide all those utilities and social benefits. The access to have good transportation and safe transportation, but yeah, the it's like the bike lane is in the road in a way that is almost more dangerous than what they had to deal with before. Yeah, it's definitely scary. I would like to see more bike traffic.
All right, well, that's cool. What is fascinating? I am fucking so into Oliver Stone right now. It's unfucking real. This nuclear discussion is amazing. Shout out to Joe Rogan for creating such a beautiful platform for all countries. Shout out to me for doing the same. Oh man, you were crying earlier. I'm still crying. Nobody uses a phone like this if they don't have sight. You really have to, like, can you read it? I wouldn't know what to do with this thing. Really? Yeah, I'm near side of the class. Can you close? There's that. You're crying, little bitch. Shut up, yo. You're like, you're doing an impression of your mom. I'm gonna do an impression of your. I sent her mail once. Really, you should be like, dude, you mailed my mom. I'm like, dog. It was for you. I didn't have your address. Like, you're obsessed. You're obsessed. Like, with what? Like, my mom. I never met her, but I think I did. I met Katie Yoshinaga, I think, once. And Richie. Really? Yeah, he really likes Richie. He looks up to Richie. We all look up to Richie. What about Ricky? Ricky. But his name's Richie. Oh, we go. Really? Oh my fucking Christ, you poor dog. Dude, all about this nuclear discussion. Is today better than yesterday? Yeah, man, I didn't get served that yet. God willing, I don't. Anymore. I want this thing to be over.
Decided to make a documentary.
I would say this to all my friends in the
Was
world.
it simply just speak?
I really don't feel like I did anything wrong. In fact, I did. I feel like I did everything correctly. Even by putting them on blast, fuck yeah, I can go to the police. And I had no other way. And I fought for my rep. It sounds like Colonel Rebecca. And I know no one else would do it. No one else had the courage to do it. But I loved her like a mother. Not fully like my mom, but like very close. She cared about me, and she took good care of me. She's like an adopted mother. And I'm not just going to let this situation go down without a fight. And I know, given it enough time, I will be victorious, even if I had to go to jail. I just know.
As you had the
I
information.
just know I'm fucking right on a lot of things.
How this is just not a story to be told correctly.
Oh, I read a review of the New York Times about Joshua Goldstein's book with Steve, the Swedish nuclear scientist, and it was called Bright Future. I bought the book, read it. It's very practical, simple, and it goes into the truth, which is it's been a lot of lies. And I bought the book and made the review with him. He gave me a lot of things I had to learn how I had to try. It was difficult. It's not an easy thing.
No,
It's to a ninth grade level. Yeah, it's simple.
It absolutely is. Yeah, definitely. It's just very important to do. I'm really glad you did it because I've talked to so many intelligent people that share your perspective on this, but it's just not being discussed publicly enough. And it might have been our solution the whole time. Yeah. Yeah, I shouldn't have said might have.
Eisenhower was on the right path.
Yeah.
And John Kennedy supported him. He got derailed, obviously, in the 70s with Ralph Nader was very influential. And he's done great work with Nader, but of course, on car safety,
Do you think people exaggerated it because they have their own heightened anxiety about it? And so it's not like they did it on purpose. They did it because they were genuinely missing.
That's good.
Yeah.
Like, Nader is a good man.
Yeah,
but he's not doing these things. He's right. But it's a question of jury, he said all the things that involve a reactor slash it's not going to blow up Cleveland. Right. It's not a bomb. And unfortunately, that was original confusion. It's never been.
But there wasn't also no one to counter him. Like, who would counter him back then? Scientists did, but someone publicly.
I would like to answer. I don't agree. Well, frankly, do you remember the guy who started Greenpeace? Co-founder of Greenpeace. He came out and said, we were right about a lot of things in Greenpeace. The whale, saving the whale. We were right about toxic waste. We were right about nuclear bombs. We were wrong about nuclear energy. We got it wrong. He says that in the film. It's a wonderful statement. Again, I guess when you get the negative first, yeah, you don't go to the positive.
Yeah, that's the problem. We're slaves to our initial impressions.
That's the point. Maturity.
Yes.
It's when they're a little smarter.
Yes. it's just very difficult for people to do. It's a lesson that doesn't get taught enough, that you are not your ideas. And once you start talking about a subject, particularly something that is a world-changing subject like nuclear power or renewable energy, you have to be, it's not you. But these arguments are not you. You have to look at just the data. You have to look at the data. And just because you had an initial idea about something, don't
Exactly.
look at it correctly.
Exactly.
Because it is, people associate themselves with ideas, and if they've espoused an idea, and somehow or another think they have to defend it to the end. And it's a terrible trap to get into. And I've seen brilliant people get into that trap. It's a terrible trap. You're not your ideas. They're just ideas. And you're certainly not something that is a very nuanced and complicated issue like nuclear power. You could be a person who was anti-nuclear power a few decades ago, or even a few months ago, and get new information. Go, oh, okay, this is what I thought. This is where I was wrong, and that's better for everybody. If people learn how to do that, we can move past a lot of silly shit in this country.
I wish Jake Fonda would come out the other way.
What is she on now?
I admire Vietnam stand.
Oh, yeah.
She meet a lot of people understood this and came out. But so was, there's a lot of other people know this. Matt Taibbi and Russell Brand.
Yeah.
They understand. They've done meeting with smart people. You gotta get it out. You gotta have.
They're smart people and they're courageous enough to just start
As I say, the film, with Josh, has been around. It's been discredited constantly, but it won't die. It's like something that just sticks around, because it's good. It's the truth. I think he's going to be inevitable because there's no future. We can talk about carbon capture. We can talk about all the things that are good. Fusion is a great solution. I love fusion. I was just up at MIT with Dr. Dennis White. He's the head of the program there. He's a fusion plasma. Beautiful. Amazing amount of work. And then it'll work in the second part of the century. But right now, we have 2020 to 2050. We've got to do this hard. And there's no, that fusion is not there yet. That's the mission has.
There's also some research that's being done on utilizing the spent fuel cells, utilizing the waste, and converting it into batteries. Correct? Isn't that it?
Russia, they had a bigger reactor than I saw at Belyarsk, which went out to the middle of Russia. I forgot exactly where it is. That's a beautiful design. This is 600 designed many years ago, and it does breed more than it breeds more. Yeah, and it's expensive. That's the problem. Can they standardize it? That's the other problem. You have to make it cheap. But the Russians have done it, and now they're doing it at 800, which is one. So we don't have focus for that. But on the U.S. side, they have all these smaller. We have GE working with Hitachi, which is Japanese government. They SMRs, small modular, with some capacity.
Radioactive diamond batteries. In years, the nano diamond battery's power comes from radioactive isotopes used in nuclear reactors. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. So as technology advances, and obviously technology would, whatever they're able to do now, or even have they actually done this, or is this just theoretical? It unveiled a battery that uses nuclear waste. They're saying that they actually have a functional product. Wow. Oh, I thought it was theoretical. I don't know they're already making batteries. But if they can do that, I mean, bingo. Now we have a problem with electric cars, right? That was the problem. Electric cars, the batteries. That's the giant issue is you're getting lithium out of the ground. And most of it is sourced through unethical ways. You're getting cobalt. Most of that's sourced through unethical ways. But if they can make batteries out of fucking diamonds, how crazy is that? We're all running around on cars, built on new stories.
It has to be cut in size. It has to be cut in size. Dimension, scalability. You can make an iPhone, you can make a car, individual basis. I mean, make it so it works on cut in size. You know, we're talking about look at the world now.
Well, I think we have to look in terms of a long period of time. If you go back to just the invention of electricity to the time where everybody's carrying around a battery-powered cell phone in their pocket, you're not talking about that long. I'm talking about a couple of hundred years. We're looking at it like, oh my God, we've got to get it done tomorrow. I don't think you do get this thing done tomorrow. I think a big step is what you're describing in your documentary. That's a big step. A big step is like understanding nuclear power is a fantastic way forward. And if they really can make batteries out of nuclear waste, now we have instead of a problem, now we've got a commodity. Now you've got something that can do it.
Bill Gates.
Hold on a second. I Googled it again. It's not like 2017. They were saying this was still a hoax.
So our nuclear diamond battery is too good to be true. You're probably wondering what the catch is. There's a diamond battery out there that releases nuclear waste, lasts thousands of years, and involves layers of only the most minuscule diamonds. It's slightly more complicated than that. Each battery cell will produce only a small amount of energy for one thing. So scientists must combine the cells in huge, raising the cost a great deal, along with increasing the complexity. So I guess the battery would have to be big. Touts the tiny share of the nano battery diamond cells as an advantage for scalability. Now, take the battery for a wristwatch, for instance, it consumes around 2 microwatts. Much smaller NDB cell would be sufficient. Okay, so that's smaller than the battery that's on your watch. It's pretty small. So if you need power a different application, the number of stacked cells can be increased to meet the demand. That sounds like every battery.
Listen, Bill Gates, the film says, he's put $1 billion into the battery business. He's really done a lot of integration as well. He's doing great work on nuclear. He says there's no battery. That's what it's going to take a miracle. It's just not going to happen. He says, he's not proud of it. I don't know why he's running away from it. I think he should be very proud of using it. Because it was a tremendous discovery by Curie.
I think a lot of people are skittish about the conversation.
Yes, I've noticed that.
Yeah.
Why does now voice come in the film?
Yeah, it's true. Good point.
You know, it's nuts. It's like right?
Yep, I can tell. You're ready to go. You gotta pee. Okay. That works. So tritium is the stuff that they make. That also lights up the watch hands. They put that stuff inside watches. It lasts for like 25 years. Yeah, I have one of those. I have a marathon watch, and it's like even if it's like pitch blackout, all of the hour indicators are all lit up permanent. It's really cool. And that's radioactive too, and it's totally safe. That's what it looks like. That's what tritium looks like. Have you ever seen it on the watch hand? It's really beautiful. Click on that image hand. That's what it looks like. So it like lights up permanently. Like you have little radiation on your wrist.
You can clean up. So you set that water, it's real tritium. And Josh, my co-author, saying, you know, I can drink a gallon of tritium and it would be nothing equivalent to one banana. So it's a horrible shit.
Really? You drink a gallon of tritium? Yeah. It's about what negative aspect of a banana?
It says the electrons.
Oh wow!
Just don't penetrate. You know, it's just I'm not a scientist.
I understand. I'm not either. So I buy it. But I love the fact that my watch had these little indicators that are
You know, you can't dump it in the Pacific. That's what the environmentalists say. Where is it safe? When you see those ones,
yeah, there's a company called Ball, and all their watches. So they've been doing it for making these watches for a long time. They're famous for the fact that all their indicators are radioactive. You never had a watch?
and I kind of time in my head.
Yeah,
That kind of sense.
good for you. Yeah, you don't want to be a slave to this thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I want to get rid of those.
Do you still rock a smartphone though? Right. That's basically a clock anyway. You get your time from it. Yeah, it's a clock. Yeah, it's a lot of time. Yeah, double this DNA copy. Yeah, you can't have two because then someone else would copy your phone. And they would start using your phone. Yeah, it's about getting access to, have credit cards that are on it, all the data that they can sell. Yeah, they're selling data no matter what anyway. It's the weirdest commodity that's ever existed. The thing that people didn't even know was worth it. Worried about losing your phone? Sure. Yeah, I worry about losing my phone. Yeah, I try not to. You probably have an automatic shut off on your account. Right, it's a credit card. Yeah, but it's very inconvenient, obviously. So I use my phone instead of my car too. That's not dangerous. Right, it's not dangerous. My phone operates with Tesla. I don't even have to have a key. Just have to have a phone. Phone operates your Tesla. Yeah. How do you do that? Just it knows that it's me. So the app knows that it's me. So as if it's in my phone, and rather the phone's in my pocket, and I walk towards the Tesla, the door's open. It lets me in. It knows it's me. I don't even have to have a key on it. It's like, I don't have my key. Don't worry about it. We know it's you. But also, someone can take your phone, and without even unlocking it, they can just start driving the Tesla. That's true too. Because when you walk towards the car, it just goes off. Even if your phone's not even unlocked. That's not good. Because then if somebody gets your phone, they're going, how did you so smart? I'm not that smart. I am not. Oh, dude, I barely made it through high school, and then I went to UMass Boston. I was in Newport, South High School, Massachusetts. Yeah, suburb outside Boston. Yeah. I think the thing that's helped me more than anything is being on this show, having conversations. It's like you think of education as being something. Obviously, you sit in the classroom, you're observing a lot. You get a lot of education. Kids today that are going through the workload that they have to go through to put in to get a bachelor's degree and then a master's or PhD. It's insane amount. You're absorbing it from these different subjects, absorbing all that information. Improvement. That's your degree. Yeah. It's hard to look at 20 fiction feature films, 10 documentaries. Yeah. So I think it's so important, especially to do the work. How else can you relate? How else can you keep it? You have to. It's fun. Yeah. It's better, of course, what the this is confusing. Like, bullshit. And forth, back and forth. If you don't believe it, I found out. Sometimes it's so good. Yeah. Real bad. Real storage. Absolutely. I think there's two schools of thought when it comes to climate change. There's a school of thought that it's not an issue, it's a natural cycle, and there's a school of thought that human beings are pushing the world to the brink of demise. I think human beings are doing a lot. Whenever people try to come up with excuses for things, I was like, well, it's always been this way. But how much impact are we having? Instead of looking at it like the climate's always going to change, which it always does. That's the thing about the climate. If you look at the climate models of when they do ice core samples, and they try to figure out how warm it used to be and what the atmosphere was like, it's always changed. It's changed radically. But how much are we fucking it up? Forget about it. It's never static. It's never like the climate is like this. Right? If human beings never existed, internal combustion engine stable, there's no flat, safe, we get to this, we're on a life vest, we're on a life raft, we're going to make it out. No. That's all nonsense. That's it. It's ice ages. The reality is super volcanoes. The reality is asteroid impacts. That's the reality. And those are the horrific things that radically change the temperature of Earth and the environment and all kinds of things. What about that lady in the summer? Christ, that's crazy too. Those are things that are, those are things that are absolutely so
especially in Texas, that
Oh, it's incredible. There's an amazing video. This guy driving at night, and the tornado's in the distance, and you only see it when the lightning strikes, and it's huge. I mean, it's like city blocks, and it's in the sky. It's just a massive funnel, and these people are in a car, and they're just driving down the road watching this. It's fucking wild. You find it? Watch this. Look at this. Look at that. Look at the size of that thing. I mean, how terrifying is that? Terrifying. Oh, that's scarier than King Kong, Godzilla, all the above. Real things. Real things. Not nuclear power. The angry sky monster that comes down and destroys cities.
there's nuclear power in that electricity.
Oh, yeah.
It was all okay for the being supernova that explode. Yeah, supernovas exploding all the time. Where does it all start? We don't really know. There's no beginning.
No, I think we have these biological limitations that we put in the universe. There's a birth and a death. There's this explosion. Right.
And before that was another explosion.
Right. But there's a great piece, great documentary on hypernovas that I watched once. And, when they first started discovering hypernovas, they thought that there was aliens having war in the sky because there was explosions that were taking place in far distant portions of the universe. And they were like, what is happening? These are happening on a regular basis. And then they realized that these were hypernovas. Yeah, they destroy solar systems, they destroy everything. Like it's an immense explosion. Yes, 100%. Yeah, I just don't know if it's here. I don't know if it's visited. But just the vastness of the universe itself, if you believe in the concept of infinity, it means that the possibilities of this happening exactly the way we are also infinite. It's not infinity. It's really hard to put it in your head because it doesn't make sense. But true infinity would mean that everything that you've ever done and everything that I've ever done and everything we've ever said and every piece of paper you ever put down, all that has happened an infinite number of times in the universe, in some other place. That's how crazy, and every other variable in between. That's how crazy infinity is. So I think that if we imagine that we're the only ones, that seems silly. It doesn't even make sense. It's kind of like nuclear power. Because you talk about nuclear power to people who go, wait, nuclear bombs, nuclear bad. Nuclear is dangerous. Nuclear is dangerous. I think we think that way about aliens. Because I think there's been so many kooks that have had so many fake stories and so many doctored photos and everything's blurry and just weird people that probably lie, and then compelling stories that are really confusing, like really intelligent people like Commander David Free, who was a fighter jet pilot in 2004 and encountered this thing that they tracked going from 50,000 feet above sea level to 50 in a second. There's video of this thing. Yeah, there's a video of this thing. They tracked. They think it was interacting with something that was submerged. They were as that close, and then this thing, when it jetted off at this insane rate of speed. First of all, it blocked their tracking. It blocked their whatever the radar or whatever sensors that they were using, and then it shot off at an insane rate of speed and stopped at their cat point, which is the point where the predetermined point where they were going to meet up in this exercise that they were doing. This thing went to that spot. It was 20 feet long. It looked like a tic-tac. And it was just hovering like a tic-tac, like a candy, like little white tic-tac candy. So they call it the tic-tac UFO. When I talk to guys like that, I go, well, if it's not a UFO, if that's not from another planet, that is maybe more scary than if the Chinese have something that's that advanced, that can move like that. Is this some new type of technology that might be available to the probably just like the high-end military applications that they're using for drones and all these different propulsion methods. If they figured something that crazy out, it's kind of game over. If they go 50,000 feet above sea level to 50 in a second, like what is that? But they wanted to use it. Perhaps. Or perhaps it's or a probe from some alien planet or something non-biological. Maybe they've gotten past the necessity of biological flight alien which want to visit this place. 100% with the culture. No, definitely not. Like it's the reason why. Did you watch Chimp Empire? Chimp Empire. It's this amazing documentary series that's on Netflix right now, and it's about these embedded journalists who document chimpanzee life in this part of the very deep in the jungle called a place called Ngogo. And it's incredible because the scientists that laid the groundwork for this documentary, they've been studying this particular group of chimpanzees for 30 years. So the chimpanzees have become completely fine with them being around. They have like rules of interaction. They have to stay within, I think, 20 yards of the chimpanzees at all times. And as long as they do that, the chimpanzees behave as if they don't exist. And they enact in war, they kill monkeys, they hunt, they defend their territory, they take over new territory, they do all this stuff in front of people. But they don't interact with the chimpanzees and they don't interrupt their life. I think that's what the aliens do with us, because that's what we do with intelligent primates. Why would you do any different if you were an alien? I think if I was an alien life form, I would make sure that the chimps don't blow themselves up. Like if chimpanzees in Ngogo, all of a sudden they develop TNT and they start soldering and they're building bombs and they're planting. I'm like, oh, okay, hold on, fellas, you can't blow yourselves up. You can't just be blowing the jungle up and starting fires. Let's stop. If I was an alien life form, I would treat human beings the same way that I, as a human being, would treat chimpanzees if they started developing bombs. Like, we need to get the bombs away from the chimps. I would, if chimpanzees developed like missiles and they started shooting missiles at each other through the jungle, do you think we'd be like, hey, cut the shit? You're not even people. Only people are allowed to kill people like that. I think if alien life forms do exist, I think the most likely strategy is the one that we use on higher planets, on lower planets. Right? We don't interfere. We observe, but the true scientists, they just sort of stand back and watch. And the chimpanzees don't just seem to have any problem with these people being around. That's occasionally they get curious, and when they start walking towards the person just keeps backing up. And as long as they stay a certain distance, the chimp loses interest. Really weird. You just can't be in front of them ever. And you just can never like raise your voice. You can't behave in a threatening way. And they just interact with chimps. And this documentary is coming up. It's out right now. It's out on Netflix. It's fantastic. It's really fantastic. But learning too much. The point is, like, I think that if there are aliens, I think they would do the same. I think they would just make sure we don't blow ourselves up, watch, and maybe, let us know occasionally. That's what I would do. I would like, just like the scientists had to slowly habituate themselves to chimpanzees. They had to slowly do it. They did it over, because at first the chimpanzees ran, and they had to figure out some sort of way that they can just be around them enough, and the chimpanzees relaxed. And as soon as they realized they were never a threat, and then generations of them realized they were never a threat, then they could do the work. Pretty wild stuff. I think that would do that for us. I would just sit around and watch. That's what I do love going to cats. I love cats who they watch us. Yeah, sure. I think it was an alien form, isn't it? A cat. Oh, yeah, sure. So are dogs. Yeah, swords. What a bizarre alien life. Goldfish, for that matter, is an alien. Oh, my God. Some of the most alien looking stuff is in the ocean for sure. I mean, octopus. Most people are smart. They're so smart. They figure out jars. They know how to unscrew jars. And they also can camouflage themselves to look exactly like the floor. Have you ever seen octopuses do that? No. Oh my God, you have to see this. My friend Rabbi Warren used to have a show called Apex Predator. It was what he would do is like study all of the different methods that different apex predators used, and see like is there anything you can emulate this whole thing. But this shows some footage of octopuses camouflaging themselves to their environment. It's insane. It's alien. This was what Remy said. He goes, dude, they're aliens. He goes, I've never seen anything like it. And he had no idea until he filmed this show, I don't think, of how complex their ability to blend in is. But that's octopus. Right there. That thing you're looking at. They make themselves look like plants. They make themselves look like coral. They make themselves look like rock. Watch when they get over. Look how he changes color depending on what he's on. Yes, that's octopus. Look at that. Watch what he does. He blends in with the plant. And he blends in with the texture of the soil underneath the plant. No, because he's a predator. So as these fish swim in looking to eat, this octopus is hiding. Like they have octopuses that kill sharks. There's a video of they had this. See, Google octopus kill shark in aquarium. Yeah, they camouflage themselves to look like anything. Look at this. Watch how it does this. So just get some good footage of what they do when they get over things. When they get over it, they've done it like cuttlefish, which are also similar. I think they're called cephalopods. They do it where they've done them where they try to emulate a chessboard. How bizarre is this? They change their texture. I mean, what a crazy little thing that's moving around at the bottom of the ocean, changing its texture, changing its colors to look exactly like its environment. Like, look at this thing. It's fucking bonkers. That's an alien. I mean, if we found that on another planet, we'd be like, what the fuck is that thing? For the DOD study. Yeah, they probably don't. Instead, they're sushi. We try to do sushi. That's right. We just grill them. So that's an insanely fascinating animal. We just don't. We think of them as being so far removed from us that they're okay to eat.
Well, if you think about it, no, I mean, I stopped eating meat. I stopped eating meat.
How do you feel? Do you eat eggs? Yeah.
Chicken.
Well, they're not even earlier chickens. They never become chickens because there's no rooster. They're just non-fertilized eggs. They're totally, it's like karma free. Like, as long as the chicken, that's the only karma. Right?
Chickens.
Game changer. Yes, I have. Yeah. Turn you off to what? Yeah. That's a complex conversation. Human beings have been eating meat since the beginning of time. And a lot of the problems with these studies that are associated with whether or not meat is bad for you, a lot of these things are, what they're doing is basically they're asking you to take a survey. And if you say you eat meat 4 times a week or 5 times a week, and then they make some sort of correlation and say, well, the people that ate meat more consistently had more cancer, more this, more diabetes, which may be true. But also, what else did they eat? Because if they ate meat 5 times a week, I guarantee you they were drinking Coca-Cola. I guarantee you they were eating bread. I guarantee you they were eating spaghetti. I guarantee you they were eating candy. I guarantee you Monster Energy drinks. I want to know what the fuck they ate. Don't tell me that because the people that eat meat more, because people that eat meat more generally, if you go by the narrative, the same kind of narrative, if you go by that narrative, the people that chuck it off and don't give a shit, those are the same people that smoke cigarettes, drink whiskey, They don't care if it's bad for you. They're going to eat meat, right? But that doesn't mean meat's bad for you. Because if they did a real study on like what happens when people eat nothing but grass-fed meat and fruit and vegetables from an organic farm, let's monitor that. And I bet they would do a lot fucking better than the standard Americans, right? That's the problem. Isn't meat. The problem is what kind of meat? What are you eating with meat? People have been eating meat since the beginning of time. That's not the problem. And if you look at human beings, look at photos of people on the beach in 1970, right? You ever see that? Or 1950, 1960? And then look at people on the beach today. That's not meat. That's not meat. That's sugar. That's sugar. That's an abundance of complex carbohydrates. An abundance of simple carbohydrates, an abundance of food, just too much food. Way more food than your body is burning off. You get bigger and bigger and bigger. And the food is addictive. It's addictive. Oh my God.
Autograph. It's quite shocking.
Yeah, well, also preservatives have allowed us to store things much else. People binge eat in the night. It's like, man, we did muscle up. Oh yeah, we got more jobs. Yeah, but I think you also learned to eat more protein, got larger, learned how to exercise better, became more of a thing. Like actually, you really should just do it. Yeah, whereas before it was probably seen as a luxury. Harder lives. I didn't think of getting fit muscular.
What about women?
Yeah,
You ever talk about that? What? Should they work out?
oh yeah, but everyone should. I think just to maintain your body, you just want to do it in a way where you're not going to get hurt. That's the most important thing. Do it in a really smart way. If you can, do it with a trainer. But everyone should do something, whether it's yoga, or push-ups, or sit-ups and chin-ups, bodyweight stuff. You know, amazing workout done at the chin-up bar and just your body, just your physical body. You don't really need to go to a gym, but you really should get someone to show you how to do stuff if you don't know how to do it. And it helps if someone can help you write out a program. It's like a good program for someone who's, if they assess like your physical ability. You don't want to get like a person who just started to run like David Goggins. That would be ridiculous. But you want them to be able to build up and build up in a way where the body's recovering and they continue to push themselves, but they're not. That's what you have. And I say that to everybody. I think everybody should. It's just my suggestion. I know people that are very happy that don't exercise at all. It is possible. It's just not possible for me. And I don't know what it's like for everybody else because I'm not you. But I can only tell you how it feels for me. And for me, I believe that people that say they don't need to exercise, maybe everyone's different. It seems like we are anyway, like everything else. But for most people, if you just want to maintain your physical frame, if you want to maintain your functionality of your body, I really think it's imperative. I don't know what makes less sense. If you don't use your body, it breaks down and then you can't get around. And that sucks. And when you can't get around, then you would be willing to do anything to get it in motion again. Well, you can mitigate a lot of that by exercise. A lot of it. Just keep your body fit and strong, and you don't have to worry as much about all the things that plague people. You worry less. You worry less if your body works well. Much less.
Well, we got out of this with climate change.
Yeah.
I was saying to climate change, it exists, but it does. It's still advocating for their advantage.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. Great point.
And the IPCC, I believe that other scientists
No, I believe it.
the IPCC says 2015 is a working point. And we go back and check the charts from 1982, 1980, and 2000. They were from 2000 to 2020, and they're accurate, very close to accurate. In fact, now, so have to believe it does it 40 years maybe now. It doesn't make sense to me. Personally, this path CO2 considered these charts. Say about this.
Yeah, absolutely. You see the right?
You see,
Absolutely.
you see the storms are big.
Well, I don't know if they're bigger. I think I think that our new argument is that what is the actual stats on? Because people say that all the time, like storms are bigger than ever before. I don't think that's true. I think the storms have actually lessened in intensity but increased the amount of them. I think that's. But all of it's not good. Whatever we're doing. See, the problem with me with climate change is that I always get wary when things become ideological. When people start talking about it, like, listen, you've got to act now. And if you don't, I'm like, hold on. How much do you know about this? And how much are you just saying a narrative? Because a lot of people want to argue ferociously about a narrative that they didn't even really look into that much. And that's the thing about it on both sides. Even the Republicans have the people that want to dismiss it. I was having a conversation with a guy in jiu-jitsu once about it's a natural cycle, no matter what, it's a natural cycle. The earth warms. I go, how much work have you done on this? You know how crazy it is to be that sure when no one's sure? That's the whole reason why they're having this debate. It's because no one can definitively prove how much of an impact we're going to have on us in 100 years, 150 years. What's going to happen? No one can. How can you be so confident that it's just a natural cycle? But it's a right-wing perspective. Like, he had bought into this. It's all bullshit. It's a natural cycle. Like, bro, how do you know? But you know because you don't like the people that think that we have to ban cars that use internal combustion engines. You don't like the people that think we have to stop and close coal plant. You don't like those people. You think those people are annoying. So you decided to be annoying in the opposite way. And that's what it is.
When you go to a city with horrible air,
Yeah,
like Los Angeles used to be, like India,
terrible. Well, there's also an issue with brake dust. When you're in a very crowded urban environment, brake dust, that stuff, get on your wheels. You don't know what brake dust is? When you're using the brakes in your car, what's happening is there's this hydraulic pad that presses against a disc, and the friction of that is what stops your car from moving forward. Right? So when that happens, it makes powder, and this powder goes in the air, and the powder gets all around your wheels. If you've ever cleaned your wheels, if you have like a nice car and you want to clean your wheels, there's all this percent of the fine particulate matter pollution compared to just 7% contributed by exhaust fumes. As all cars give off brake dust, there is no such thing as a truly zero emission vehicle. Yep, same thing. Same method of slowing retardant. Yeah. Does it have a less in carbon fiber brakes? Is it the same effect on carbon fiber brakes? Google that. Because they don't. Because they don't show up. What's interesting is when you have carbon fiber brakes, it doesn't leak that dust all. At least I don't think it's the same. The same thing. Carbon fiber brakes, brake dust. Yeah. They're quieter than organic or metallic pads and produce less dust. There it is. They also last significantly longer, can tolerate a greater range of temperatures, and fade less as they heat up. Traffic process. I have virtually, carbon ceramic brakes produce virtually zero brake dust. I mean, like, they literally do not dust at all. That does not sound scientific. Like, they literally do not dust at all. What's on the wheels will be what's on your paint, normal road dirt from driving around. Yeah, that's what I've found just from driving around my road.
asking this question that make me very curious. It's the pessimism here that you think with dystopia because you see it, it's always about sensational stuff. News is awful, but it just thrives on sensational. Bad news, yes. Or is this that? So, I'm afraid. Do you think this is?
We should be afraid, but I think we should be aware. And I don't think that this demise fear. And if you look around and see the Coliseum, they're not there anymore. those people are gone. Like the people that built that, that's just gonna happen. It's gonna happen to us too, and it's gonna happen to us biologically too. So there's this constant fear of so many different things. Like, carry around with this all the time as you day or dead skull. So I don't think it's healthy. I don't think it's healthy to live your life embracing that. I think you gotta be aware of it, but you gotta live in the moment. As stupid and corny as that sounds, that's the only way. Otherwise, you're gonna be freaking out from anxiety. If you can't just live in the moment, you're always gonna have too much anxiety. But it's not.
Just decays.
Well, not only.
No, that's great. This is 99% it decays.
Yeah, let's
Swallow the 1%.
right. You can swallow it.
Yeah.
Not a lot, though. Don't swallow it all the time.
There is a certain amount of radioactivity in our bodies.
Sure.
But that is I'll probably find some other foods.
I don't know what foods are radioactive. I know what airplane travel is. Yeah. I bet rocks are, aren't they? Like rocks?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Banana contains about 450 milligrams of potassium and contains K40 content. Chest X-ray delivers 10 mREM. Yeah, interesting. So it's the tiniest amount. Interesting. You need 100 bananas to get to that 0.1. What about air travel? Like, isn't that like getting an X-ray? Do they eat 3 times a month? Yeah, are they in nature? So the body gets something 4 times. We're exposed to low levels of radiation when we fly. You'll be exposed to about 0.035 milliamps. Cosmic radiation if you fly in the United States from the East Coast to the West Coast. This amount of radiation is less than the amount of radiation received from a chest X-ray. Less. Interesting.
No, that's those most severe things, the X-rays, the dental, and MRIs.
When did doctors start X-ray on that? Like, when did they get hip to the fuck out of here? I'm doing this every day. Well, I want to know that. When? Because they must have stayed in the room for a while. Like, I want to see this thing. I'm done with this thing. It's like they're setting a bomb. When did they start doing that? Well, when you think about things like the Iridium Girls Brothers, right.
How many years is it?
Okay, they were wearing a shield like a fucking jouster. Well, I mean, that's they give it at a time. They're trying to figure out like how they have to not get ingredients. Oh, right. Where you were saying this area is okay. HBRAs, Ramsar, gamma radiation levels are up to about 20 MSVHR at waist level, and a population of about 2,000 lives in this area. Annual exposure levels range from about 20 to 260 MGY. People in hot areas. So, and they don't seem to suffer any sort of health complications from this. Radioactivity is due to local geology. Underground water dissolves radium in uraniferous indigenous rock and carries it to the surface through at least 9 known hot springs, getting a radioactive bath. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, sure. That's another one. A similar sort of situation, right? Yep. Yeah, he's doing it. Okay, so half-ish, so 170 MSV every year. That's a movie. Yeah, it is. Older older. It's an M. Night Shyamalan. I just watched it. Pretty good. It's about that movie, you know. What's it called? Yeah, that's what it's about. Just not so good. I mean, all this one. So the concern that people have about radiation, about exaggerated, and now that you get this documentary, what's next? Like, how else do you kind of get this message going everywhere? Went to Harvard. How's it actually received? Yeah. So I can't tell you. But like June 6th, which is next week. Netflix wouldn't take it. Really, that's why I would go for it. Why do you think Netflix would do this? It's controversial. But they have a lot of controversial stuff on Netflix. Why are these? Even Game Changers is controversial. I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. It just doesn't seem like the documentary is brilliant. I can't imagine why anybody would not want this to get up to history. Is it a business decision? I mean, what is that decision? It can't be. Untold History is also fantastic. But why? What is that decision based on? Is it controversy? Are they trying to avoid a certain kind of political controversy? It's a bummer though, isn't it? So, you know, which way we go. It's going to be available on iTunes. It's also going to be available on Amazon Prime Video, Google Play. And really, ladies and gentlemen, I can't encourage you enough to watch it. Watch it, take the information. It's pretty stunning. It's kind of disheartening because it really does have hope. It's a hopeful film. It's a film that's like, hey, wake up. Got a real solution. Because it can't be done. Yeah, we like, we can't judge this. Right. You have to be like climbing big over that kind of attitude. Yeah, forward. What kind of resistance have you received from people when you bring this film out? Have there been any? I'll tell you exactly. So we went to Venice Film Festival. We I can feel very fear about it. What do we do about this festival? It's totally my agent. She says, no, it's a great movie. That's what it's crazy. It's like no one's going to go crazy. She's in the 70s, that generation. She's, listen to Ralph Nader. She's terrified. Well, it's one of those things that growing up, the fear of 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, I was terrified of nuclear power. I was glad when they stopped using it. When I heard they were still using it, I was like, that's terrible. Why would they use nuclear power? Because I didn't know. I had no political. I wish I could do it as a fiction, but I don't know. Someone, one of your customers, how could you do it as a fiction? I feel like you could. It would you'd have to figure out some way where it's significant. But if you're going to do a female side, it seems a little good. Yeah, a lone scientist. Yeah, that's what happens today, right? Yeah, it's very strange. The guy who made short, like gentlemen, Adam McKay. Sarcastic. 6 years. What movie is this? What's it called? out there. So, I bet I have terrible Don't look up. Oh, I didn't watch that. I heard it was good though. Yeah. Yeah. I heard it was great. But other things were more interesting. Not that it wasn't interesting. It's like it's really just an abundance of choices. There's so much to watch. Like I definitely want to watch it, and I was going to get around to it eventually, but I don't watch that much stuff. I don't have the time. If I'm going to do that, it's like once a week. My situation is hard to catch up. Did you see the last 6 games? I did not. I generally don't want to watch it. It's exciting. It is very exciting. No, I love when I do watch it. I love basketball. I love any athletic events. I love watching people play. It's exciting. It's fun. I enjoy it a lot. It's just I can only watch for the amount of time that I have and the interest that I have. I can only really watch one sport. Martial arts. Yeah, it's really combat sports. It's the only sport that I can really watch on a regular basis. UFC. That's UFC, but the combat sports, that's boxing, wrestling, that's everything. Like I concentrate on combat sports. Like what you said, which is Monday night tonight. I should. I may force myself to watch it now. That's a great story. That's a great story. Let's go. Tell the story. I know how much we have to catch up. You find out what's going on in that game 7. There's a whole lot of stuff.
One team was up 3-0. Which team?
They were up 3-0.
Boston Celtics. Wow, they came back. They won lesser games. They're skin of the team. What's
This is the first time anybody's got the 3-0 and one of us back. That they got back to the 7 games for that.
What's the outcome? What's sort of the perfect thing for the underdog now? Now I'm excited. Does he win? The original underdog was Miami.
I wasn't excited for that.
The Celtics said that they were 15. Their experience. They were get on it and come back. Gods. The Trojans, so they were the Trojans were the Greeks.
Yeah. Well, that's why things have changed so fast. Yeah. That's why boxing is so fast. Did you watch the Devin Haney Lomachenko fight? It was an insane fight. Lomachenko is the older guy. He's about 35 years old. Just served in Ukraine. He's a Ukrainian. Served protecting his country in Europe boxing, and then came back and had this insane fight. Devin Haney was insane. It was so good. It was just this crazy back and forth fight that most people thought, or a lot of people thought, Lomachenko should. It's very unfortunate when stuff like that happens too. That people don't appreciate how good Devin Haney's performance was. We've all been thinking about his Lomachenko should have won. Devin Haney fought amazing too. It was a very good fight. It was a really, really top, high-end fight. Like the consequences of that, going into a fight like that, like watching something like that, like it's such a wild risk. You're going to do this for a living. You get to the pinnacle of the world champion, the greatest 135-pound fighters alive war in front of the world. And watching something like that, to me, it's so overwhelming. There's so much. I'm so interested in it that I don't have really time for this one. What about dating? No, I'm married. Yeah, no, I but I have to be smart about what I do, and I can't get too involved in too many different things. I get obsessed with it. want to be watching all the basketball games. And it's like, if you think about how many hours a week it is, if you have basketball, football, baseball, all these different things you're watching as well, like, oh, there's no time left. Where's your time coming from? There's no way. So even though I think it's very enjoyable, I would enjoy it very much. I just stay away because I just can't get involved in too many different things.
Well, I realize sometimes I don't time myself. I love
That's good.
Watching over, I guess, which have nothing to do with the world today. Like fantasy, I love fantasy. Spend a lot of time in it.
Yeah, it's good to do. It's good to be bored too. It's good to just sit around. It's good to sit around and just be alone with your thoughts. I think we're so constantly inundated with other people's thoughts. It's like, this is part of the thing that happens to social media as well. I think it's also just the way people behave on social media can have an effect on you. You're just constantly worrying about people's opinions and thoughts on things. You're always looking at something. You're always looking at a television. You're always looking at a phone. You're always listening to music. You're always listening to people talk. There's always someone giving you input. Always. All the time. Except when you're sleeping. Except when you're sleeping. Do you sleep? Yes. Yeah, I get 7 at night. I like 7 at night. I'm working out really hard. 7 at night. 7 at night seems to be functional. It's ideal, right? With 7, it's like I can perform pretty well at 7 at night. But if I'm under 7, I get dumber by the hour. Like whatever the hour is, like if I'm like 5 hours, I'm dumber than 6. 4 hours, I'm dumber than 5.
Like it's really haven't been dumb today.
Oliver, you're a brilliant person, and I appreciate you very much. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, and I think your work is fiction films and these documentaries. And this one that you have right now, Nuclear Now, I think it's one of the most important ones that I've ever watched. Because I think you and this film and just the conversations about it can counter this sort of destructive narrative that people have. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. So, my pleasure. Thank you. All right. Bye, everybody.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
How long do you have to stop smoking?
Usually about 5 days.
5 days before a fight.
If you're smoking straight on. But if you're smoking like oil, dabs, and I figured it out when I tested positive in one fight because I was smoking oil and I stopped 5 days out.
Oh, smoking one. Those wacky kids that are dabs of oil. You guys just go too far.
There's way too many ways now, I feel like.
You go to dark places. Do dabs, you go to dark places.
Yeah, especially with dabs, I'm like, that's the like next level extreme.
Yeah, I'm not interested. Just get too far gone. Like, you don't even know how to move your hands right.
There's this stuff that I'm a medical patient in Florida. There's stuff you can get from the dispensary. It's like little nose drops. And that shit like makes you like literally I feel like I can't form a sentence.
Is this a spray?
Yeah, it's just like a nasal spray.
There's so many wacky people in Austin spraying ketamine up their nose. It is a real issue. We had a girl go into a K-hole at our comedy club the other night. Yeah, and her boyfriend's like, she just did a lot of ketamine. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Do that at home, you nuts. They're doing ketamine and going to see comedy. Oh, what I got here is what is going on? How's ketamine? Ketamine's a fucking tranquilizer, right? It's a powerful psychedelic too, right? I feel like there's a lot of people that are doing it like every day, though. Have you done it?
No, I've never messed with anything like
I
that.
took a little of Duncan. Duncan had one. I think he made it his baptism. Weird. But it was very little. Just take one pump. I took like one pump. But I know the source and I know where he's getting it. It's all that. What is that?
Yeah, I don't know. I like a lot of natural things better.
THC is best. Well, yeah, I guess. I was just saying, like, I hurt my back a little bit, tweaked the muscle, and it locked up, and I put on this CBD and recovered. That stuff is insane good. It's incredible. It's amazing that CBD has that kind of power.
Yeah, I've never used a topical cream like that, but I've used like pills and things like that with CBD, and I feel like it definitely does make a difference. Like I don't know, it's a huge difference.
Huge difference. My friend April had arthritis in his hands, and he started taking CBD, and all of a sudden his hands started working fine. Like, it just took a while. Your body is filled with inflammation. And CBD is just an awesome way to do it.
Especially as a fighter.
Oh, yeah.
It's like everything's inflamed constantly.
Who needs CBD for fighters, right? Marijuana the stress that you go through on a regular basis is so bonkers. If you really think about it, you're around all of it, going about their day, driving their cars going to work. You're preparing to throw bones at girls. You're preparing to strangle people and to put people to sleep for a living. You know, that is a wild thing to do, sister.
It's like pre-fight when I'm sitting there, I'm feeling all my nerves. My boyfriend, he's told me, he's like, you need to be thankful for this, because he's like, most people don't get to experience shit like this in their life. Most people don't get to like experience these kinds of feelings, like these extreme feelings, because they just have their regular jobs. It's like what I'm doing is something crazy.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy. And when you do it in a place like was it in London? London camp? Is that London?
It was actually Liverpool. Yeah.
That was crazy. That was crazy.
Oh, yeah, that was pretty much it. It was my first fight out of the tough house, you know. So my UFC debut was technically against Emily Whitmire, but it was still, we were in the tough house. Like, we didn't have our actual fight kits, things like that. So Molly McCann, I feel like, was really the first fight where I was like, this is a real UFC fight for me. And my flight was delayed. Everything, she missed weight. I feel like everything went wrong that week. I got booed walking out. So it's like, I don't know, just to get that success after that, I feel like it was such a great thing for me.
How did they treat you when you got out?
After I got out, honestly, everybody was great. Like, even Molly invited me to her after party. My brother flew out there, so I ended up going out with him. And we were just walking around Liverpool, and everybody coming up to me, trying to get pictures. Like, the Liverpool fans were 100% supportive.
That's cool. Of course they did.
Yeah, just, oh yeah, 100%. I expected every minute of it.
Plus, like, what a personality she has. She's awesome.
I absolutely love her. Probably out of all the girls I fought in the UFC, Molly's definitely probably the top.
She's a character. She's a current man. It's hilarious. She should be a reality show.
She's absolutely like genuine sweetheart of a person, and like you said, an absolute character as well.
And she can fight.
Yeah.
She can fight her ass off. Really, she's so tough. She's so tough.
Well, yeah, all girls, I feel like, from that area, they got that extra toughness to them. And she definitely is superior.
Yeah, for her, it just feels like grappling can, like, for her, that can be a problem with someone of your caliber. The thing about, like, grappling is, God, it takes so long to catch up. And while you're catching up, that person's still being better. But they're training every day. It's like when someone is at a super high grappling level, and if you're just getting into grappling now, like you're just surviving. It's a long time until you're doing anything other than surviving, unless you're some athletic freak, unless you're some just unbelievable specimen of a human. Most of the time, it's really hard to catch up with when you're starting.
Man, there's just so much to learn. It's even like I got my black belt I think 2 years ago now, and I feel like I still don't know anything. I feel like it's just like there's so much to learn, so many different styles, different things. Like even like leg locks, I don't know about it. I don't know deep into that game. I know good defensively, but offensively, I feel like that's a completely different world.
Leg lock is crazy because that just it's so amazing to watch. It's something that we used to get like the tournaments, especially not like I guess because it really messes people up in training. They had to know it was really effective, but too many people had to really use it, and they just decided like, hey, it's a bad idea. And it might be a bad idea. You know, it's like, oh, you can't get out of that very well. At least in no good, there's like a little bit more maneuverability. But stuff like grabbing your legs, so you got your hands and holding on to the company. It's tight for a leg lock. That's scary.
I'm almost more nervous competing no-gi now versus fighting MMA, just because no-gi bros are so well versed in leg locks. That shit's dangerous. It's like that can put me out for 6 months, a year plus. Whereas like the worst thing I've ever had happen in a fight is I got 11 stitches in my nose. It's like besides that, well, even that I grappled a month later.
Who was that woman that had the tattoo? She had a crazy.
Maria Kova.
Yes.
Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah.
When you were fighting her, that was just amazing that you just stuck with the path. You're like, I got you. You're not getting away with this. I'm going to hang on to you, and I'm going to drag you to the ground, and I'm going to get you. Finally did it. But you endured like some hard shots.
Honestly, I don't think I don't know. I didn't really have much damage off of those shots, so I didn't really feel a lot of those. They weren't really like the only reason that I even thought about them is because the ref was like, "You need to do something. I'm gonna stop this," and I was like, "Oh shit, I gotta change something up." But I was initially going for a knee bar, and when she was just hitting me with elbows, and then I gave up on that because of the ref.
Isn't it interesting how subjective there's some referees that are good at letting people just fight out of stuff, and then some referees that like just getting hit with a few hammer fists that aren't going to stop you if you don't defend them. Some refs will just stop it right there. It's just completely subjective. Like for that ref to tell you that like you can't ignore the shots, it's you don't look it up the time. Like actually they're not that hard. It sounds bad, but it doesn't really hurt. I'm okay. Like you can't say that in the middle of the fight. So this is weird, like communication issue. Like he sees you getting hit by. I saw you getting hit by those shots. I was like, Jesus Christ! Like you see me find that. Because in that exchange when you're trying to take it down, it was hard elbows. Travis Brown.
Oh yeah. I feel like no one had more power than him. He was throwing those elbows.
I think he kind of invented, or at least popular. You call him Travis Brown. Because he would drive down those elbows when they were trying to take him down. That was a horrible place to be.
I don't think I've seen people drop like I have with Travis Brown.
Well, he obviously drilled it. It was not an improvised thing. At least I don't think it was. It just seemed so well timed. And the force that he can generate is so big and long. When you're a long person, like a John Jones type person, the amount of extra force that you have, all that lightning torque. Yeah, so somewhere in the clinch, was it like watching yourself fight?
I guess I don't know. I do it a lot. I use myself as motivation of how I should perform. A lot of times I watch my past wins just to really, I guess, relive that kind of feeling. And so then it gives you something to chase the next time.
That's a great way to do it, especially since you've got these, well documented, awesome videos you have saved your wins. I mean, it's so cool. It's one of the coolest things ever to be a fan right now. You can just watch fights at any time you want. Anytime, instantly, you watch a fight.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the sport just in general. So just being able to do that, like look up any type of any fight, anything you want. I'm like, it's crazy.
I love it. It's like the best time ever for high level kickboxing. It's the best time for amateur wrestling. It's the best time for submission grappling. And there's never been more people that have been more interested in submission grappling now.
I think we got past that last year. This is the first half.
Yeah, this is. It must.
Yeah, first round.
That was that round two. Yeah. So right here is telling you everything.
No, it was, I had her butt on the floor by this point. I actually knew she had an injury going into this fight.
Oh, how'd you know that?
She talked about it in interviews, and I actually knew a couple people she trained with who told me. But yeah,
Dirty rats. Do you feel bad taking that information?
I did this what it is. I definitely utilized it. I tried, like,
You'd be crazy not to.
I probably wouldn't have committed to the knee bar so hard if I didn't know that the injury was there. So it's like, I started going for the knee bar, and she just kept on hitting me with elbows. And then once we were on the floor, I think he thought I was injured because I was committing to the knee bar, so I'm trying to put hips down. So that's what he told me I needed to do.
Why is he doing it so much? So breaking it down. Oh. Thrush. Thrush is still like Americans win. They don't like it. So at one point, but it was just an awesome performance overall. That and the Monica Piano. You had a bunch of them. I think I was equally impressed with the Rose Namajunas rapid. That was so slick. Like controlling the position, like you never lost an inch. Like you just kept progressing until you got the choke. It was awesome.
Yeah, I feel like my choking game is definitely it's different than anybody else's, and it's something that is a field that I've been working on for years, and I feel like I still haven't even perfected it, but I feel like I'm getting closer and closer to making it perfect. And I think the Rose grappling match was probably one of the opportunities where I feel like I really got it just that little bit more close to perfect, where I wasn't even on her throat at first. She had a chin tucked, and my hand was in poor position. I feel like I was just able to walk it closer and closer until I was able to make that hold tighter, and she had to give up her throat at that point.
Well, what I was super impressed with was your use of the shoulder. Are you using your right arm to control the shoulder? Because you don't quite have it, but you've got a nice grip on the cup of the shoulder, and you're using that leverage, like that improvised. Then when you switch to the gable grip, I was like, oh shit. The gable grip was it. But when you were using her shoulder, I was like, that's brilliant.
And Dino always tells me, he's like, if your chin's tucked, you should be able to break it. You know, it's like the goal is to break the jaw. So just creating that pressure with just closing the circle, you know, and trying to make that circle smaller. So I'm just inching my hand deeper, my head deeper until I can really just make it so it's too small.
Yeah, I love what you said, that you have like a feel for it, because I think people would look at it like, oh, it's just like, you know the movement, you do it, right? But it's just like everything else. It's like playing guitar. It's like any other thing that you learn how to do that's difficult. There's like levels and levels and levels and levels and levels. And when you watch like really high level black belts going at it back and forth and trying to keep up with each other, like you're watching like the craziest kind of game ever.
I'm like, I've taught my choke to multiple people, and I feel like people just don't get it still because it's like it's something I've worked on for years.
So what's specific about your choke?
It's just the way that I have my pressure. I feel like I can generally finish it with one hand. I never really look for the hooks. I'm usually just searching for it opportunistically, so I get it whenever it's almost too late to defend it. And even just like the pressure in my choke, though, I think is something that anybody could learn, but it's just a lot of patience because it's something that's so basic, it's so simple. But like I said, I've drilled it 1,000 times, and I don't think I have it right yet. So I think it's just you really have to put the time and effort into one specific motion, which a lot of people don't have time for.
So you just over and over again drilled it, or you just over and over again used it in training? What sparked this strangulation of the brain? How did that start?
It's definitely both. I feel like a lot of my technique comes from me, Thomas. He's the kind of he's the engineer behind a lot of whatever I do. And he kind of devised this way of going from the neck and just off balancing opponents and attacking the throat. And we've been drilling it for years and years and years. And even like, I feel like the way he's described it to me hasn't really clicked until like recently, where we've been drilling it for years. And now it's like, all right, I kind of get this.
Yeah, it's the way you do it is the way it progresses. What's beautiful to watch, like especially the post match in particular, is like the squeeze that you put, like the progression of it is what you want to see at a really high level. Is what you want to see. When someone executes it on someone who is champion of the UFC, it's really incredible. I mean, that was an amazing showcase for you.
Oh yeah, and into MMA it just plays in perfectly. Like, my last fight with Rodriguez, I was in mount throwing elbows the whole time, and every time she tried to turn her back a little bit, her coach is like, no, don't give your back. So they're just making her lay on the ground and take elbows to the face instead of giving up her back. So I'm like, it's your the worst of two worlds there. Like, you get your choice.
Do you
It's definitely something that a lot of girls especially have. Even a lot of guys, I feel like I get a lot of compliments that I feel like in the jiu-jitsu world, still on Facebook, you can tell a girl she's heavy and it's a compliment, you know?
Right, you got heavy hips. What?
Yeah, everybody tells me that I'm really heavy, and I feel like it's that kind of top pressure which is going to be dominant in an MMA game.
Yeah, it absolutely can be. I mean, you look at the guys from Dagestan, the Khabib disciples, Islam Makhachev, those guys, they just crush it. They get on top of you and crush you. When you see where really good, high-level submission artists get smushed by guys like Khabib, you're like, wow. Like, that's incredible. It's like there's layers and layers to everything. And we didn't know the layer of like controlling the legs with the legs until Khabib came out and did it. And he would do it so thoroughly. You'd be like, Jesus Christ, he does this to everybody. Like, he didn't even have a bad moment, you know, until like there was like the Gleason T-Bow fight was a pretty close fight. And then one round was gone. But even that round was like a round two. You know, like that guy, the squeeze that guy had, it's like everybody that trains him says, you don't understand. Like, you know, it's like he weighs 400 pounds. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that top control is just completely different. And it's like, I always say, I'm like, people hit a lot less. Like, they don't hit as hard when they're on their back. So I'd rather have somebody on their back than standing face to face with me, you know?
People get out of, especially with someone if it's a superior grappler and this record just continue.
Exactly. I'm always looking for the submissions, the strikes. And if I'm on bottom, it's the strike, sweep, submit, or stand up. You know, we're just working for the finish constantly.
Well, that's what I love about your style, and I think that's what makes it so fan-friendly too. It's so exciting, and I love the technique. The technique is so sharp. You were saying something that I wanted to ask you to elaborate on. You said you don't even go for the hooks. You're so concerned with the choke that you'll like take the choke even if you have no hooks and get the hooks later.
The hooks aren't even like that's like last priority, or I don't need them even. I don't think I had any hooks when I choked Rose. But I have such a unique grip with the with my head and hand position of my choke. So it's just, it doesn't really matter. That's where my control point is. It's not on the lower half of the body, it's on the choke. And usually when I have the choke before I get the hooks in, it's like people aren't ready to defend it. Usually you put the hooks in and people are already here, and now you have to hand fight, and you're there for who knows how long you're choking, so you're worried about that.
So, is this Dean coaching? Coaching to do it this way?
Oh yeah, he definitely came up with the whole game plan of that, where it's just going for the choke just opportunistically.
Wow. Just because you're so good at it.
I feel like literally I've worked with Dean since day one, so I think he kind of also just molded this game plan for me.
That's awesome. He's the second best dressed guy. It's like neck and neck with Coach Buffer. I think we gotta give it to Buffer.
Yeah, I think you have to give it to
He
Buffer.
has such crazy suits. He has suits with like pictures of Elvis inside and shit. He's like, dude,
Oh yeah.
he must have 100,000 of them. Fucking suits like that. No, he's a maniac. Yeah, cartoon. Bro, his tailor must be bald. Because it's all custom made shit. It's beautiful. Oh, that's Miami? What's in there? What's all the thing? Oh, Vegas. Yeah, Vegas. Oh, it's all fun. He's just so slimy with his own jacket. How dope is it though that when that guy yells your name?
I know. Literally last fight I had to think to myself, I'm like, alright, let's remember, just focus on the fight. Just think of up here right now.
Is it weird?
It's definitely weird. I don't know. Everything is weird about this for me. It's just like I'm just like because it's socially awkward kind of don't really put myself out there. Well, I do a lot for me.
Wow. Well, it's amazing that the way you handle fighting. Just get
I think that I don't know. For me, social situations are a lot harder than like fighting situations.
wow. That's crazy.
Oh yeah, like
Is it always been
100%.
since you were a child?
Yeah, I feel like I've always been like the socially awkward kid in the back of the class, like the nerd. Well, I still am, like at the gym. But I volunteered with animals my whole life. I volunteered at like the Humane Society, a forest rescue, wildlife rehab. Just like animals were my thing, and then it was just kind of out of left field. I started kickboxing when I was 16.
Just for fun.
Yeah, I really don't know where it came, like what the idea was, but I
Which started with Jim?
at Dean's gym.
Oh, okay. Wow. You got lucky.
So exactly, one of Dean's pro fighters worked for my dad. So I wanted to start kickboxing, and then my dad found out that this guy was a pro fighter for Dean. So he ended up finding his gym, and that was the first gym I started at.
Wow. Well, what a great place to start. And so then you start kickboxing. What about this MMA stuff? How long was that?
I think it was probably like 4 or 5 months before I started taking the MMA class there, but I wasn't like thinking about fighting. It was just there was a kid who was on the wrestling team at my high school who started training at Dean's gym, and he was like, "Oh, why don't you take the MMA class?" And I thought, okay, I'll have a partner. Why don't I try it? And I just kept on doing it for like 3 hours a night, you know. And they're like, "All right, well, why don't we just get to a fight at this point?"
Wow. What was it about fighting in martial arts that became so obsessive?
I really think it was one. I don't know what it was at first because I didn't start jujitsu, especially in the gi, until like a year after I started training. But when I started gi jujitsu, I fell in love with that 100%. Where it's just the technique of it and the little tiny details of jujitsu matter so much. Like if you put your thumb on this side of the hand or on this side of the hand, it makes a huge difference. It's like the little tiny techniques that can make the difference. Where now a 115-pound girl at the time could do whatever she wanted to a 200-pound guy. You know, I was manhandling these guys around the room, and I'm like, just because these techniques that I learned, and I thought that was awesome.
Yeah, that is an amazing thing. It's jiu-jitsu is the one martial art that delivers as promised, where the smaller trained person can defeat the larger untrained person. Whereas a lot of other martial arts, I mean, you have a better chance, but when they're really big, you know, and when some guy's swinging, if he knows how to punch a little bit, and you get clubbed with one of those giant hams, you can get fucked up. But if you get into a struggle, like some sort of scramble, and you knock into some chairs, and all of a sudden you get a hold of this person, now he's fucked. That's what's crazy. It's like that a small person can physically control and submit a much stronger person. Regularly. It happens all the time. It happens with black belts.
Yeah, even in striking, it's like a person can not know anything, but if they're big enough, they throw their hand the right way, they can knock you out.
Yeah. If you get hit with Francis Ngannou's pinky, you're in trouble.
Exactly.
There's certain people that they're so powerful. Like the idea that you're going to stand and trade with them, it's going to hit you once. You're dead. That's like, it just doesn't work that well.
Jiu-jitsu is just, there's not the variant of space. So there's not that element of like guessing where it's like I can control and I can feel what you're going to do by touching you. It's like it makes it a lot easier. You're not guessing with that space of striking.
You're also not guessing variables like how fast is this person, but how fast am I accustomed to punching? Is this person much faster? You have to anticipate that. Because if you ever see like street fight videos, the most horrific ones are some poor asshole who wants to start a fight with someone who's a trained fighter, and the trained fighter fucks him up. But you can see, like, they have no idea how fast things can happen. But there's no way that guy could have known that could happen that quickly. There's no way.
And people don't expect like for someone like me, a lot of times I get I would never guess that you're a fighter. For someone like Joe Schilling, it's still even like, oh yeah, you would like just see him.
An axe murderer.
But you just see him walking around, and like most people, you don't expect that they're.
Joe Schilling.
Say like Ryan Hall.
Ryan Hall's great.
Yeah. You don't expect him to be a fighter, but it's like you never know what somebody's capable of when it comes to sports like this.
Oh, for sure. With jiu-jitsu, my kid was super nerd. Oh, this video's horrible. This is a street fight in a parking garage. Have you seen this? These guys start fucking with this dude in a parking garage. The guy trying to get away. No, he fucked the other guy up before this. Okay, this is a shorter version. So this guy is trying. He's like, come on, you want something? And he moves forward. This guy leg punches him. Bam. Right? For people like, hey, this is real. Someone tries to attack you, you have an upper hand.
Yeah. I've never been in a street fight in my life. Like, I don't intend to ever. But it's just, I don't get it. Like, yeah, I don't see a use for fighting outside the cage for me. Like,
and then there's rumors too.
Yeah,
there's a lot of weird stuff. But I just, for me, I think it's fascinating that you are more afraid of social interaction. You're afraid of cage fighting. That might be one of the greatest lines that anyone has ever said. I think that's going to be the love. For real.
For me, it's just like literally, I never really did any kind of interviews or media or anything like that until I got in the tough house. So that's going from absolutely 0 to 100%.
What was that like? You were like 22.
Yeah, I was 22 and I was having interviews every day, cameras on you 24/7. Literally after every single interview, I had to go change my shirt because I was dripping sweat like I just got off the sauna.
Wow.
Just so nervous after every single interview.
Do you think they brought you into the house knowing that you were nervous too? That you're a little socially awkward in that regard, like that maybe that would be good television?
I guess I never thought of it.
And Mike Chandler is great. Perfect shit talking. When Connor tells him you'll do as you're told. It's amazing. Yeah, I hope that fight takes place. But it's such a show, right? So it's not just an athletic competition. It's also to make sure that people are fun.
Oh yeah, our season seemed pretty like tame though. I feel like in general, we had a lot of. There was me and Montana De La Rosa were the two like younger girls, and then everybody else I feel like was like older and more mature, like around like at least like 30s, and like they were like. I don't know. Nobody was trying to start drama. Nobody was trying to like get in each other's faces, or we didn't have any altercations. It was a pretty chill season.
That's great. So no one ever encourages.
I feel like
no phones, right?
No phones, no TV, no music, no books, nothing.
No books.
Nothing at
Oh
all.
my God, nothing.
So it's like
Can you have a notebook?
you're allowed to get a notebook, and then we asked for coloring books, and they gave us sketch pads.
Oh my god, I think I would go nuts. That sounds like one of those like anti-tech retreats, you know?
Exactly.
Where they try to wean people off their tech addictions.
I was just talking to one of the boys who's actually on the Conor McGregor scene. It was the best and worst experience of my life. Because it's like when you're in the gym, there's so many highs, it's so great. But then when you go back to the house, you're just sitting there for hours and you're bored and it sucks.
What do you guys do, kids? Can you play games? I don't really. Used to
Yeah, I think they had a pool table and a chess table, and then they have like the list where you can order anything.
so they order like Monopoly.
Yeah, so we would order a bunch of bullshit, just try to entertain ourselves.
Did you have good conversations? Or was it weird because you're all competitive?
It's weird. Well, not because we're competitors, because I'm weird.
That's awesome.
Like I felt like I especially back then, I wasn't able to just like I don't know acclimate to that. Going into a house with 16 different girls that I don't really know.
Right. Yeah, that's a completely alien experience. And you're feeling a little bit awkward, and you're also 22, and then also bam, now you're on TV.
And it's my first time like really like leaving home, I would say, you know, for a long period of time. So it was definitely a big experience, like a lot to take on. 6 years.
So would you say that now you're entering into your fight prime? That's happening right now.
Oh yeah, I think this is like just the beginning of my prime. I'm just getting into where I've really found the right combination for everything, and I feel like I'm just getting better every fight.
Who you ranked right now? Where are you at?
My next fight is against the number 15 girl, top of the ranking.
Interesting. She's tough. That'll be fun. That'll be good.
Yeah, I'm like, it's coming up quick, June 24th.
Oh wow, that is quick. What was like your ideal camp size, like for terms of weeks?
I would say probably about 6 to 8 weeks. I like just to get focused on that opponent, really start breaking down their style and game plan. See, you never know what you're getting.
Right, like how often did they call you last minute?
I've gotten a handful of last minute ones. I feel like it's almost just as bad getting like the ones 16 weeks out and things like that because you're just sitting there waiting for so long.
What do you run the risk of?
Yeah, well,
I've never done that.
I feel like I train year round no matter what, so it's like it's never really like we push it the last couple weeks, but that's about it. So
You're just always training so hard you can essentially take. Well, that's great. If you want to take a short notes, fine.
yeah,
You're always prepared.
I train probably about 4 or 5 hours in the morning and about an hour at night, even if I'm off camp. Like in camp, out of camp, it doesn't matter.
Wow.
On the same schedule.
Just obsession.
Yeah, I got nothing better to do.
But I mean, what an amazing way to get better. You know, when you think about grappling, you think about Gordon Ryan. No one doubts that he's the best no-gi grappler ever, right? But no one also doubts that he works 365 days a year. Like that's an insane work schedule, and these are insane results. And you're essentially doing that in every ring.
That's what I think you see with like a lot of black belts or like people who are at a high level is they stop drilling. They stop doing the stuff that like Gordon Ryan still drills every day, and that's why he's so good at what he does. And it's like people at a high level in MMA, they're just doing what the black belts do, sitting on the side until it's time to roll. You know? And it's like you gotta be drilling every day. You gotta be putting in the hours. Like my coaches are there with me every hour of the day if I wanted for them to be. You know, they're willing to put in the work. And like I said, as fighters, we got nothing better to do. Literally, this is what we do. It's like you gotta treat it as like you're going to school, a doctorate. You know?
Well, I think that approach, your approach, that's the right way to do it. I really do. I mean, but everybody's different. Like different ways of fighting, different ways of approaching fighting. It's much more chaotic than your style. But I think that's the best way to look at it. And I think too often people love it's so fun. It's so fun. You just don't even want to do all that other stuff. want to get warmed up a little bit. Let's fucking go. Let's go. And you just want to go because it's so exciting. It's the most fun thing. And it's exercise. So it's like engaging intellectually, it's physically, it's emotionally engaging. It's like sometimes it's fun. Like you got to tap, you don't. There's a lot going on. There's battles going on. And it's a great workout. And if you can do it, and if you can do it on a regular basis, it can change your life. It can change your life. It's available to everybody. Like this idea that it's all groups. When you go to 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, you see these like skateboarders and surfers and they'll strangle you. It's weird. It's like they're super nerd assassins. There's a ton of them in your on the female side.
Yeah, I feel like that's, I don't know, for me, it's like I said, I've never been like someone athletic. I volunteered with animals growing up, you know? I was always the quiet kid in the back of the class, and it's like, just to, I don't know, with jujitsu, it's being able to be that, like, I don't know, be that voice in a way, you know, being that way to express myself, and it's, I feel like it was just like completely not who I was when I was little, you know, it's completely out of left field.
But it's you, you know, you're just growing, you know, it's the new you, right? And it is you.
Yeah.
You can, if you continue to become champion, you're gonna have to do a lot of this shit.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna have to do a lot of this shit, you know. I mean, how many fights do you think it's a stacked division?
I don't think I'm too far away from it currently. I think that after this fight, I would like. I'm not looking past Sabbath at all, but I'm also like looking at the trajectory of where I'm going. And obviously, Mackenzie Dern just put on a great performance a couple weeks ago, and she has the second most submissions in women's history, and I have the first. So it's like I think I would like to, you know, just solidify that. Everybody calls her the submission queen, even though I'm like I have more than her.
Well, she's pretty awesome, but you are too. That would be a crazy fight.
And I think that after that fight, I wouldn't be too far away from the title fight.
I was very impressed with her. Angela Hill was so tough. She was taking so many shots. Like, oh my God. And she just kept fight, would not give up that arm bar. Like so many times, Mackenzie came so close to getting that arm bar. Just not, you know.
I think that's the best Mackenzie we've seen so far.
Yeah. It's just like, it was incredible performance. Super aggressive too.
Exactly. That's what I feel like was so beneficial for her. She doesn't have to worry about getting taken down.
Right.
Typically, you know, so she can be a little bit reckless and come in with those strikes, and that's exactly what she needed to do with Angela Hill, and she was able to do it.
And she's dangerous on her feet now too. It used to be just the ground, but now she's making bombs. She hit Angela with a knee. You know, she's very dangerous.
She says she doesn't have to be scared, you know, so she can overcommit to any strike, throw with all her power, and it doesn't matter because it's like, put me on my back, like, thank you, like, come into my guard.
Yeah, there's guards, you know, and then some. I mean, her guard is fucking nasty. Her guard is so high level. Everything she does is so high level. It's like when you can watch jiu-jitsu like that and never been a real world champion goes to the ground, like her, like moving from position to position to position to finally securing it. It's like, woof. It's so quick. She's so good and so technical. Her dad's a legend. It's just like that kind of like high level jiu-jitsu is some of my favorite shit to watch. You know, there's certain people that just have, you know, one or two elite high level moves that they can go off when they do it. So, I mean, you're doing this to the best of the best of the world.
Yeah, I feel like with jiu-jitsu, it's just like, I don't know, just moving with people so much. I feel like it's so impressive to watch how people can just float on top of people. It's like knowing when to control and when to release, almost, you know? When you really need it. Some people are specialists at control, but like for someone like me, I feel like I'm better at flowing, you know, and letting people fall, make their own mistakes and fall into things. Whereas like someone like Khabib is that pressure kind of fighter.
Right. You're better at finding the openings as right up in different areas.
Or not necessarily me threatening them, but them falling into their own mistake. I feel like I like to, like, I'm just sitting there doing damage until I see the opening, until I see my opportunity, until I see that one mistake that you made and I capitalize on it.
And is this how you've always done it, or is this something you're doing now better than you've ever done before?
This is something I'm definitely doing now better than I've ever done before.
Is this the same person that
I don't think it's much, just because now I feel like I went from a jiu-jitsu girl who did MMA to an MMA fighter. Whereas like now, I don't know, like a lot of my early submissions were arm bars off my back, where I was just comfortable playing guard. I didn't care because I was good at jiu-jitsu. Whereas like now I'm always looking to do damage wherever I'm at. Typically, I do heavy ground and pound and heavy top pressure until they're like, all right, we need to get this girl off me. I need to stand up, and then that's when I capitalize. But typically, a lot of times off the stand up is where I find my choke. Or
someone's on top of you, someone's punching you in the face?
it's also just a lot to carry on top of you. It makes it your gas, makes it heavy, yeah. And then like I feel like no doubt get up and get down in MMA versus like if you're just doing jiu-jitsu or you're just doing kickboxing rounds. It's like once you mix it all together, it's just it changes the pace.
Yeah, I remember one of these brilliant things that when George St. Pierre fought Jay Penn, he wanted to grapple with him. He wanted to really get a hold of him right away. Where his arms were, somewhere it's not to be filled with blood. So like it changes your ability to throw punches, it changes your ability to get snap off, to explode. You're kind of gassed out because you've been pummeled and trying to avoid being taken to the ground. It's just this, people don't know when they see like your fights, these exchanges against the cage. Those are some of those grueling moments in all of MMA. Just the battle to see who wins this thing.
Yeah, exactly. Especially against the cage. Honestly, a lot of those battles, I'm just like, if we can find an opportunity to break off, I'm willing to, because it's like, if I didn't get the takedown initially, then I'm just gonna be grueling. Like you said, like it's gonna be hard work to get them down.
Yeah.
Where it's like, why don't let's break off, reset, find the opportunity, find the right timing for the takedown instead of sitting here and just grinding it out, just tiring both of us out.
It's such an interesting time for MMA because you're seeing people like yourself that are young and grew up with it and got to watch it on television. What was the first MMA fight you ever saw?
I think the first one that I ever watched was John Jones and
So you were watching at a very high level, as opposed to a lot of the people that like John Jones. The stuff he got to see was stuff from 10 years before that. And like the kids of today, kids like yourself, like you, the people growing up now, you guys have the most amazing library of champions to study in all the different forms of martial arts. And to see people like yourself that are putting it together so obsessively.
I feel like it's the beginning of MMA as a sport, where it's like for so long it's been jiu-jitsu guys who do a little bit of striking, or like wrestlers or strikers. But now it's like it's people putting it together and making styles and systems based upon these things. Where it's like I feel like honestly, Dean, obviously I work with him, but he's one of the best in trying to innovate, and that's why I work whenever he on the techniques that he has been drilling. Where I feel like it's like Doniger innovated the no-gi game with leg locks. It's like we need to change this from being kickboxing, jiu-jitsu, wrestling to being mixed martial arts.
Dean always has awesome shows. He always put out something. When you're watching these high-level people that are coming up right now, there is still the room for the specialists. There's still the room for like the Anderson Silva style striking. But the problem is with all fights, they all start standing up. And if you are standing up with a guy like Alex Pereira, like you're in a world of danger. It's a terrifying world. Like so, there are still those specialists that are so goddamn dangerous in this one aspect of the game that they can get through. And the problem with like, I've always wondered, will there be like Israel is a striking specialist too? Will there be an MMA fighter that is complete everywhere to the point where they can stand with a world champion kickboxer? Is that a real thing, or is that only a few freaks? Or is that it seems like in order to be a world champion kickboxer, you have to really dedicate yourself only to striking. The timing that's involved, the distance. No, you're not thinking about takedowns. You're not thinking about anything else. For you to be a world champion MMA fighter, you have to be well versed in so many different things. Do you really have the time to dedicate to get to the kickboxing level that this guy is? And every fight starts kickboxing. Every fight starts way apart from each other. And when you got a guy like Pereira moving towards you with that crazy style, like, oh, Jesus Christ. You know? Or Adesanya, like standing in front of you, moving, and you're like, this motherfucker has me 3 moves ahead. We haven't even started exchanging yet.
Yeah, I guess you gotta hope to get those guys on their back
I
quick, you know?
But it's interesting to watch like the evolution of Robert Whittaker. Robert Whittaker, you know, he evolved so much more from the first fight to the second fight. He got so much better.
Yeah, no, it's definitely when you have a good striker, it's hard. Obviously, like we discussed earlier with the space, you know, you can never guess what's gonna happen. But it's just like I feel like if you are a good grappler or a good wrestler and you are able to get a smack, you can be that much more effective than having a good striker in front of you.
Yes, well, you certainly can. The difference is you can control what's happening. You can get someone, you know. What I always wonder is like, I wonder if there are the people like Maheda or of that ilk, Cedric Bay, who I think is now going to fight for the PFL. He's you ever seen that guy? Holy shit. He's a glory world champion kickboxer, and he's a bad man. He has a crazy work ethic too. He used my gym when he was in town, and he has a coach. They do these strength and conditioning routines. They do these strength and conditioning routines where they do all these different exercises. His cardio was off the charts, and he's like, that's it. That's the game plan. The game plan is you put heat on them with technique and athleticism and strategy. If you put heat on them, they can't keep up. Because they're not going to work that out. If you get to that level of fitness, like you can take down, how are these guys going to deal with getting him to the ground? Because as you're moving in on him, you can get any second you get knocked unconscious. You come out of nowhere, and he might just take a wild shot at you because he doesn't want to get taken down. Maybe he says, let's see, let me just throw a head kick. You know, it's like, I like watching that too. I love watching someone like yourself. I love watching these MMA fighters of today, these full, complete artists. Get us some of his highlights, not the training highlights, but I know he's been doing a lot of MMA training. Go to his kickboxing. And he's got some vicious knockouts. And it's just clever in there. He's just clever. I love it. And hey, he's fighting that guy. And he holds him. He's a beast. I mean, Doombay is in constant pressure. Like, you don't get breaks with him. If you get a break, it's because he wants you to have a break. I mean, he just swarms on dudes.
I just feel like if you look at that pressure in MMA, it's like it would be impossible to maintain with the variable of takedowns.
Look at that. Did you see that? It would be impossible.
Yeah.
You're true. It's absolutely. Watch this when he does this.
Just chilling.
He's actually a comedian.
Oh, wow.
He's a comedian in France.
Oh, wow.
It's crazy. And he's one of the best kickboxers alive. Yeah.
Multi-talented.
Very multi-talented. Super funny guy, too. And he, you know, if he can figure out the grappling, my question is always like, is it better to be well-rounded or is it better to be a specialist? I used to think it'd be better to be a specialist wrestler. I felt like, and I still think that to a certain extent, that at least the base beginning of amateur wrestling, those guys seem to be the toughest. They seem to be, they have the most mental fortitude. The grind of becoming a successful wrestler is unlike any other athletic pursuit that I ever did. I only wrestled in high school for 1 year. It was one of the hardest things in my life. It's fucking hard. But these guys are particularly good at the most important thing, getting the fight to the ground and getting on top of it, right? That's the number one thing. Those guys are the best at it. So I feel like that's like the cornerstone. But every fight does start standing up. And so then you get a guy like Mirko Krokop who figures out how to stuff takedowns, and now you're dealing with one of the most elite kickboxers alive. And it's hard, right? So I always wonder, like, what is the best approach? Do you think it's to be a fully rounded mixed martial artists putting all your time in all these different things, or do you think maybe there's some room for the idea of like the world champion specialist?
I think it's best to focus on everything, try to make yourself a mixed martial artist. I think if you are a specialist to begin with, and say like someone like him who's a world champion kickboxer, you probably shouldn't be investing time, like all your time into jiu-jitsu at that point. You should probably stay the specialist, like go to MMA and like learn how to defend takedowns. You shouldn't be learning like how to finish arm bars necessarily, putting a gi on day one. It's like you don't need to learn that at this point. You should focus on what you're good at. But if you are day one, I think you should like focus on everything and putting everything all together, because it's like I can have someone who is a better wrestler than me, but I can guarantee you that won't want to stay in my guard. It's like for me especially, I think the two most important are strength and jiu-jitsu, because they're the finishing elements. So it's like those are the ways I can take people out of the fight. Whereas like wrestling, I can control a little bit more, but I don't have any finishing options.
Well, that's a brilliant way of looking at it. I think you're right. I think if you're starting from the beginning, I think learning everything would be very advantageous, because you wouldn't want to think you wouldn't want to think you're safer than you are, and so it takes you down. Oh my God, Jesus! Like if you just learn martial arts, like striking martial arts.
Maybe I should learn jiu-jitsu.
Maybe I need to learn.
That's probably not the moment to learn.
No, but I do think there's some room for people that, at least if you come, maybe it's at like to a certain age. Maybe at a certain age, you must go all in on all MMA. But if you could be a specialist early in your life, if you're a specialist in striking, I think maybe early in your life, you would have if you look at all the best kickboxers and even all the best boxers, a lot of them start very young. It seems to me like striking for some reason. I think there's people that just learn it and they're in their 30s. You're really good at it. But for a lot of people, there's something about the timing of striking that if you don't pick it up when you're really young, you don't really achieve this sort of, there's like a plateau for a lot of folks. Have you ever noticed that?
For me, I'm like, striking has never been like my force. I started striking before I started jiu-jitsu. It's just, jiu-jitsu just clicked for me. Striking, I feel like it just takes that little bit more like athleticism, I guess, where it's like, I'm not the most athletic fighter, so it's like I feel like I can't really use my mind to just make quicker decisions in striking as much as I can in jiu-jitsu, where it's easier to.
Well, that's a brilliant way to do it. I think, especially for your mind, striking is just an Easter egg thing. Just try striking.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, I'm not going to say I'm never going to have a knockout, because obviously that's the goal, is to be able to develop power, but it's so much easier for like a heavyweight to just throw his fist and knock somebody out, where a girl, like any of the 25 or 15ers, the smaller girls, it's really hard to develop that kind of power unless you're born with it.
That's why Valentina is so cool. Valentina Shevchenko, when she landed that hit kick from Jessica Hiles, that was nasty.
Yeah, nasty knockouts like that with girls, I feel like they're not common. So when you see them, it's like, you gotta have respect for that girl.
Oh, Valentina, that left high kick. Shit. She set it up to the body before that. She's so good. She's always like light on her toes. Her style is so interesting. It's like when she lost the title now, obviously, I'd love to see her rematch it, fight with Austin. But if you look at her, the best moments of her career, she's like always moving, always on her toes, perfect technique in striking.
Yeah, she's rarely out of position. I feel like that's one of the things I've always admired about her. It's like, it's hard to do what Alexa did, is to be able to get her out of position and be able to capitalize on it, get her to like mentally not be there for a split second and be able to see that opportunity.
Isn't that crazy that she did it off a spin back?
Like, this chick won't go away. I thought this was going to be easier, and she started making have the smartest decisions.
You really think that's what happened? You don't think Nick was just 15?
I think a little bit that, but Alexa was the only one walking in there knowing that she was going to win that fight no matter what that night.
Well, when Chris Weidman fought Rockhold. He was winning the fight. It was like a really good fight. And then he throws a spinning back kick. He misses it. Rockhold takes it to the ground. It beats the fuck out of him. It was horrible. It was really dominant performance. It was hard to watch. That he lost the title. And then you look at Valentina, same thing. Spinning back kick misses. Alexa Grasso gets her, hits her back, strikes her. Crazy. It's like 2 world titles on a spinning back kick. Yes.
I feel like it's just like, it wasn't a smart thing. It was just like a lapse of thought for her for that second, where she was just like, all right, I'm going to throw this. And Alexa just capitalized. She saw the opportunity and took it.
Well, if she landed it, then it would have been something different. She has a nasty with her back kick. She really does. So this is Weidman. They were in the middle of this fight. Weidman was moving forward on Rockhold. And this is Weidman was the fucking man. This is a tough fight. Very tough fight. But Weidman's putting all this pressure on him, kicks him to the body. Looks like he's putting it to him. Head kick. So right there. One, it's like he's beating him up, like he's big brother in him, right? And he throws a lazy wheel kick. And he's taken down. And now Luke Rockhold's a motherfucker on the ground. And that boy's big. Luke Rockhold's big. You know, he weighs 185 for about 15 seconds.
Yeah.
He's well in the 200s, I'm sure, when he's fighting. He's a big fella. Big, long, strong as shit with crazy top pressure. And so here you go, Weidman's exhausted now, and they can't believe he's in this position. It's a terrible position. When you talk Rockhold's training with DC, he's training with Rabbi, he's training with all those people down there, all those animals in AKA. Cain Velasquez, it's just a savage soup down there.
Yeah, exactly.
So Rockhold, people forget, you know, people see some of his losses and see him in the later stages of his career. Luke Rockhold was a champ, and this right here that won the title. This motherfucker had staph. He came into this fight on antibiotic. Fucking incredible. And all off of Weidman missing one shot, really. Look at me, he just beating the shit out. It's hard to watch because Weidman is like really kind of helpless at this point. And he's so battered from these elbows. It's like, and he's too tough. He's so tough, the guy will never quit. And so this is one where I'm like, maybe this can stop there. He can stop this. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't you think? Bro, this is crazy. This is crazy. What? It went on after that. That's right. And it gets, oh my God, it happens again, though. It happens again. That's right. How tough is Chris Weidman? So tough. But sometimes careers can change off of one missed technique, which is one of the wildest things.
At any moment, I feel like it's like you can go in and you can be a better striker than the person. You can just get caught. It could be their night. They can show up better. And it's like there's a lot of my fights where it's like I feel like I am the better fighter, but they showed up that night.
It's always a learning process. Every experience you have, that's a database. You know, deal with different conditions and deal with different thoughts that come into that.
Oh yeah, I feel like it's a huge learning process. And for me, I think like I didn't really get a lot of regional experience. You know, I was 3-2 when I came into the Tough House.
Wow.
So I'm going on. My next fight will be my 15th UFC fight.
To go 3-2, Tough House, and then Liverpool.
Yeah, exactly.
That's so crazy. Oh my God, what a wild ride.
Yeah, so a lot of my learning experience was in the UFC.
In the UFC in front of him.
Yeah, exactly.
Chris Weidman, when he knocked out Anderson Silva, that was another one of those. How did that happen? What is going on? Or like everybody thought that Anderson Silva was untouchable. That was that moment where you realize like this sport is nuts. Even the people that you think are the greatest of all time, they can get cracked and knocked unconscious. Like it happened with John Edwards when he knocked out Kamaru Usman in the last round. I'm like, what? Kamaru? When he lands that head kick, and you see Kamaru was like one of the most durable guys that's ever lived. He gets cracked, he gets back up, he seems fine always in every fight. This one he gets put out. It almost seems surreal. Like when Tyson got knocked out by Buster Douglas, like what is happening?
It's crazy. It's like you say, you could be the better fighter. You could win that fight 9 out of 10 times, and then just that one time is that night. That's what happens.
Especially at a high level, right?
Especially at a high level, it's like you can't make any kind of mistake. It's like on a regional level, say you make a little mistake, but they're not going to capitalize on it because they're not smart enough, or maybe, you know. It's like a lot of, or like whatever it is. But then once you get up to a high level, it's like these people are good. If you make that one little mistake, then you're getting knocked out. You're getting subbed. You don't have those kind of opportunities. So it's definitely a learning experience there.
There's also the difference between people that are fighting and train and people that train like you train. There's a big difference. The fact that you do it constantly and consistently, it's just like really regularly. I would be in those guys that are training 5, 6, 7 days a week. And I know it. You can tell. It's in your head. Like, okay, do you want to go psycho and be here 7 days a week? Or do you want to try to live a life? Like, how are you going to balance this? They're going to get better than you. It's impossible to stop. It's just a thing that people do. If you can dedicate enough time and focus to something over long periods of time, people are still trying to get better and better and better. And when I see someone like yourself that does that and goes from the tough house and goes to that fight, to me, that's like one of the great American success stories. That was fucking. I mean, that's really amazing. It's an amazing thing to be this person who's a socially awkward kid, and then all of a sudden you strangle some girl in her hometown in front of this crazy arena. That's wild.
Oh no, it's 100%. Everything is surreal about it to me. So it's like, for me, it's like I'm just a kid who loves this shit. I love this sport, and that's about it. I love showing up every day. I love going to the gym every day. And it's like, even on my bad days, it's better than going to any other job. Like, I love training more than anything else. Like, I can always remember, it's like, I've worked at vets offices. I worked at Chili's right before I got into the tough house. And I'm like, there's my work stays at the gym are better than any day I had to go to one of those jobs.
Of course.
I remember like getting off of a shift at Chili's, getting off of the shift at the vet's office, working like 10 hours a day, and just going straight to the gym. And there's nothing better than feeling the mats underneath your feet. Like, wow. That's just what I love more than anything.
You can't beat that kind of. They don't learn as much. Just with discipline, like you kind of enthusiasm and discipline is really the right combination. You can't just be disciplined and just kind of trudge through it, because the person that's more interested in it, is more passionate about it, more excited about it, that person's more jazzed up. They're gonna learn it quicker, and they're gonna put it on you quicker. It's like it's the ultimate testing ground for ideas and focus. It really is.
I don't get people who don't train out of camp. They're like, oh yeah, I took like a month off or something. Like, what did you do?
Do you do anything other than train? Like, what is fun time?
I had nothing.
No hobbies, no nothing. Don't play golf.
I have like I live in Miami, so it's like I'll go out like paddleboarding sometimes, things like that. But that's really it. Like, training is so much of my life, and I feel like it's like a lot of the times I'm not training, I just don't want to do anything because I'm tired. I'm exhausted from training.
I think Masayama said that about his karate students. They were talking about why it's not that they're tired. Something like that. I'm pretty sure I fucked that up. But yeah, if you're training all the time, like that's why street fights seem so stupid. You're like, oh my god, that's like more training.
Yeah, exactly.
More training with danger and weapons.
Yeah, no, I'm like, I don't get how people are so confident to get into street fights.
Crazy, right?
That's like you said, without weapons. Like, that's a crazy thing to me. You don't know when somebody has a weapon. You don't.
People shoot people. Just be nice. It's not a fight.
Exactly.
So many fucking things out there. Have you ever had like a girl come to the gym specifically to try to train with you?
To come train with me, yeah, definitely. I train at a smaller gym, the Goat Shed in Miami. So it's like,
That is a wild place that you train at.
yeah, it
I
is.
love that you train there.
Like,
Those fellas are wild.
yeah, my coach also, he has like a controlled chaos going on in there.
But they're getting good.
Oh yeah,
Everybody's getting good.
like I said, we're there at 8 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m. Then I'm doing cardio after. Everybody's there, focused, working. It's like, I feel like people see all the crazy shit online and don't think we're actually training we're actually working, but it's like there's so much technical like ability that's behind all the chaos that you guys see.
No, for sure. There's you can see that on Instagram. But if to the casual viewers, but the infectious energy in that gym is so apparent that it comes out through Instagram. Like that's how you know it's a legit gym. It's a little wild.
That's right. Root
Last
seminar.
Basito was just here.
Yeah, he was there
He's the fucking man.
last week on his day. We had a seminar.
He's the fucking man. Unless some girl that likes him. Don't look at that one. Don't look at that one, Jam. Yeah, Miami's a wild ass place. It's not. It's clever. Oh, you click it and it's something else. Oh, she's selling sunglasses. Glasses. That's genius.
You gotta entice them, you know? Get the clickbait.
What do you think about fighter starting appearance? Is that nuts?
Yeah, I don't know. It's not my thing, definitely. Like, obviously, like I have friends who do things like that, but it's just, I don't know. I feel like you gotta decide what you want. I feel like it's hard to be committed to fighting when you're into doing any. Like, if you're taking pictures and looking cute and doing things like that, that takes time. Where it's like, I don't have time for that shit.
It's not just that, but then that probably makes you as much money as fighting.
Yeah, that's also a thing about it too. Or more money. There's a lot of girls making more money than
I'm
fighting.
sure.
Yeah.
I'm not knocking it. If I was a girl, I'd be in my underwear for sure. Come see this. Give me money. Especially if I was young. If you're a young girl, I mean, I'm not encouraging anyone to start home. But I am saying, like, what is worse? What is worse? Someone looking at your butt, or you having to work some stupid job for 4 months?
I can't remember who it was, but there's a girl, she had an OnlyFans and she wasn't fighting. She tweeted one. She's like, you guys can pay me to use my body to fight people, but you don't want me to like pay me to use my body to like on OnlyFans. Like you guys are just
Someone's telling her not to do it.
Yeah.
I don't think you should do it. Especially like social media, personal life. You know, I mean, the thing is, then your butt's on the internet for the rest of your life. And that's okay too. I think probably there's going to be no privacy in about a decade or so. I don't think anything we're going to be. Remember back in the day when you had privacy? I think people are going to know every thought that everybody has. There's nothing hiding. You're not going to be able to hide taxes. I think the way our lives are getting more and more interconnected with technology, we're going to come to a point in time where I don't think it's going to be anything to hide that anybody has. And that's going to be
It's where I think about things in my iPhone tells me. Like
oh yeah, for sure.
it's like, oh, why don't you order this? I'm like, how did you? I swear I didn't say it out loud. I just thought of it. It comes up there.
I was Googled something, and then the thing that I Googled started showing up in my Instagram feed. Very specific. It's a very specific thing. I'll tell you what it is. It's a 1968 Bullet Mustang. Tell me how specific that is. That's really fucking specific. It never showed up in my Instagram feed before. But I was Googling a scene from the movie. You ever heard of this movie?
Yeah.
It's Steve McQueen movie. It's filmed in San Francisco. It's the greatest car chase scene ever. And Steve McQueen has this 1968 Highland green Mustang. And they're going through this scene. You find it. It's fucking wild. It's a wild scene. And this 1968 cars drove like shit. So I Googled this. I watched this chase scene, and I'm looking at like builds that people have made, where they made replicas of that car. It's a company called Repost. It's a sick Mustang, and they make like a new 1968 Mustang instead of the 1968 Mustang with 2023 1968 Mustang with modern technology. So this is Steve McQueen and this dude getting this wild chase scene in San Francisco. And it goes on for what? This is when movies didn't have music playing when shit was happening. Look at this. It's just the sounds of the car, Steve McQueen's face. And now they'd be fucking this up with. But back then they knew how to make a fucking movie. But look at that car. Look at that car. That's a 1968 Mustang. That's a 68 Charger. So anyway, this starts showing up on my fucking Instagram feed. Now that's really specific. That's scene's incredible. Goes on forever. For sure. They just clicked that car. You saw that?
Same time, you're like rejecting this adjacent. This makes sense. And maybe you were in Chicago. I really did enjoy traveling. Just filmed it.
Oh my god.
It's dangerous. Just filmed it.
For something like this is high speeds. You can't have people walking their baby stroller across the street. Steve McCoy kills them. No, that's not gonna work. That car is 100% a part of the movie. So is that car. Watch how this car reacts. These are all like stuntmen. These are all stuntmen. 100%. See how slow that Volkswagen's going? That dude would not be going that slow. Look at this. Okay, lost. This is a wild fucking movie, son. This goes on forever. This is what they used to do in movies. If you watch like old, like a lot of Steve McQueen movies, come on, same thing. The whole movie, no one even talks forever.
You're really good at falling asleep during movies.
You don't give a fuck about anything but training. I love it.
I'm like, anytime I lay down for too long, it's like it's a risk. So,
You just pass out.
yeah, I can't. Movies, I don't know, it has to be like, I don't know, kids' movies. I usually
You like kids'
I'm like,
movies?
I'll do good with like animation
Frozen?
things.
Like Frozen?
Yeah, I'd be cool with watching that. I could probably stay up for that, but like any real movies, I just don't have the, I don't know, I don't have the attention span.
Well, it's also like the drama that you go through. The actual real drama you go through for your profession.
Yeah, exactly.
Their things are so mundane. You know?
Yeah, no, I feel like I like to try to get away from that. And like, I don't know, I am a huge fight fan too, so I spend a lot of time watching fights. Every weekend. Last weekend I was like, oh my goodness, no fights. I just feel lost if I don't have a weekend of fights.
Do you watch only MMA or do you watch other sports? You watch Muay Thai?
I'm more MMA than anything else. I don't know, even jiu-jitsu I feel like I've never really gotten into watching. But
Really?
yeah, it's more just the MMA specifically. But I think MMA as a sport is completely different than like say like jiu-jitsu versus jiu-jitsu versus like kickboxing versus wrestling, because like those are all like, even I feel like people look at like MMA jiu-jitsu versus Nogi jiu-jitsu, they're like, oh, it's the same, when it's completely two different worlds.
Well, so the striking is involved, and also the gloves prevent a lot of stuff. It's a very interesting difference. If I obviously ever fought MMA, but I never grappled with gloves on, just trying to get chokes when someone's about punch. You can't get things under chins. It's so much harder.
But it's just how you have to work things too. Like, I think that like when I go into jiu-jitsu competitions, I get stuck in a girl's closed guard, and I'm like, what the fuck do I have in a closed guard? Like, oh, I punch you in the face. That's why I look at your closed guard. I can't do that right now. So it's like I haven't drilled that shit in years. Where it's like these girls do it every single day.
Yeah, the strategy of punching in the face can't be ignored. That's a good way to get out of someone's closed guard. Yeah.
It's like, well, it's just easy.
A lot less effort.
Exactly. It opens up so many opportunities. Even submissions. It's like, I feel like for the Rose grappling match, it was short notice for both of us. I think the whole card was put together on 11 days total.
Oh, wow.
So I just had like a short camp, but me just doing straight jiu-jitsu for that short camp, it's so much harder to get submissions when you can't punch them in the face. When you can't just like get them to like try to push you off or create the space when you can't do the damage.
That's a really good argument for learning it from the beginning. That's a really good argument for learning MMA jiu-jitsu.
It's a completely different sport. I think like I don't know. I think Nogi and MMA jiu-jitsu is like getting farther and farther away from each other as the years go. I think that Nogi is taking its own path, and MMA is a completely different world where it's like, even my choking style, I feel like doesn't translate as well to Nogi as it works for MMA.
That's interesting. But it's like the level that exists now, both in jiu-jitsu and in MMA, is so different than at any other time. I'm looking at these guys that are just now entering into the UFC. They look like world champions. They look like world champions. it's such an interesting thing to see, and for you to be a part of it and to love it so much, it's got to be one of the wildest experiences a person can go through.
Oh, it's crazy. Like at my gym right now, we have a kid who just started training with us. He's 11 and 1 and 20 years old, and I'm like, where did you get the time to get those fights?
It's amazing.
Like my niece, she's 3 and just started training jujitsu. I'm like, I can only imagine like people starting MMA at this age now, where it's like you've never really seen that before.
And if you keep going at the pace you're going, I think you can hit really crazy levels. I really believe that. I really believe that you're one of the most exceptional contenders that are coming up right now. It's really exciting to see.
I think I built a really good foundation over the last couple of years. Like I said, I learned a lot. I got into the UFC extremely young, so I feel like it was a lot of stepping stones. But now I am in the prime of my life, and I have the right combination with Coach and Dean Thomas, and I feel like I'm just in a good spot mentally and physically, and I feel like I'm ready for these opportunities that come my way.
That sounds like you prepared that one. Did you prepare that one?
No, I didn't.
Not at all?
No, not
Just
at all.
kidding. That's awesome. That's perfect. Print, cut, make a reel, put that shit on Instagram. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm excited. For you. When you're watching some of these upcoming cards, what fights are interesting?
The upcoming cards, on the Amanda Nunes card, the Neil Darush and Charles Oliveira, that fight. I'm like, I've been waiting for that forever. It got canceled, now rescheduled. I'm like, that is gonna be a matchup.
Neil Darush's fight with Jakar was one of the craziest fucking fights I've ever seen in my life. It was so nuts. It was so back and forth. But Neil was almost out. I thought he was bad. And then he finds a way to win. His grappling is fantastic.
He's got one of those hips grappling styles that's just ideal for MMA. He's really blended it in such a perfect way.
It's going to be interesting to see because Oliveira is very, very good on his back.
And it's like, Darius technically doesn't need to take this fight. He can probably get a title opportunity, I'm assuming, before this, you know? It's like, I feel like he takes opportunity. I feel like he's just a gangster, you know?
Yeah,
he's down to take it.
Yes, you know, I was thinking about earlier, I forgot to mention, nasty off the back, Paul Crim.
Yeah, he's something different.
Something different. That dude's triangle is elite.
When
Holy shit.
him and Jamal Hill, I'll never forget that his arm was like flopping around there. There's nothing worse than that.
It was horrible. Luckily, Jamal's arm was fine. Believe it or not, it was just dislocated. I thought it was broken.
It looks so terrible.
I've seen a gang arms get broken. That one was horrible. Nisha and Ronda broke Nisha's arm.
Oh yeah, that was a good one too. That's gross.
I think the scariest ones for me were when Anderson broke his leg. That's why Weidman broke his leg. Those are the scariest ones. But those freaked me out.
For Weidman to be a part of both of those, I'm like,
What are the odds?
that's absolutely insane.
There was one that happened a few years back. Corey Hill, rest in peace. And then there was Anderson. And then after Anderson, Chris Weidman, Connor. No one else? Is that it? I think that's it. That's it. And one of the worst ones is Tyrone Spall.
Yeah, oh my gosh, that was disgusting. And it's something different with in kickboxing too. I feel like the kicks are just thrown with more intention, and the way he stepped back on that is just something.
And that was essentially the same boxing. That's dangerous, man.
Oh yeah,
He's a dangerous dude.
he's a big dude.
Yeah, that one fight where he got dropped early in the round, and the dude swarming on him, he measures him. Wow! So you can find that Tyrone Spong crazy first round knockout. It's nuts. This dude comes after him, big tall dude, hits him with a big shot, drops him. And then the way he responds, and the way he cracked that dude, just how staying calm under fire, looking for a shot, extending his left hand, then drops him right on.
Just like a sniper. Like some people, it's like I don't know, just the way some people
Like,
mind.
yeah, some people's minds.
I feel like they can just see shit. That it's I don't know, they see something different.
Look at that, boom, perfect 1-2. Drops him. I mean, on the chin, perfect 1-2. He gets up. Okay, stays calm. This dude's just swinging now. Now he's just wild and reckless. Measures, bam. That's the fight. This dude gets up and he's like, what? I'm not.
It's crazy the way people's bodies react to like being knocked out sometimes. It's like I think it was Edson and the Shebergos, and like it took him like 5 seconds before he really felt it.
Yeah, that was one of the worst ones I've ever seen ever. Just something happened and he's backing up, and as he's backing up, he's losing consciousness.
It was like he was good, and then
Yeah.
he wasn't good anymore. Oh, yeah, he's a dog.
Oh, he's a dog. He's a dog. Oh, it's here. It's cracking. It's good shot here. And he's cracking another good shot here. That's horrific leg kicks. This is it. Coming up soon. Oh, it's the whole thing with the whole fight in there. So obviously Edson is catching a lot of stuff, and as tough as Shane is, he's probably been hurt on multiple occasions. These exchanges right there. That's it. So it's a 1-2. It was a 1-2 right there. Right there, 1-2. Boom, boom, and then just the lights go out. Crazy.
I've never seen something like that.
That was weird. Yeah, but it was a hard punch and multiple punches before that. Edson Barboza, the guy that's getting enough credit. That guy has the fastest switch kick I've ever seen in my life. His switch kick is bananas.
His last knee against Billy Portia, and then his knee against Benil Darush, both of them were
Insane.
vicious.
Insane. Yeah. How much was strong?
I was on the last card with him, and it looked like it was a struggle.
He's so shredded.
He was like we were sitting there an hour before weigh-ins, and everybody was just sitting in their chairs. He was laying on the floor in the back. Just looked like he was struggling. But the next day, he went out there and performed 100% apparently. Like he got that knockout, got that fight of the night bonus. So I'm like, I don't know how people do that. I don't
know.
I don't get how you can make such a huge cut and just feel good on fight night.
The amount of damage that does to your body, it's not zero. So, like, how much damage you do in 24 hours before a cage fight just for that advantage?
And it's like, how much of a size advantage is it? Maybe 5-10 pounds? It's like, how much of an advantage does that give someone if they are technically better than you?
I think the advantage, I think there is an advantage. There has to be. I think that it's also, you also feel like if you get someone who doesn't want it and they get a hold of you, you're like, oh, no, you're small for 2 months. You know, if you're one of those guys, like Frankie Edgar is an animal. Frankie Edgar weighed 155 and won the 155-pound world title. He beat BJ Penn to do it. Frankie Edgar was beating everybody, and they were way bigger than him. He just did it with skill and also he was so durable because he didn't cut weight. It's one of the things, like some of these guys, they cut a lot of weight. There seems to be, it seems like the guys who cut the most weight have harder times after a while taking shots. It seems to have an effect. It's hard to tell whether it's just the overall cumulative effect of their career or if it's the weight cut. But there was a lot of questions about Pajeda, a lot of people but whether or not the weight cut makes him more susceptible to get knocked out. It's not a zero, right? It's not a zero effect. It has an effect. It's also it's a bigger person, and to be able to, especially in the early part of the fight, you can get a hold of someone. Oh my God, that's crazy. That's 25 pounds. That's crazy. That's so much weight.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't understand.
Think about 25 pounds of water he's taking.
Exactly.
He removed that from his body and put it back in. What? Without an IV.
No, it's absolutely insane to see. And after that, being able to perform.
I think that's the thing, is that so many guys are doing it. You see a guy who's as big as Edson at 145, or as big as Billy. I don't know what the cuts. But there's some guys in some weight classes that are just, how is Marvin Vettori 185 pounds? That guy's giant. He's huge.
Oh, yeah.
But he gets down to 185.
All my fights besides my last one have been at 125 in the UFC, and then my last one was at 115. So just the difference between the 25ers and the 15ers is extremely different. I feel like that girl we watched earlier, Maria Kova, she I remember I trained with her at ATT, and she would come into camp around like 150, 155, and cut down to 125. Where I was coming into camp at 130 and cutting down to 125. So yeah, it's just I don't know. I don't know how the girls do it, but I'm like there's a huge difference between like the 15ers and 25ers just size wise.
Nobody does it crazy.
Yeah.
Daddy's out of his fucking mind because he does it in front of everybody.
I feel like he tries to though.
Oh, he does try to.
Yeah.
I think it's part of his persona now, but it's also fun. The dude gets fat in front of the world and then gets shredded again. He disappears and then gets shredded again. And then he gets fat again.
Yeah, even that I don't get. I'm like by the amount of I train.
It's a fucking character. That kid's a star. You know, if he gets matched correctly, that's the thing. Like if it's any other sport, you get matched. If it was boxing, you'd have a manager. That manager would go, "Okay, Patty, you got a lot of fans. We got to set you up with the right opponents. We got to make sure that we test you in all these areas and build up all the holes in your game." And you know, like that's what everybody loves in boxing.
I feel like it's getting more and more like that in MMA too. I have more respect for fighters who is like you can see that they've taken tough matchups versus the fighters who's like they fight nobody but they have an undefeated record.
What do you think about a fighter that gets an opportunity to take a fight they know they probably shouldn't take, and they take it early in their career against someone who's far more experienced and it can be very dangerous? But sometimes an opportunity presents itself and they say, "Hey, you want to fight in the UFC? We got to fight against this guy, you know, top whatever contender." And people have done that before. The first fight in the UFC, you're fighting a contender, which is really wild, but it happens all the time.
I've never taken opportunities like that big, like fighting contenders in the UFC, but I feel like it is important to take every opportunity that comes your way because it's like more eyes on you. It's you have an opportunity to show what your abilities are too, even if you are like the B side of the matchup necessarily. But every opportunity I've taken, win or loss, I feel like it's helped lead me to the point that I'm at today, and it's also built the foundation that's like you need losses, you need to learn, and you need that to fall back on.
Even if you know, like, you're seriously overmatched, take it anyway.
I don't know. For me, it's like I've never said no to a fight. I think that's a tough situation. I've definitely went into fights where I know I was seriously undermatched. Like when I fought on the Tough House, like I said, I was 3-2. I was 22 years old, and I fought Barb Honchak, who was 10-2, the Invicta champ. She was like pinned to win it. That was my first fight in the house, and I ended up losing second round TKO. But it's still, I had my moments in the fight. I almost finished an armbar at one point. It was like I still had that opportunity. Obviously, got my face in front of Dana. Got to be on the Tough House. Like it was still an opportunity that opened doors for me in the long run.
You also escaped that straight arm lock. She had your arm extended.
Oh yeah.
And you got out. I was like super impressed that you got out of that. I was like, Jesus Christ! I hated that angle. When I was looking, I was like, Jesus! It was one of those. There was a moment where she was yanking on it, where I was like, Yikes!
Literally, I thought during that moment because everybody knew me as like the jiu-jitsu girl in the house. So I'm like, oh, I cannot let her sub me. Like I'm not gonna let her get this shit.
How close was it?
It was definitely hurting, but it's like I feel like that little bit of frustration gave me that little bit of like push, that little drive.
Well, you got out of it, but that was a very tough matchup. That's the thing about the progression of MMA. You get these tough matchups, you learn, and it's fascinating for me as someone who gets to see fights over and over again, see fighters progress through their career. You get to see these people, you see the learning growth, the curve, you see like where they're at now.
It's like ever since I was. Oh, even in my amateur fights, I've had a lot of tough girls. But like all my pro fights, I've had two fights where the girls haven't made it to the UFC at this point. So it's like I fought all UFC level competition. My last amateur fight was actually against Cheyenne Blissmas on Rise of Warrior, my little hometown show. So it's like another UFC girl fighting when I was an amateur. So it's like I've always had the highest level of competition.
That's very fortunate. And also, Miami's a hot spot for MMA, right?
Florida in general, I feel like is a hot spot. It's just I don't get how people train in the cold, so I get why.
The only thing you have to worry about is hurricanes.
Exactly.
And alligators.
And they're not that bad
They're
though.
everywhere.
They're everywhere but they leave you alone
Yeah, until they don't.
until they don't.
Just to be comfortable having monsters walking around your yard. That's crazy.
I remember when I went to the Tuff House, it's like that's the first time I was really, I don't know, around a lot of girls from, they were all around the world. And they were asking me about alligators. Like, what do you do about them? I'm like, what do you mean, what do we do about them? Like, they're just there. We just kind of ignore them. And like, I feel like everybody expects them to be like chasing after you or something like that. They have this weird stigma around them.
Well, every now and again they do get someone.
Every now and again, but like, we don't.
She's so comfortable with living around monsters. Every now and again, eating people.
We have gators, sharks, snakes.
Yeah.
Everything's trying to kill you in
But if you
Florida.
go in the water, you don't have to worry about the sharks. And, well, the snakes. You got a real problem in the Everglades.
Yeah,
That's nuts.
yeah, there's the Everglades. There's like 14-foot pythons. Like,
They're fucking huge. They just find them. They just go out. They don't even have to look that hard. They're like, oh, there's one.
I saw a video of one eating an alligator.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's crazy.
There's a bunch of dead ones they found. Alligators like looking out the side of their body. Yeah, they run out of things to eat.
It's just insane though, like to be able to swallow something literally bigger than you.
Yeah, literally bigger than you. Well, they've eaten everything. There is an estimation that 99% of all the deers, rabbits, raccoon, everything in the Everglades is gone.
Wow.
99%. Yeah, all from the snakes.
Oh, that's crazy.
There's like nothing left. It's just monster soup. It's just snakes and alligators. That's all that's left. And some poor fuck, a dipshit who doesn't know what you're doing. You want to go hiking in there. There's a 500,000 pythons. 500,000
Oh wow.
in Florida.
I'm like, you're opening my eyes to this.
Yeah.
I'm
There's
like,
500,000 pythons estimated.
I've always seen things on the like news and stuff about that. Obviously, you see like the Florida man things, like catches a python. I'm like, I didn't know there's that many of
I
them.
think you guys are way too comfortable. I think you're way too comfortable. I don't think you realize what's like right. There's a wooden area that you go into. It's filled with monsters, and those monsters have eaten every mammal.
And it's like, with me, I think like crocodiles, alligators are so cool. It's like they've eaten every animal and they've been around for thousands of years. So it's like millions of years, yeah. So it's like they survive everything and can kill anything.
They're cool as fuck. They are cool.
Yeah, I think alligators and crocodiles are really cool to me. I'm really fascinated by them.
Crocodiles are very different. Crocodiles like what's alligators?
Florida, don't like the crocodiles or anything.
Yeah, Norm Trump, yeah. Perception. Ozempic may prompt equal. There's probably because of the fact that they do some positive results, want to maintain those positive results, and in term change their health. Okay, yeah. People are taking that. You ever heard of it? I can't keep up with this shit. Yeah. People are taking that. You ever heard of it? I can't keep up with this shit. Yeah, it's a very popular weight loss drug that I know many people are. Elon Musk is on it. People are taking that. There's no one who's ripped. There's no one who's ripped who doesn't want you to talk about obesity. No one who's in great shape. Fucking goes to CrossFit every day. It's like, hey, obesity's not something we should discuss. Of course, especially people that have lost weight. Like guys like Ethan, you know that guy? Yeah. He was like fucking enormous. And now he was great. Like that guy did it the right way. Slow, hard work. Did it the right. I mean, a lot of people are aware of it. That's why Ozempic is almost impossible for people to get now. Ozempic, yeah, that it's a weight loss peptide that people are taking now. You ever heard of it?
I can't keep up with this shit.
Yeah, it's a very popular weight loss drug that I know many people are on. I mean, Elon Musk is on it. Tons of people are on it. And it makes you lose weight. It like decreases your appetite.
Do you change anything else, or you just
Chemically, it kills your appetite.
okay?
Yeah. And people who are on it, they get satisfied.
So do they have to stay on it, or does it make like a long-term change, or like you're on the train and you're on the train for the rest of your life?
I don't know. It's a good question. I've read both. I've read that some people, because of the fact that they do see positive results, want to maintain those positive results, and they in turn will change their healthy habits because they like what they see. And I've also read that you have to be on it forever because people that are on it are just going to go back to their old ways. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. There's proponents and opponents of that stuff. And one of the major opponents of it is my friend Peter T, who I trust, great on these kind of things. He says it actually makes you thinner and lighter, but fatter. You get a higher percentage of body fat. That's a wild trade-off. Yeah, I don't even understand how that works.
Thinner and lighter and fat.
Yeah, he said that. I don't know what he means by that, but I do know that people do lose not just muscle, or not just fat, rather, they lose muscle. But I think that is also indicative of people who are losing the weight, not eating, and also not strength training. I think if you strength train, you probably could mitigate a lot of that. And then, like, I think anything that makes you fucking lighter and healthier is good. Anything, if you're fat and that's what you need, go for it. Oh, okay, here it says. What happens to your body composition? Ozempic may prompt equal muscle to fat loss. Says a TME. Even though you see the number on the scale drop, your fat to muscle percentage is skyrocketing. An Instagram story of Tia notes that some muscle loss is expected in late weight loss patients, but drugs like Ozempic can exacerbate the issue. Almost without exception, every patient we put on this drug has lost muscle mass, and they have lost it at a rate that alarms me, it says. If you lost 10 pounds of muscle and 10 pounds of fat and go from 200 to 180, would that be good? Only if you're more than 50% body fat. Tia has drawn a line in the sand at his practice after observing these outcomes, telling patients they must have a DEXA scan first to test their bone density and body composition before going on Ozempic. That's very smart.
Yeah, that sounds totally fair to me.
Yeah. But I think when people do diet hardcore, which I think is part of the reason why they're losing weight, is because they're eating way less calories. Yeah. When you do that, it's like it doesn't have a whole, it's not an overall 100% positive effect on your body. It's not like only the fat goes away. You definitely lose muscle mass. Everybody does when they go on a hardcore diet.
I think you should eat reasonably. Try to choke a motherfucker as often as possible.
That's a good way to lose weight. Shit. That's a good way to exercise too, because it's fun.
Physically and mentally.
Yeah.
Like if you enjoy shit that's hard and puzzles, and again, you want to try to turn yourself incrementally into a machine.
Yes.
Not a bad approach.
It's a good approach. And it's an approach that's shockingly favored by so many really intelligent people, which is why I love that Zuckerberg's doing. Great. The guy's out there. It's trained by Dave Camarillo. He's doing the right thing. Yep. He's out there getting after it. I love it.
I think the fact that he went out to what appeared to be a local jiu-jitsu comp, slap a bum, get out of the fucking guy.
What are you, a brown belt now? 100% fuck that guy. Yeah.
He can start.
Oh, don't be mean.
Like that's gonna help.
He's going to be able to maintain top position. That's hilarious.
I think somebody in that sphere wanted to be that literally that vulnerable.
Yes.
Physically vulnerable.
Yes. Yes.
And just like I'm gonna go out in the public spectrum and do that. I have nothing but respect. It's fucking awesome.
He's a fascinating guy. And he's very intellectually curious. And he's curious about testing himself. He loves competition.
You think he'll stick with it?
Yes. Yeah, if he can get really good at it.
I hope so.
Those are the kind of guys that get really good at it. Yeah, really smart guys. Like how many guys in your gym that are like really good, like not even very strong, like very small guys who's very intelligent. And like Gabe Tuttle, the head instructor at 10 Planet, he's fucking amazing. He's like 155 pounds max, 150. And he's a fucking killer.
Yeah, they're savages.
And it's just intelligence and understanding the positions and drilling it and doing it over and over again and getting better and better and better. And it's just such a healthy lifestyle. But so is hiking, and so is a lot of things. There's a lot of things you can do that you'll enjoy that can get your body healthier.
None of those things help you in a parking lot, though.
That is true.
Not that I would recommend taking. Yeah, I don't know if I could have grown a parking lot. That shit hurts.
No, kind of feels striking.
How much do you need to train?
Not right now. That's where I got this. I was ready to start rolling again. I fucked my back like deadlift.
You're more doggy than me.
Yeah, I trained you.
Has it always been that way for you?
I did both. Yeah, I got my black belt from John John Joe after I got my black belt.
Saw the video you did here.
Black belt from Hands. Pretty intense. Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah. It gives you a great understanding. I told you this before. You're like, I had no idea about the UFC until I started training myself. Like, it's not actually boring when they're up on the cage.
Oh.
Don't let that motherfucker up at all.
No, thank you.
That.
Yes.
Stay down there.
Stay down. Get out if you can.
But also,
tough shit.
just stand up,
Yeah. If you want to. Yeah.
if you can.
I mean, but that's the thing. It's like, why, if it's only 5 minutes, why are they having 80 stand-ups?
The only people who say, well, there is the entertainment aspect of it, but I think anybody who's trained from any small section of time would say, no, you should probably leave it there. Because the micro battle that's going on down there, it's fucking awesome. And it's hard. It's like,
Yeah, if you get some of the ground, you're fucking exhausted. You can hold them there and catch a break for 3 seconds. The audience is booing tough shit because of the fact that they do see positive results, want to maintain those positive results, and then they in turn will change their healthy habits because they like what they see. Then I've also read that you have to be on it forever because people that are on it, they're just going to go back to their old ways. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. There's proponents and opponents of that stuff. One of the major opponents of it is my friend Peter T, who I trust greatly on this kind of things. He says it actually makes you thinner and lighter but fatter. You get a higher percentage of body fat. That's a wild trade-off. Yeah. I don't even understand how that works. Yeah, he said that. I don't know what he means by that. But I do know that people do lose not just muscle, or not just fat, rather they lose muscle, connective tissue, and bone mass. But I think that is also indicative of people who are losing the weight, not eating, and also not strength training. I think if you strength train, you probably can mitigate a lot of that. And then I think anything that makes you fucking lighter and healthier is good. Anything that if you're fat and that's what you need, go for it. Okay, here he says. What happens to your body composition? Ozempic may prompt equal muscle to fat loss. This is a Tia meaning. Even though you see the number on the scale drop, your fat to muscle percentage is skyrocketing. An Instagram story at Tia notes that some muscle loss is expected in late weight loss patients, but drugs like Ozempic can exacerbate the issue. Almost without exception, every patient we put on this drug has lost muscle mass, and they've lost it at a rate that alarms me, he says. If you lost 10 pounds of muscle and 10 pounds of fat, go from 200 to 180, would that be good? Only if you're more than 50% body fat. Tia has drawn a line in the sand at his practice after observing these outcomes, telling patients they must have a DEXA scan first to test their bone density and body composition before going on Ozempic. That's very smart. Yeah, that sounds totally fair. Yeah. But I think when people do diet hardcore, which I think is part of the reason why they're losing weight, is because they're eating way less calories. Yeah. When you do that, it doesn't have a whole, it's not an overall 100% positive effect on your body. It's not like only the fat goes away. You definitely lose muscle mass. Everybody does when they go on a hardcore diet.
I think you should eat reasonably. Try to choke a motherfucker as often as possible.
That's a good way to lose weight. Holy shit. That's a good way to exercise too, because it's fun.
Physically and mentally.
Yeah.
Like if you enjoy shit that's hard and puzzles, and again, you want to try to turn yourself incrementally into a machine.
Yes.
Not a bad approach.
It's a good approach. And it's an approach that's shockingly favored by so many really intelligent people, which is why I love that Zuckerberg's doing it. I love it.
I love this match. I thought it was awesome.
It's great. Guy's out there is trained by Dave Camarillo. He's doing the right thing. Yep. He's out there getting after it. I love it.
I think the fact that he went out to what appeared to be a local jiu-jitsu comp, slap him up, get after him, good on him, man.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How big is he?
He's 150, 160. You a brown belt now? 100% fuck that guy. Yeah.
He can start.
Oh, what do you mean?
Like that's gonna help.
Maintain top position. That's hilarious.
I think somebody in that sphere willing to be that, literally that vulnerable.
Yes.
Physically vulnerable.
Yes.
It's just like, I'm going to go out of the public spectrum and do that. I have
nothing but respect. That's fucking awesome. He's a fascinating guy, and he's very intellectually curious, and he's curious about testing himself. He loves competition. You think he'll stick with it? Yes. Yeah, I think he's gonna get really good at it. I hope so. Those are the kind of guys that get really good at it. Yeah, really smart guys. Like, how many guys in your gym that are like really good, like not even very strong, like very small guys, who's very intelligent. Like Gabe Tuttle, the head instructor at 10 Planet, he's fucking amazing. He's like 155 pounds max, 150, and he's a fucking killer. Yeah, they're savages, and it's just intelligence and understanding the positions and drilling it and doing it over and over and again, getting better and better and better. And it's just such a healthy lifestyle. But so is hiking, so is a lot of things. There's a lot of things you can do that you'll enjoy that can get your body healthy. None of those things help you in a parking lot, though. That is true. Not that I would recommend taking. Yeah, I don't know if I could have gone to the parking lot. That shit hurts. No, it's striking. How much are you getting trained? Not right now. Fuck, that's why I got this. Fuck, I was ready to start rolling together. Fuck, my back up deadlift. You're more no knee than knee. Yeah, but I train your knee too. Has it always been that way for you? I did both. Yeah, I got my black belt from John Chocolate Channel after I got my black belt. I saw the video you did here. One of the videos. Pretty intense. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Yeah. It gives you a great understanding. I told you this before. You're like, I had no idea about the UFC until I started training myself. Like, it's not actually recording when they're up on the cage. And don't let that motherfucker up at all. Yeah. If you want to. If you can. I mean, but that's the thing. It's like, why, if it's only 5 minutes, why are they having any stand-ups? The only people who say, well, there is the entertainment aspect of it, but I think anybody who's trained any small section of time would say, no, you should probably be there. Because the micro battle that's going on down there, it's fucking awesome. It's hard. If you get someone on the ground, you're fucking exhausted. You can hold them there and catch a break for a few seconds. The audience is moving tough shit. If that guy doesn't like it, get up. Like, the one thing that drives me crazy when I see someone bottom the referee. Like, come on, no, get up. Don't try to calm the referee. Figure out a way. Pummel. Get up. Just try to create some space. Get back up to your feet. Do something. What was your iggy? I mean, I'm a strangulation specialist. That's what I like. I like head and arm chokes. Oh, you were telling me about this years ago. You like busted out a vertebrae in your neck because you were pushing so hard. Yeah, I fucked up my neck from using it. That's how I fucked it up from using it. I'm sure I fucked it up from, not tapping too. So like head and arm triangle? Yeah, that worked. From mount? Yeah. God, I can't finish that. I don't have the right pressure for that. It's not even a pressure thing. It's a technique thing. It's a squeeze thing. That's what I mean. I have yet to find like the feel of where everything needs to be lined up. So when you squeeze, it's just an introduction. I had Jillian Roberts on, and she was talking about her squeeze so good. She doesn't go for hooks. She's just a back specialist. She gets that choke, and she doesn't give a fuck about hooks. She just crushes girls' necks. She's such an assassin to it. And she just does total. Did you ever see her match with Rose Namajunas? Yes. Amazing, right? Yeah. Just took her back and it just never let it go. It's beautiful. And that is that neck squeeze. But because I trained at 10 Planet, I developed a very good rubber guard too, very flexible off my back. That's one thing that's most frustrating me in the UFC. People don't understand that you can control someone from a mission control position. They don't understand how to utilize a no-key guard effectively. And then you got guys like Paul Craig that are fucking assassins off their back. That guy catches you in his triangle, you are fucked, man. It's just a matter of like holding it down to this razor sharp. But when you're doing MMA, the problem is there's so many different things you have to learn. You have to learn takedown defense, you have to learn this, you have to learn that. It's hard to develop like an elite jiu-jitsu game along with learning all these different things. Where would you start somebody? Wrestling. I think wrestling is the number one skill because if you can choose to take, always worried about being taken down. I think wrestlers have a massive advantage. But that said, an elite kickboxer has a massive advantage because every fight starts standing up. Yeah, and you can't take him down if he develops good takedown defense. He starts chopping away at those legs. Oof. What do those sound like in person? Horrible, especially dude Weidman. First of all, congrats to Chris Weidman. He's coming back. He's going to be at 292 in Boston. He's going to be fighting again in August, which is amazing. but that was the worst sound I ever heard in the octagon. When he threw that leg kick at Uriah Hall, Uriah checked it, and Chris's shin bone just snapped in half. The crack of the sound, like we played it back, just so you could hear the crack, like as he threw the kick full blast and just hit the worst spot possible, right below the knee on the shin of Uriah Hall, where it's just it's just an immovable force. And crack. That's horrible.
No thanks.
Fuck all that.
I've seen plenty of gnarly things in my days. I have no interest to watch that shit.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few now. So.
You still love to do it? You do a good job at it.
It's good. I care. No, I really do. If I didn't, I wouldn't do it anymore, but I love it.
Why do you wear all black?
What's with these questions? Like a check.
I watch you on TV and I'm like, the fuck is Joe wearing all black for?
They bought me a suit.
All right, text me like, what the fuck? No,
I
always, actually, you did wear a suit not too long ago.
Yeah, people bleed on me a lot. They sweat on me
That's
a lot.
what I figured it was.
Yeah, black doesn't show up as much. It's good.
I figured Lex bought you like a suit or something. And you're like, hey, does that dude roll around in a suit all the time, or is that just his podcast? I like the Joe.
Oh, you mean on his podcast?
Yeah.
He rolled around. I thought that roll.
No, he doesn't roll around.
He rolls. It's fun though.
Yeah, no, not in the suit is what I'm saying.
No, he probably would. Yeah, no, he just likes looking professional.
It's like, yeah, I can't do it. I don't have it in me.
Yeah.
Or acting professional. I just can't do it.
Yeah. All right, I gotta wrap this up, my brother. Tell everybody your new show.
It is called Change Agents, and broadly, it is trying to expose people to a variety of issues: social, economic, political. Some other people you've had, like I had Sid Rathon, who was talking about coal mining.
Yeah.
Fuck, that'll blow your socks off. Make you reconsider like how ethically conscious we are with the decisions that we make. I mean, it's everything from North Korea, digital slavery, kleptocracy. What happens to people who are disabled in war zones? Never had thought about that once until I had that individual on. But the coolest thing, and the reason I agreed to do it, is one, produced by our good friend Jack Carton through Ironclad, the production company. But we get to leave people with, hey, if you are disturbed by this or interested in this, here's something we can do about it. You know, which there's more issues than time in the day, unfortunately, but some people ring true with other issues, and it at least exposes people that, like, hey, if you want to do work, do work.
Awesome. All right, so that's all that. Well, thanks, brother. Always good to see you.
Yeah, that's
Hello, I am esteemed documentary maker Louis Theroux. I have no shame, so I just said that. And I have a brand new podcast where every Tuesday I speak to a fascinating guest who's notable in their chosen field. I'll be exploring the Playboy life with Craig David.
I realised that I had to pull back from all of this.
When you stopped having any kinds of romantic and sexual encounters,
Bring the whole thing back.
have you been in a celibate phase? Is that what you're saying?
For a while now,
For how long?
maybe a year or so.
Really? And trying to impress country icon Shania Twain.
I do swear once in life.
Prove it.
Yeah, the biggest swear for me, my most satisfying one,
Go on.
if you really want to
I know
know,
what it's going to be. I think I know.
tell me. That's a good one.
It's free and exclusively on Spotify, and it's called the Louis Theroux Podcast.
Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Hello, Cameron Haynes. Dude, this is the launch day. Ah, shut the fuck up. How can you be nervous? You run thousands of miles. You're a psycho. This is the collaboration that we did with Kill Clip. It's out today. It's a spicy cherry. What's it called? It's called Elk Blood. Elk Blood. The other one is that. Cheers, sir. You too. How sick is that? Elk Blood. It's good too. We went over like, man, how many iterations did we go over? There's a shitload. we kept tweaking it, and it's just like it's kind of the same thing that we did with the Flaming Joe. You gotta get it right. It takes a long time. But those guys, whatever they're doing, that whatever fucking alchemy they're doing to make this stuff so delicious.
Yeah, this is good. This is really good. And I just love that it's, first it says eggs, Joe Rogan. No blood.
And
How
it's
sick is that?
CBD, so it's got 25 milligrams of CBD, and we're gonna do an Ignite version as well. No sugar. No sugar. It's got caffeine. How much caffeine does it have? 125. That ain't shit, bro. We've been drinking those Black Rifle coffees. Those Black Rifle coffees will ruin you. They're so good. Have you had them? They're good. One of them?
I love them.
Bust them out too.
A lot of sugar.
Oh, there's so much sugar.
Yeah, that's
cheating.
I know. I was drinking that, and I was like, shit, this thing is so good. And then I was like, what's going on here? Then I looked, and I'm like, oh, that's why.
How many milligrams does it have of sugar? Go. Well, you just go grab a few for us. I love them. I'm gonna drink one right now. Good boy.
They are so good. I mean, if you're not hung up on sugar like I am,
I'm hung up on it too.
Yeah,
You should be. You really should be. But it's
say if you run 100-miler, I'm like, I can have a good Black Rifle coffee, ready to drink with some sugar.
Well, Floyd Mayweather drinks Coca-Cola or Pepsi. I forget which one, but he drinks it he drinks soda essentially right after he works out sometimes. And I talked to nutritionists, and actually, like post rigorous exercise like that, it's actually a pretty effective way of dumping glucose back in your body. It sounds gross.
Yeah.
You work out. You're the best boxer of all time. And you're fucking. These are not the 300s though. This is.
I better have one too. But
these are fucking awesome too, man. These have too much sugar as well.
No, I know.
They definitely all have too much sugar.
Dan, the fitness man, came and trained with me one time. Milkshake.
Yeah.
Dan's.
Yeah.
And
I love his podcast. He's got great YouTube videos too.
He is good. I mean, he's just
like a great guy.
He's legit. He's just a hunter.
Yeah.
And just a good guy who works his ass off.
Yeah, seems like it.
Doesn't talk shit about
Seems like a real good guy.
Makes me like
that's a nice thing. But people talk shit about you.
I know. But he gave me one of these, and that's where I was like, wait a second. I got a little. Why is this so good?
It's too good. It's too good. What is the milligram of sugar? You can read this. I can't read this. Like, say 16, 18. Total sugars, 18 grams.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
That's actually not too bad.
Well, it's not compared to apple juice. Do you know how much fucking apple juice has in it? My daughter pointed this out to me. This is 28. What's about? It doesn't say 18.
That says 28.
It says 18, right? Oh, but he has good eyes.
Yeah, this is 18.
No, he has crazy vision, dude. He can see weird shit. Like, I dropped my phone once when we were at Tahone Ranch. I dropped it on the ground. I saw it crack. Where? It was like in the middle. I'm like, no way, really? And I'm like fucking doing this. He's like saw it from. I was holding it over here and he saw it.
Yeah, but you're 3 months old.
Yeah, I'm older.
In 3
My
months,
eyes are not as good.
In 3 months, I'll be where you are.
No. You have weird vision. You really do. Like, your vision is extraordinary. And I always wonder. I wonder if that's from so much time in the mountains. Because one of the things they say that's fucking with people's eyes is we're constantly looking at short distances. And it's sort of distorting our eyes because of that. And that's why Andrew Huberman recommends looking at great distances for like a good period of the day. Like, it's actually a good thing to do for your eyes.
Well, what I had always done still, but I've talked about it a few times, but I will run at night and I never wear a light. Like, I'll run on Visca, the mountain I run, and never have a headlight. Well, I'm not worried about that, but I'm getting up there. In my head, no. But in my head, someone didn't do it. I don't think so.
There was 2 people last year that got in the Pacific Northwest.
In Alberta, a woman was killed by a black bear last year.
Yeah, I heard about that one. But wasn't there a couple people who killed by mountain lions last year? Imagine that motherfucker grabbing your neck. Look at that plane! You got a stage plane!
I've only had this on this second time.
Oh my god, are you hanging out with rappers?
I know. I'm celebrating my JRE appearance. But so that's the whole reason why I wore it, just to do that right there. That's adorable. Scooby the jeweler. That for me, and he hand delivered it.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Well, that's when you can wear bling. Someone gives it to you.
What I was gonna say was, so
If you want to bought that for yourself, it's a little questionable. Right? Unless you're like a Machine Gun Kelly type person. Very flamboyant. Like a rapper or some rock star. Like it would work.
no, my vision.
I wear old man shoes. People make fun of my shoes.
You should be wearing it.
I would wear those.
But listen, so my vision is the bling with a bear skin jacket.
I like it. A bear that you killed.
Yeah.
Everybody's gotta shut the fuck up if you actually killed the bear.
Yeah.
I ate him too. We ate his pepperoni. Right? We're eating bear pepperoni. It's delicious. It's very, very good. So, shout out to whoever processed that for you. Whatever butcher did that for you.
This is in Cottage Grove, Oregon, and Gates.
Yeah.
Gates Family Tradition Meats.
There's a bunch of those folks out there that are, it's like they're the unsung heroes of the wild game world.
They're so good.
Yeah.
And people are like, oh, you can eat bear?
Summer sausage. I've had bear summer sausage. It's delicious. You know what's the best for talking about all this stuff? You know Jesse Griffiths, the guy who's the chef of Die to It. It's a restaurant here in Austin, and I actually heard him on Steve's podcast, Renella's Media podcast, before I met him. So I heard him there, and then I had him on as a guest. Fucking super interesting guy. But he's the best at taking wild game and making it insanely delicious. He's just he's an excellent chef. He loves food. He loves hunting.
Yeah.
And he teaches courses where he takes people out hunting. What is his school called? New School of Traditional Cookery. So he takes people and he'll hunt hogs with them. He'll teach them how to shoot a hog, how to butcher it, and then he teaches them how to cook it. And the guy is a fucking unsung hero in the world of like taking wild game and making it just the most extraordinary dish I've ever had. We had diver duck. Diver duck's supposed to be gross. Yeah, that's what everybody says, right? Because diver ducks eat whatever the fuck is in the bottom of the ocean or the bottom of the lake. Yeah. Well, most people don't like the way they taste, but he had this way of marinating them. I don't want to like say that this process because I don't really remember it. I don't want to fuck it up. But the result was fucking insane. It was so good. Yeah. No one could stop eating it. It was so good.
Well, I mean, imagine what you can do with bear.
Oh, yeah.
If you did that magic with that.
What Jen River can do with bear. She makes those bear roasts in the Traeger and cooks them for like fucking 16 hours.
I wanted to bring, so I had that ham. I sent you a picture of because my goal was I thought, oh, maybe we can cook this because I thought you were going to have a Traeger here at the studio.
We did. We do actually. It's just not hooked up through the ceiling yet.
Right. So I'm like, oh, we can marinate this thing. And so I had Jen send me her marinating recipe. You know, it's got brown sugar. It's got all this shit in it. Of course, pineapples.
Yeah. And they know how to make shit delicious.
So Trace did all that, and we got it right, but of course we don't have a Traeger. So I'm like, well, I'll bring some bear pepperoni. And I was asking because everybody, they're so concerned about trichinosis. You know, I mean, Steve Rinella made everybody nervous about it because they got sick.
Well, she got sick after we warned everybody forever. It's the craziest thing. It's almost like he wanted to get it.
Yeah, he mad at her.
This episode is brought to you by Certified Piedmontese Beef. By now you know how important protein is in my diet. And for my fellow meat eaters out here, non-GMO, grass-fed, Certified Piedmontese Beef is an exceptional choice for tender, flavorful protein that's sustainably raised right here in the USA. It's Italian heritage, grass-fed, grass-finished beef raised on lush Midwestern pastures, so you get premium nutrition from family ranches straight to your table. There's no rule that says you can't have a little ribeye for breakfast, ladies and gentlemen. And in addition to CP beef, they've got seafood, lamb, pork, and poultry to keep you nourished and strong. Get 4 free steaks on orders over $150, up to $100 value of free beef. And you can also get free shipping on all orders over $150. To get this deal, enter the code ROGAN at checkout. Shop and order exclusively at cpbeef.com. That's cpbeef.com. Tap the banner to learn more.
This episode is brought to you by AG1. Everything I do and everything you do starts with good health, which is why AG1 has been a part of my morning supports whole body health. It's not a million different pills or supplements to keep track of, just one scoop in cold water every day. And I don't just put anything in my body. There's a lot of crap out there, so I always make sure things like this go through rigorous testing and standards. AG1 does that. It's always getting better. Since 2010, AG1 has improved its formula 52 times. It's a science-driven formulation of vitamins, probiotics, and whole food source nutrients to deliver comprehensive support for your brain, gut, and bottom line, I feel great when I use it, and I know you will too. Order now, and you will receive a 1-year supply of immune-supporting AG1 vitamin D and K2 for free, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Start building your health foundation first with AG1. He manifested it because he always said that he wanted to get scratched by a grizzly. Just scratched. Just wanted to look at a fucking tattoo. I want claws across the chest, you know? But I think that right. Fuck that. Jesus, I'm an Anderson come Jesus. Yeah. An 11-foot bear that's clean and elk that we shot. You don't know about it. That's a lunch sitting around in his territory. You're so relaxed. Let your guard down. Just like, yeah, we're good.
Well, what I was going to say was, so I asked Gates, Tanner's, he's a young kid, just came in house, does such a great job with that food, wild gave me. But I said, what's the process for making pepperoni? Because people are nervous about cooking with trichinosis. So they put it in like a smoker type oven, and it's at 160 for an hour, 165 for an hour, 155 for an hour, and then 145 for 5 hours. So it's 7 hours of cooking. Oh wow! Yeah, and so there's no worry. Right, and it just tastes amazing. It's got that little. I said, does it have a little pop to it when you eat it? You know, like you bite into a little pop on that the shell out here. He's like, oh yeah, it's got the pop, and it does. And it's everybody here who tried it. Everybody has given. I've given it to. I took some of my old work yesterday. Everybody loves it.
It's good. What's weird is, this is a little known fact, when the settlers were making their way across America, they would kill bear for meat, and they would kill deer for the hides. And that was their preferred food, was bear, right? Because it was closer to beef. And when they named, like, $1 bill's a buck, it's a buck, that's what a buckskin was, it's $1. Oh, yeah, that's where that term came from. I learned so much on this podcast. I've got a lot of useless information bouncing around my head. But that's a fascinating one. Like, I wonder what shifted when they stopped eating bear. And all of a sudden, bear became a teddy bear. Bear became your friend. Bear became Yogi. Bear became only you can prevent forest fires. All of a sudden, the bear is just like this weird anthropomorphized version of what you experience when you're out there in the woods, and what anybody experiences. But, you know, when people get rushed by bear, I don't know if you've seen the video of these guys on a dirt bike, and this guy wipes out in front of a bear's head.
I saw that thing was boiling out of there. Intense.
I have to see it because it's so scary. They're so scary.
Do we have a pull it up
Jamie shirts, right? Is it on Jamie? Is it on pulleupjamie.com? Youngjamie.com? It should be on pulleupjamie.com. These fucking scoundrels. Oh, thanks, Eric.
Your merch, dude. You gotta get your merch now.
Okay, youngjamie.com. Look at this video. If that guy didn't rev the engine, who knows what that bear would have done to them. That dude, very smart, revving that engine. Very smart. That is a very, very smart move. Whoever that guy who did that, that guy probably saved their lives. Holy fucking shit, those things are terrifying.
Yeah, they are. They're monsters.
They are the killers of the forest. That's all they do.
Hey, you know what? This is so you had the Alaska bone people up. And remember that video where they had the brown bear and the muskox. You watch that, right?
Yes.
Killing the calves.
Yeah.
So I just had a study sent to me, but they had a radio collar. Maybe you guys talked about this. I can't remember, but radio collar on grizzlies up there, and it was they killed 7 bear, and the camera's going off every 10 or 15 minutes, and this was during calving season or like calves, but they killed. I can pull it up right here, so I have exactly just because people won't even probably believe it, but they killed. So video camera footage of the 7 brown bears showed that they killed approximately 238 moose and caribou calves across the 45 days. That's an average of about 34 moose and caribou calves per bear. In 45 days, 238. So that was 7 bear just killed.
So this is what is always weird to me. We have these things that are in our head, like acceptable narratives of animals that you're allowed to kill. Like, you're allowed to kill fish. People don't freak out about it. You're allowed to kill birds. But when you get into certain animals, then I really do think it has something to do with like Disney movies. I really do. It has to. Because it's in our head as a kid that bears are cool.
Well, when you go to the zoo, you see a bear, it's not doing shit. It's just laying there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Exactly. And then you see it that reinforced on the movies and the shows, and then
You see circus bears.
right. And they're harmless. Yeah. And like, why would somebody want to kill one of these things? But then you go into the wild, and you see them like, where I was just bear hunting last week in Alberta, these bears come in, and it was funny because the sows would come in, and they would just be growling, biting, doing the alarm call, getting all puffed up, and I'm like, they live with each other every single day, all year. Why are you so pissed off? I mean, it's like, why would you be so mad at somebody you live with every day, right?
Yeah.
But they are just so competitive. And then the males come in, and it's breeding season. And then the boar I killed came in, and it was pretty fascinating because you wouldn't even see him. And the bear would all be looking up. The other bear, the smaller bear, the smaller boars from the south, they'd be looking towards where he's coming, and then he'd show up. And so it was pretty cool because I remember back the day before I saw a sow. She was like walking and like kind of doing like this, like really hard steps. And I'm like, are they picking up vibration from the walking? And so she's trying to sound bigger like this because I put it together when the boar I killed, giant boar, he was coming before they could see him. They were looking and getting startled, running up trees. And I'm like, are they feeling that vibration of a heavier animal coming, a bigger boar?
They have that much sensitivity.
I bet it makes sense because I saw the smaller sow like trying to stomp, and I'm like, it just makes sense that what was going on because they knew that the bear I killed was coming long before they could see him.
So a bear the size of the bear you kill is like a tiger.
Yeah,
Right? He kills all the babies. He kills whatever he can get a hold of. He kills younger bears. They cannibalize.
right. That's what's emphasized.
Yeah, there's so much of that they cannibalize. Like,
Right.
If a bear gets shot by a hunter and you get to it, there's a possibility that other bears are eating it.
Right. Yeah, that
How
happens.
good possibility
That happens often. It happens often. They leave it overnight.
Yeah.
They're killing McKinney, right? She's the best guy. Yeah, she's the fucking she's a ghost. And she always came correct with the note. And she never lost her composure. She was able to, like, she was playing some kind of crazy verbal tennis match. But, it's just the thing. They had a narrative, and this narrative was you gotta get vaccinated. And anybody who has anybody on that says there's anything wrong with the vaccine, this is COVID misinformation, it's gonna cost people lives. Yeah. There's no narrative, there's no like, hey, hey folks, it's really important to be to the public health in order. Hey folks, why don't we take the vitamin D? Everyone should supplement with vitamin D. The White House has ordered the increase in production of vitamin D and distribution in areas all across the country. These folks have got to lose weight. All these studies that are coming out is showing that overweight people are so much more susceptible. Percentage of people who wind up in an ICU, have more comorbidities. Let's try to chop those down. They can't say stop eating sugar.
then fucking couple girls who what the fuck are you doing? It's my business. When running to the campaign or something came on television, like or someone person that you trust and said, ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening to me, you don't this is what's killing us. You look at photos of people on the beach. Look at photos of people on the beach in 1970. Look at photos of people on the beach today. Like, they look gross. They want well, some factions of our society want to we are society. We don't have to accept that. But accept it and say, you don't have to fight it. You just have to not just then you have to make sure that everybody knows what is here and make it change the way it behaves because it's not legal. Because it's not accepted. You have to figure out a way, like, if you want to release a medication, you have to have access to the actual data, not the data as interpreted by the scientists that made it. That's one of the things that we learned about the process of peer review when it comes to a lot of these pharmaceutical drugs. That's what they sneak around. They make a whole bunch of studies, and they just gear the study to make sure that they get the results they want, and that when they release all the ones that show that it doesn't work, they get rid of those stuff. Hurry, we don't have access to that. That's crazy. And the only way that that's possible is through corruption. The only way that's possible is through running. Because I'm really concerned about the human beings that are having to take this picture. There should be a complete body that does all these examinations. Don't you do it in supplements? Yes, we did blindsiding. Well, not just that, we actually sent them off to third party. We had to do that because we found out early on when we were making alpha brain that when we would make our supplements, whether it was alpha brain or sugar texture, I forget which one it was, but we had sent it out and we did it third party. We found benefits that really had that work. And it was just trace amounts. And we realized they were using the same thing for alpha brain that they make used for like vitamin B12 or this and that. So you're getting like contaminated stuff. So you're not really working. Now we're dealing with a irreparable thing that we're not doing right now. So now we have to switch people that make it. We're not making manufacturers. We're just switch manufacturing. So we had to do that. We had to do something like a trial and error thing. We realized that. So that's committed supplements. Yeah. More committed to medicine. It's crazy. It's what we did because we wanted to know. Like in the beginning, like a lot of people were saying that, like, how we're going to study. We want to study. We should fund studies. We fund studies. Boston Center for and showed all sorts of positive increases for memory, alpha flow state, reaction time was good, solid data that showed it actually like half the dose I think alpha it was positive. So that was very reassuring because I'm like, how please? Yeah, because it works too well. There's too much anecdotal evidence, there's too much evidence for something good. And when you put it together synergistically, it makes sense. It does. I just want that same type of commitment to the medicine. You just have to give supplements. It's real you know, just not a lot of regulation like supplements. Sure, it makes sense because there's companies like Pure Encapsulations, right? There's a phenomenal reputation. They make the best stuff to the big product. So when I see Pure Encapsulations themselves, whatever various supplements, I tend to lean towards those. I know it's really great brand. Made somewhere that has like half the evidence. Like I know some guys have some third-party tests. Yeah, it's like from people that you trust, but the problem is more likely what they do it and have a real supplement and you take it supplements. It happens all the time, or used to happen all the time. You became paranoid when you saw it on the website, when they show for the athletes, this supplement you should have. They've been determined to have substances. It's a fucking shitload. Yeah. How many of you are on the website? It's a shitload, right? It was like, just so it's unregulated. I just
as they were, what they're doing. And they should just they ought to do it. The problem is they ought to do it as well as what the rest of the thing turns out that thing is not effective because they're never what do they do now? Every study making look like more effective than very but they really study. They come up with justification. That's what they did with biology. This picture and see how they even said, there's going to be very well. Yeah. Which is a crazy thing to say when you talk about business model. But it's what that business is. You're in the business of being a vampire. And it's like, this is fucking vampire. Like, you're in the business of being a vampire. And those CEOs that are just in the business of getting the most money possible, when they get access to the kind of fruit that they made during the pandemic, they're addicted to that now. That's the new thing. Wasn't like, was that something crazy like 40 new billionaires were made during the pandemic? Yeah. Why? They're balling. So that's their business. That's what they do. They're going to build what they do is allow them to do it that way. It doesn't mean they shouldn't be in the business. Right? Stuff that they're doing. And they're creating billionaires every $30. Now up to them. It's nerve-wracking, man, because the people that have that kind of money and that kind of power, they want to maintain that trajectory, want to maintain that influence over people. That's why they maintain it. This is like tightening down on what people are allowed to do. But they have to go on. And the CEO of Pfizer was famous in his speech. It was talking about the pill that it would have to take that sends off a signal to show that people take it. And he says, imagine the compliance. So let's find that. Right where it says that. It's so long. It's comply. You're making it because you're forcing that word that talks about the thought process behind that. It's so encouraging. Comply, like you have no choice. And it's because it's working on that. CEO okay. Discussing and just look those sensors has gone viral. False presented as the interview in 2022 and it's cut out for context. One Twitter user shared their clip on May 20 here, comment from Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla explains Pfizer's new tech adopters crowd investment development. All the tiny chips in the wireless signals to relevant authorities for pharmaceutical has been retested. Imagine that applies. Now, is that really what he said? So what is it really said? What's cut out? It just says that. See, this is one of those things where you gotta wonder where they're trying to gaslight the headline. He commented on biological sensors during a conversation on general technological advances in healthcare and pharmaceuticals. So, like I said, respond to a question from the audience. Ideas to engage patient recall research to create vaccine assistance already available by the U.S. Drug Administration. It's undescribed as the version seen on social media reviews. Later, of course, the initial cost and someone needs to invest. Well, it's not talking about a Pfizer drug or technology, rather it's describing vilify my site drug with the additional ingestion tracking system, right? Okay, for the treatment of schizophrenia, actual manic, and fixed episodes associated with bipolar disorder, is used as an add-on treatment for depression in adults. So he was talking about a different, but he was talking about a pill sensor. That is the same thing as that's why that's how they got it. Right. Well, now it's an actual technology. You can mandate a medication to take or something else. And you sound good by all that. That would help those people. Now, so here it says that. So basically, it's a biological chip that's out in the tablet. Once you take the tablet, it dissolves in your stomach. It's a tablet. Compliance. So did he say imagine the applications of that compliance and the beginning was the imagine compliance? What's he saying?
That's what really stuck. But if you have schizophrenia right now, they know that they did yeah, but yeah. It's there, exactly. Once it's been applied, especially if you have an application. Now, if you have an application, digital passport, it says signal to your passport. No, it's not going anywhere. It's all yeah. And the fucking headline they had that's that thing they gaslight around. Yeah. About Al Pacino. There's a small article. The top of the article is Al Pacino. Feels like reports are that Al Pacino felt like the girl was with him and this and that. And then below that in small letters, after we talked to him, that's not true. The head. So look at this. Check out this. This is a really special company this time. Al Pacino breaks out claims he demanded a journey test because she claims the actor revealed his girlfriend for Al were expecting last week. Initial reports claimed that Al was not pleased over the news. Sources told Daily Mail that wasn't true, which has now been confirmed. Right, so it's not true. It's still in the headline. Like, that's a little tiny letter. The big headline. It says, great silence to celebrate 29-year-old girlfriend after claims that he demanded a drug test because she has claims. Okay. Yeah, but that's a headline. See, they're allowed to do that, just like they're allowed in that last headline. That's what's right. So what was the last headline? Go back to the No. Not the Al Pacino one. Go back to the other headline. What was the headline that discredited it? Showed it? Okay. So it's whether it's still a CEO of Pfizer talking about even in 2018, it's still crazy. It's still crazy. And I get it that it's a pandemic, so it's a different thing. And in application for schizophrenic, I understand that as well. I know that there's schizophrenic. I know that medication when Brody was over medication, right? There was a moment when Brody was around the school talking about medication, trying to get back on it. He's really struggling. I've seen, so if you had a situation like that, I'm sure the Brody was taking his medication, maybe Brody was taking it. Maybe okay, but it's also everyone, or a very small percentage of people that have medication so to have that kind of tech available, that freaks me out. I don't like it, especially if you fall into this idea that they're prepared of how to implement this sort of system. One of the best ways to implement this sort of system would be some sort of a pandemic. We have new authorizations, new rules, new abilities to tell people to shut the fuck up and stay in your house. So the fact that was 2018, doesn't mean they were probably talking about this pandemic back then. Well, they're definitely talking about a potential for a pandemic. Yeah, they've been doing that forever. So, what's your thoughts on having cover? What are you trying to do? Make a fucking viral clip? Is that what you're doing here, Tim Haynes? No, but because I'm always like, if people are trying to cancel somebody, I want to hear from the person. Yeah, I want him to sort all this stuff out because I want to find out what's going on with Fox News. But I'd be interested in talking. Yeah, I think the whole thing's very fascinating because he was one of the only guys that was kind of going against the corporate narrative. Their school lawsuit. So you're not even allowed to put a Twitter video up there saying Fox according to this article. Might have had an opportunity or something. They're saying Fox silences First Amendment rights. Yeah, interesting. So they kick you off for show. Can they say you can't use social media? Wow. Is it possible that his contract said when they kick him off the show that they can't make a video on social media?
That's rabbit hole, like putting up an edited 10-minute thing that looks like a show, and if he isn't on screen, that's it. You can't make a show, then that's what their point is to do it.
Yeah, maybe he's doing a jet ski.
Yeah, I mean, because it was kind of a studio setting.
Yeah.
So maybe
Maybe you should just put a fucking iPhone on a jet ski and just drive around, just talk.
I
That'd be kind of fun.
Either way, yeah, there's probably an error out there.
Maybe you should do fishing.
I just don't like. I think he does.
Maybe I fished a lot. Nighttime fly fishing.
I don't like when the government or whoever these corrupt TV channels try to cancel somebody. I'm like, I want to hear from him now.
Yeah.
And so he was the number one guy. Now they don't want anybody to hear his voice.
Everyone wants to hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a bad fucking part. But I think it was a business move. If I had to guess, someone that was one of their sponsors or someone that owns a piece was very upset with his positions. That he was taking some very controversial positions about a lot of things, including the intelligence agencies. The fucking guy out and out said CIA killed Kennedy on Fox News. Yes! Yeah. Tucker Carlson out and out said the CIA.
See, I trust that guy. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why, but I trust him. I want to hear from him. And
I trust him more than I trust Don Lemon.
Yeah.
I don't know if, I don't know what he's actually like, but Ranella loved having him on the show. You see, it's like the people that like ideologically opposed to him who worked with Ranella when they did the media, they're like, fucking hate to say, I really like the guy.
Tulsi said he's a great guy. He goes, you guys would be along.
I bet you would.
And so that's
Get that motherfucker to run up your mountain.
It's just frustrating. I don't know. I'm just like so frustrated. So I know you hate the politics, but like selfishly, I want to hear from these people. And I'm like, well, I think you're so good at fucking getting to the bottom of everything. I'm like, selfishly, I want you to, even though I know you don't want to, and I get it, and it's your show. Obviously, you do.
I'd rather talk about cats and dicks with the phone.
I know. I mean, that's fun to listen to. Also, I
know what you're saying.
I'm concerned about society, and like, I'm concerned.
I am too. And I'm concerned that it seems like there's the most transparent power struggle that I've ever seen.
Yeah,
because the power struggle is even in regards to like popular Democrats. It's not even about popularity anymore. It used to be like who's the most popular Democrat, and that popular Democrat that would run against a Republican. That seemed to be how it always went. And I'm sure there was a lot of fucking funniness going on.
Yeah.
But if someone was uniquely popular, they would essentially, they went out in the debates, and you remember all those days? Yeah. There's debates, and like the fucking power would shift, and it looked like this guy was going to win, but then she came along, and then it was always like that. And now they don't want to do that anymore. They don't even want to have debates, which seems insane. It seems insane that we tolerate that, or that they just want to hold on to the position like, nope, we're not going to have any sort of primary debates. Isn't that a part of what we've always done? Shouldn't you watch ideas battle it out against the other ideas? Shouldn't you see how someone stands up to the pressure of these national discussions about very important issues that are affecting us all?
I want to know how people weather that storm. That's the whole point to it.
That's the whole point to it. And the whole point is to give people a chance to watch these people express themselves and decide for themselves.
Yeah, intelligently.
And if they're in cahoots where the media is putting out a negative version of this one person, and you have people like Hillary Clinton that are saying that Tulsi Gabbard is a Russian asset, and crazy talk. I know. But all that stuff, if that's what gets out, and then you don't let that person talk, you won't let that person debate, and and that's what happened with Tulsi after the whole thing with Kamala Harris. We're done with you.
It's enough. We did that 50 for the Fallen over in Hawaii with Tulsi, and we walked by, and she's like, oh, I live right there in the house. It was like the most normal house in the normal neighborhood. I'm like, no wonder I like her. Strong leader.
Yeah.
And I'm like, to me, it was beautiful.
Yes, she's an amazing person, and unfairly aligned.
Yeah. And then
ideological tribes themselves. Yeah. If you're on this side, like she's demonized, people talk about her parties, people talk about her places. Yeah. You have to kind of go along with it. You have to agree with it.
And you say in the show that Hillary was saying she was a Russian asset, and so it just made me think that I'm like, how crazy crazy is that?
It's insane to say, and it's also insane that people didn't push back against it. It's crazy things. A person who served overseas in a medical unit twice developed that white streak in her hair while she was there, just really stressed, treated, followed soldiers. It's fucked up, and it's this weird world that we live in. I think things go in cycles, and I think part of the cycle is the recognition of how fucked up we are now. We're all fucked up, and these people then get the people behind them, and if there's enough power, there's enough influence, there's enough votes, there's enough just overwhelming leaders, and the powers that they have to play ball is universal. They don't kill that guy like they killed his uncle and killed his brother, or killed his father.
Well, I start feeling like, I'll just tell you, I feel like when I should go see my grandma, I used to want her to get out of there, and she's like, you bring that thing, so I didn't leave. That's how I feel right now with you. Because I feel like we've been talking forever, and I keep bringing up this shit, so I'm trying not to, like, lock you guys in here.
It's okay.
But she said one thing, when we were talking, it was like, it just gives perspective to what she stands for. But she said when she was serving overseas and she would leave the base, there was a sign. I don't know if she said this on your podcast, but she had leave the base, and there's a sign that said, "Is today the day?" I'm pretty sure something like that is today the day. And that's serving over there, wondering volunteers to do that. Gave up, she had a political seat, I think, at that time, even in Hawaii, and to go serve and then face like what our troops face over there, fighting for a greater purpose, and seeing that as today the day, it's like, that's the type of person I think should be in politics.
Yeah, that or a person who really doesn't want the job. Some fucking Elon Musk type character. Someone who's just very smart, so like enough is enough. Some genius type character who really understands the system. Adam could relay that message to him. So that's the problem with being president. You can't just be great at these ideas. You also have to have a certain amount of charisma. There's a certain amount of appeal, which is crazy to watch. There's a certain amount of the was one because he didn't want Trump. It's real clear. No one was real pumped about that. It's anti-Trump. Yeah, it's an anti-Trump. It was anyone but Trump. That was what that vote was. The crazy thing is that's like more than Trump. But no one in the country wanted anyone but. Like very few people were excited about that choice. Because maybe some people in the beginning thought it would be like Obama to yeah, that would be more reasonable. I think that illusion, that is all fairly quickly. So here we are in this weird place where it doesn't look good. There's international conflict with Russia. There's all these warlocks that are calling for more escalation and more violence. There's people dismissing Trump's idea that he can solve it. Yeah. There's there's a lot of things going on. There's AI, there's UFOs, everything's happening. It's really one of the wildest times ever to be alive. When it comes to just life-changing events, world-changing events that can happen at a blink of an eye at any given moment. At any given moment, something can break out in Russia and Ukraine that would change history. It would change human civilization forever. It's scary. It's that scary. It's that scary. And the people that dismiss that fear are, oh my God, what do you? That's like huge. Like, what are you talking about? People get shot all the time. Like, there's history is riddled with accounts of people doing horrific things. We went back to the story of the Mongols earlier. There's a story of this guy who's the chorus being shot, and it's in the Dan Carlin Hardcore History series of the Wrath of the Khan, where because the roads are so destroyed that they can't travel on them because they're so thick with human bodies that have decayed that the roads are all mud. And they see what they thought in the distance was a snow-covered peak, and as they get closer, they realize it's a pile of bones. They killed everyone. They killed everyone in the city and stacked them on top of each other and left. That's human beings, yeah. And human beings have been doing horrific things like that. But the idea that they won't do it now, that's the same ridiculous idea as no one will invade. We won't do it. He won't do that. He won't. Of course course they do. That's what people have done. History is filled with stories of people invading countries, of war breaking out, of horrific death and destruction. The idea that you can just push aggressively against this, and there's not going to be some sort of global repercussion.
You know what sets America apart is we have a lot of people like this Native American story that this village was being attacked, and the men drove stakes into the ground, tied themselves to the stakes, let the women and children take off, and would stand there and fight until they died because they were tied there. We have men that will similarly do that. We will fight to the end to do what's right. So, yeah, we can get pushed, or we can push other people, but there's still people out there who will fight to the death for what they believe in.
That's why we need vaccines. Keep those people in their homes. Take their guns away. Yeah. It's a lot of it all connected. Unfortunately, and they're also capitalizing on these horrific events that do happen in mass shootings. But one thing we never discussed is what, if any, are the correlations between mass shooting and psych medications.
Right.
Yeah, because
they don't want to talk about that.
The vast majority of those people are on some stuff. Vast majority. But no one is looking at that as a potential cause. They're looking at it as, not causation, but maybe correlation because they're crazy in the first place, which is why they're taking medication. Yeah. Not that the medication allowed them to do something horrific. It's this weird thing. People are like doing the work for the companies. They don't want to believe they got duped, so they'll argue in favor of these gigantic pharmaceutical drug companies. Don't give a fuck about them. They'll argue in favor of the military-industrial complex's influence over the politicians that they support. Like their team has to win. Like it's a bizarre way of looking at things. It's very difficult to look at it objectively. Really step back and take a good look at it. Like, wow, this is not optimal by any stretch of the imagination. Like these people that are running things are full of shit. A lot of them are buffoons. They're not exemplary. They're not the people that want running a society. If Chris Williamson, if that guy was running for president, I'd be like, hey, so smart. He's so fucking smart. Why not he be president? But he can't. He's from the UK.
Even when Biden was young, he would just talk down to people, egotistical, make up lies about his grades. He would demean people.
But that was then, bro. It's better now. It's changed. Now your grades are
so he was never good.
Best guy. What is that Obama quote? Never underestimate Joe's ability to fuck things up. Did you really say that?
Yeah, I don't want that fact check.
Yeah, I know. That's like I saw this article once that said that sperm cures women's depression. I fucking slammed my laptop shut. I was ready to argue this. Yeah,
trust science.
It's maybe accurate. It's not on accurate. Set off the record.
Oh, he said it. Yeah, I bet he said it. He's smart.
I'm gonna go with that.
Come on, if you work with that guy, you wouldn't be saying shit like that.
The last thing on my notes. Remember the tic tac toe. So you said like something about when you're young about fear.
Yeah.
Is that? Do you think? Do you like hunting bear, or are you worried about like grizzlies or black bear?
I'm definitely worried about
the fear part of it.
First of all, I think there's something good about eating a predator. I really believe that. Yeah. I don't know. I like doing it. I like eating it. I like the idea behind that.
That clip where you said something, and God, who's your friend? His mom commented, Filbert, and he's like, "No, you fucking lunatic." You said something about eating to help you feel stronger.
I said you get more aggressive.
Yeah. So, but
he only ate one meal.
I'm a lunatic because when I eat bear, I fucking
I think it's true.
Invincible.
I think it's true. Yeah.
I've been showering for like 4 days right now. Out of respect for that fucking elephant shot, and I'm eating all this shit. I don't care if it's fucking bad. No, Joe, you fucking limit. Somebody gets in my face, that might cause me to get that lunatic. Eat a little bit of protein. You had to beat the fuck out of
there is something to it. The predator and the pet.
I think so.
When I eat bear, I don't know.
Well, people do say that when you eat, like a lot of people that get on the carnivore diet, one of the things they say is it feels like it ramps up your aggression. Hickson Gracie used to say that. Hickson Gracie, when he was training for a fight, he would eat a lot of red meat. And there's a video of him from the movie Choke of him going to a butcher store, big pieces of sirloin to barbecue. He'd say that red meat like increases your aggression. He was a guy who's like that eats grass. Well, you don't really have to be aggressive. You're not chasing it. You're prey. You're not going after it. You're prey. Like if you think about like vegans, you think of like other than being hysterical, which is probably like the type of person because they just eat the fucking squash, right, and shit, you know. But I think if you eat things that are difficult to acquire, like elk and deer and bear, I think in particular you eat predators. It just makes sense. That thing is. And there's so much protein in these wild animals. But it's also because there's so much leaner. Like that's the thing with like certified Piedmontese. Certified Piedmontese is a specific type of cattle that they grow their cattle. It's all free range, no grass fed, grass finished per ounce than the average beef. And the reason being is because it doesn't have as much fat. It's just logic. It's just science. And if you look at an elk and compare it to a cow have so much more fat. Yeah. So it's like there's less that's certified Piedmontese cow.
Hey, can you look up the protein content of meat so we can see?
It's much higher in like moose and elk. It's good. I bet it's very high.
I haven't seen bear.
Well, it's very fatty. Maybe in the fatty cut, it wouldn't be as high because you've got, like the mass of it. Like you have 16 ounces of it, 4 ounces of fat versus the elk, where it's like half an ounce of fat. You're going to have much more protein, but also the elk is that rich color. It just looks like a super quality. Yeah,
you just know that this is super fuel.
Super fuel. The difference between grass-fed beef and grain-fed nope. They don't have it. Well, that's just what's alligator.
Oh, there's a bear over there.
32.8. That's the most. Oh my god. As opposed to what's the other ones have? Protein. You make that. That's from Vortex's website. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so protein 33 grams, deer is 38, turkey's 36, moose is 37, and elk is 38.
Okay, that's more than I see.
It's the least. But I think that makes sense because of the amount of fat.
Yeah, see the fat though? But that's got to be good fat.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Well, they say it's the best.
Yeah.
Like vanilla.
And it's got the most calories. See that?
Oh, yeah, I mean, 60.
You cannot beat that fuel.
Yeah. It's good fuel for sure. And it's just interesting to me that was the preferred meat.
Yeah, that says a lot. That's survival.
Yeah.
They're trying to survive. They're not, this isn't a comfort time like it's now.
Also, there's no predators and bears. Like just imagine what the experience when they first got here. When, Native Americans didn't even have horses yet, right? So they weren't riding horses and chasing after these animals. They probably weren't that effective at diminishing their populations either, especially when it comes to things like elk and deer, like running down the mountains and shit. Imagine what that was like. Like when Lewis and Clark talked, like you read the journals from Lewis and Clark, and they talk about there's crazy animals everywhere. It must have been wild. Yeah. It must have been amazing. Yeah. Like what we think of when we think of public land today. High pressure areas, lots of hunters, elk that are scared to bugle. You're going to diminish populations, a lot of trucks on the trailhead. None of it. Imagine bears and outlaws, deer and elk and antelope and just everywhere. No cities, no use of resources by human beings. So everything is just in its natural state. Yeah. So anytime there's a place like this area right here, where there's a lot of water, and that's where there's so many fucking arrowheads here. Yeah.
Just read was saying that when they started selling the teddy bear
was a fucking beast.
Yeah, that's when they stopped. That's when they stopped eating them.
why people aren't eating it. Like winners can't sell it.
It says the whole teddy bear thing was the Bambi moment for bears. Makes sense. But it makes sense, but it's dangerous for people. It's dangerous for people to do that, to put human characteristics on animals. Just think that those animals are your friends.
It's funny you mentioned the arrowhead. I was running the other day, the day the shoes came out for pre-order, but I was running and I like looked down where I run almost every day in Arrowhead. Yeah, sticking up out of the ground. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, well, it was halfway in the ground.
Did it rain recently?
No, I mean, I don't think it has. So like this.
Oh,
It looks real.
Like maybe someone knew you run that way. You got my fake
I put it up, but I mean, it looked
so awesome as that one. Yeah. See, where we are now was where the Comanches are. That's why you see like these streets out here named like Quanah Park or Lane. Watch this.
Yeah. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah. So that's a good one. I know. So I was running and picked it up as I got up. And I said, I don't know if it's a sign because of the day of my shoes.
Oh, that's amazing.
I'm just going with the coincidence.
Dude, you should frame that one.
Yeah.
You should frame that one. There's some people that say you're supposed to do that. There's people that say, fuck you.
I mean,
What are you talking about, people?
I don't know, there's the tradition, the Native American tradition is like, and archery specifically.
Yeah.
I don't know, there's something that just stirs me.
I got a pretty honest though. I wouldn't be comfortable with the cut.
Oh, yeah.
Made me nervous.
You gotta make a good shot with that thing.
I bet you get a lot of penetration.
This is a good one right here.
That's something.
I just thought it was cool. I mean,
Very cool.
I run that.
Look how little that arrowhead is.
Yeah.
Even though it's from squirrels or something. It does. It's an amazing craftsmanship. Bird park. Probably was a bird park. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense because
It's just
that's
amazing.
awesome. That's awesome.
Because I ran and I was like, you know how you think you see something? So I ran up and I turned around. I thought I saw a point sticking out. And I went back. Sure as shit.
I found one where I was bowling over Manila in Nevada. The high desert country.
You guys were mule deer hunting.
Mule deer. Yeah, tough. It was very tough. Yeah, it was awesome. It's really cool. Really cool. Really hard, tough fight on public land up there. It's really interesting because you really got to play it carefully. You got to really play the wind. You got to really play their bedding. You got to creep up on them.
I killed a buck there.
I crawled. We made our way like about a half a mile to this isolated patch of trees, and I crawled in for like an hour until I got within bow range. And as I'm creeping forward,
Understood the buck. Yeah. It's like,
point.
That's not good. Yeah, I put crawling like that. I put it on my back, like sitting on my back, and I'm just crawling. So I got all like 2 knees and 2 hands, and it's just kind of sitting, resting on my back, and then so I can stay low. Sometimes, because otherwise you got to keep leapfrogging.
The problem was I was in a corner. A trail, bushes to the side of it, so it's really difficult. So
Yeah.
Creep in. So I just
They don't like it beside
as
that.
barefoot, Red Sox on too. Give a shout out to Randy, because that's where I learned about taking socks off. Talking about taking shoes off.
There's certain people out there who have so much of my respect. I mean, I know I talk shit about Steve's brother. I got a lot of respect for Steve and Noah, but Randy Homer,
I got a lot of respect for his brother too. I just think he's,
I don't like
he's
that.
out. He feels like he's out. It's hateful. It's unfortunate that he does that, but I think he just feels like he's out of the conversation.
Yeah, that'd probably be frustrating too.
Yeah, they have their own opinion on things, and they don't think that people are doing it the right way, and they have a very ethical stance on things.
Yeah, no, it's fine. But I was just gonna say, Randy Homer was the godfather of archery when I was coming up. He was so good. killed so many good animals, such a great shot. And there are just these legendary figures, and he's one of them.
He's such an interesting guy to hear talk about it too.
So smart.
Yeah, so smart. Wasn't he a dentist?
Veterinary.
The veterinarian.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
So just a very smart guy to begin with, and then becomes obsessed with archery. He was the first one who was going to go off, so he could never think about it.
Yeah, I know. Interesting. I mean, so intellectual in regard to archery. Very measured. Nothing was locked with him. You know, it was just like very calculated. But if you ever have time, look up. There's two other guys who died who I think you was an incredible bow hunter out of Montana. And then they called him the last wild man, Art Schuyler. Both of them died in the mountains. Roy told me about Art Schuyler. Art Schuyler got eaten by a grizzly. He was hunting, but he would make his own bow, flint out his own arrowheads, and kill animals, sheep. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Roy worked with him at Foster's Taxidermy in Alaska, and he's just like, dude, there's this guy, Art. He goes, he's incredible. And if Roy's saying something's incredible, so there's these larger than life figures, you know, that Paul Schaefer, he's got a book called, somebody wrote a book about him called Silvertip. And these guys used to shoot 90 or 100 pound recruits. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Silvertip, Paul Schaefer.
That's crazy. 100-pound creature.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the last wild. That's Art Schuyler right there. So this guy was just a legend. Yep, right there.
And there's many books about these guys. Is that The Last Wild Man? Is that a story?
In outdoor life. Yeah. You never hear. So he worked at like I said, worked with Roy, or he worked at Foster's Taxidermy, and Roy would go and talk to him. And it's just crazy.
Well, it's always interesting to me. There's people that take a thing like bow hunting, just go way out. It's way out past where everybody else is going. Yeah. Make your own arrows, make your own arrowheads, make your own bow, go hunt moose like you do like this. Is that the guy that you? Yeah. Big brain gun too.
There's something beautiful about
Going out that way?
I think. I mean, it's like he's in a fucking. He's out living at the highest level, and sometimes it's rest of him.
That's true. I mean, he's Giants' shooting star.
I mean, that's true, but also I was thinking Nietzsche. I think he said something like that. So, both of them.
I think that song appeals to me. So it's like that. That's the Joseph Campbell character. Exceptional one,
Right.
Everybody admires. Yeah, that's what everybody wants in some strange way. And even if it's just for yourself, even if you just one person to yourself, something no one else can do. There's always people that do things like that, whether it's David Goggins or you or Alex Honnold who's climbing mountains with no fucking ropes. There's always these people that are out there pushing the envelope of what's possible. And there's a great value in those people. That's why when someone talks shit about you, it's so stupid. It's so dumb because you're discounting all the positives. For you to have only a negative take on someone like you is foolish. Or someone like Goggins, or someone like Jocko, or someone like anyone who's got an overall net positive effect on a positive influence on you. It's just foolish. And it's really that quote. It's the tragic result of unmet needs. That's a lot of it. A lot of it is people they don't like other people being better than them. They don't like other people doing better. They don't like that feeling. They don't like the feeling of comparing themselves to someone. It's a natural thing animals have. It's just a human instinct. As a person, that instinct doesn't serve you. This is what's very important. It's a natural thing. I've had it. I'm sure you've had it. A lot of people get jealous. I struggled with it a lot when I was a young man, but I realized that it's weakness. I realized it's dangerous because it keeps you from progressing, because it puts your energy in a very stupid place that doesn't serve you any purpose at all. It doesn't help you at all to be upset when someone else is successful, but But that same success can inspire you instead. If you can get past your initial reactions, your idea, this inclination to be jealous, if you can make what that person's doing, it will fuel you, it'll inspire you, and it will actually provide you with positive energy as opposed to just this bitterness that so many people have. They just want to sit around and bitch and complain. Nothing drives me crazy than a fat guy with a beer in his hand who's talking shit, you know, especially one that I know hasn't done anything. It's just like, I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing, and you know what you're doing too, and you don't have anybody around you that calls you on it. You don't call yourself on it. So you and your fucking dopey friends, you get together and you do this all the time. And none of you are going anywhere with that.
They attract like-minded people, just like just like if your goal is to improve or greatness, you attract those type of people also.
Yeah.
So it's so. You know, so those the people that you can't stand will surround yourself with people just like that. It's just a big ball of negativity.
Yeah.
Whereas it doesn't have to be like that, because as you said, you might have been like that. I know I was like that, but we're different.
You get over it, but you don't have to like think you're weak because you've had it. It's a normal human emotion. It's a normal human reaction. But you just have to realize it doesn't serve you at all. And in fact, it does the opposite. It hurts you. Like you can get angry when you see that person. You're angry when you see that person succeeding. You're angry when you see that person also being. It's so negative. There's nothing positive in it at all. It doesn't help you.
And if you change, like when I see you, when you see this thing, somehow I feel better. I see you in this comedy mothership blowing up, everybody just like this excitement, and somehow, for some reason, I feel like I feel good.
That's awesome. I appreciate it. I feel good when you're killing it. I'm so glad you're doing your own podcast now, and I knew it was going to work like this. I tried to fucking talk you into doing this forever. I tried to talk you into quitting that fucking job. Did anybody pester you more than me?
No, you. I'll say you were the one. I mean, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again. If I believed in myself as much as you believe in me, I would have done it a long time ago. I don't believe in myself.
You do, though. You do. You just need to get moving, and then you believe in yourself. It's hard to do new things when you've been doing this one job for decades, and then all of a sudden you're just gonna get rid of it. And you have responsibilities and a family, and there's a lot involved. But you are at an escape velocity where not only was that possible, it was actually holding you back by not using those resources that you have for that entire day for yourself. And you're making way more money outside of work than you're making from work. Right? That's the time you're supposed to jet. That's the American success story.
Yeah, I just never thought. I thought that where I was as good as it was going to get me something.
Get over it, Sonny. It's not. And it's proof.
Yeah,
I fucking got out. You did it.
There, people. I'm going to give away a truck and $10,000 in this.
There you go. CameronHaynes.com. Go there. All the videos are up. All the different Derek Wolf.
My gym records. I'm 20. And I was lifting. I was not doing too bad. And he's like, not too bad, old man.
Bro, that's a real Viking. That's what Vikings look like when they came off with braided pants and a fucking battle axe.
I love that guy.
He's awesome. He's awesome.
But to the whole truck thing is another lesson I've learned from you. I've learned so many. Whatever, we wrap this up. But the lesson you taught me was that there's enough cake for everyone. I have more than I deserve. I'm giving back, just like you set this example for me. I've seen you change people's lives, and I want that. I want to know what that feels like.
It feels great. It's fun to do. It really is. It's fun to help people. I love it. And I love to help talented people. I love to help good people. It's a good time. It makes it exciting. It feels good for me. I love watching people blow up. I really do. I love watching people make it. I always have. I've always loved success.
I've seen you change people's lives, and it's like it's beautiful. So, I mean, you have mine. Thank you.
My pleasure. It's a great opportunity to be around people that are so exceptional that just showing other people them would change their life because they are exceptional. You can't change someone's lives if they're mediocre. I've tried. You can't do jack shit. You can only do what you can do, you know. But when someone comes along like yourself, that is a very unusual and very exceptional person, I think it's important that the world knows there's people like that out there. There's people like you out there. I think people that think that their effort that they put out is enough, they need to know that there's people like that. They need to know that. They need to stop bullshitting themselves. They need to know that there was a guy that was working 8 hours a day, that was running 13 miles a day, lifting at night, bow hunting and practicing, and was the number one bow hunter on the planet. Like, that doesn't even make any sense, but that they need to know that. They need to know that. So put your fucking humble pie away. I don't know. We gotta get the fuck out of here now. I love you, brother. I appreciate you very much. Goodbye, everybody.
Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
You are a perfect example. Sometimes the universe throws you a curveball and it turns out to work out better for you. And we were talking about it before, right before the show, and I wanted to congratulate you on the success of your special because you were in this position where HBO had decided not to air it because you had opinions. They said, well, we don't agree with your opinions, so you can't have opinions that are different than ours. You didn't even say anything. I didn't think it was your feelings on things, which I feel like you're allowed to have. And boom, put it on YouTube, and boom, how many people are? Zero. It's zero. It's zero. You don't have anything to get, unless you're on the fucking Game of Thrones premiere.
I was ready to do math in my head and everything. I was thinking it was like zero. Don't even think about it.
Zero. It's never. I mean, maybe you gotta go back to like Sam Kinison. Maybe his got it done. Maybe. Yeah. Not that many people watch those shows, but YouTube is beautiful. I mean, they fuck you on a lot of different things. They'll pull you for discussing legitimate medical studies. This guy got pulled. Did you see that thing? I tweeted it. He's talking to me pit studies on psychiatric drugs. Bro, it's crazy. It's crazy.
They did a study out.
Well, it was on children and psych medications. It was on children and I believe it was SSRIs, which is antidepressants.
It's Rabbi. Those two children.
They've been doing it for a long time. They do not like when people discuss the negative side effects of YouTube. If YouTube, I would assume advertising pressure. That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
You get this getting the milk.
No, wow. You can openly discuss being abused as a child. Yeah, so this gentleman, what's his name? Roger McFillin, Dr. Roger McFillin. He was, so this is what he said. Our YouTube channel was terminated in less than 24 hours. No warnings, explanations, or strikes after we posted a video highlighting published science, black box warnings, and known adverse reactions of antidepressants for youth. Why do you think this was censored? And then what's weird is that YouTube responded underneath it. They responded, hey, here to help. Look at your YouTube channel URL. We'll see what we can find. Here's how to find it. Like, they killed his whole channel. So you terminated my, I don't know, like, saying you, it's probably 80%. Not that person. So you terminated published scientific literature. Reasons like this, YouTube is something the public trust. It's that dance of advertising. That's the dance of advertising and government control. It's kind of spooky. It's kind of spooky shit.
Like, no, regular government nonsense.
Not good.
Yeah, like, this is the reason why we don't trust anything. Like,
Yeah.
Right? Like, we don't. Like, so you say it. Like, so not trust it.
It's for a good reason. It's not like everything's going great and nobody trusts the government.
Like, but a lot of people are pro-government. Like, government, everything.
I think they just sold out everything. I think they built some narrative. They think anti-government is bad, so they're pro-government. I've had some admin discussions with intelligent people with that respect. They're saying the government should regulate the internet. What the fuck are you talking about? The same people that are engaging in insider trading, they should regulate the internet? Are you out of your fucking mind? You know how crazy that is? It's like, who said that? I used to be a publisher of the Rolling Stone magazine in the 60s and the 70s when Rolling Stone was the counterculture. He was telling me they should regulate the internet. We have the most mad publishers. I respect him so much, and I love him so much for what he did in the past.
I think that was connected to the internet kind of destroying magazines.
It could be, but it's also, I think it's an ideology. I think these people have in their head that good government, good people is good. And the problem is bad government, bad people. Never happened. Fucking last time. We're 100% satisfied with all the things the government was doing. They were doing everything they said. Even if the president wants things done when they're running for office, those things never happen when they're in office.
There's no way you have to be there. Like, we ever satisfied? Like, never.
Well, maybe Kennedy. Kennedy gave people. Seemed like he was giving people. But that was before. He was a kid. 4 years before.
Like Carter.
Well, the thing about Carter is, if you listen to Carter talk, and this goes back to Rolling Stone magazine, because Hunter Thompson went to Jimmy Carter's campaign speech, and it was so moving to him that he actually went out to his car and got his tape recorder and brought it back in and started listening to the recording. And I don't think any president has the ability. I mean, there's a reason why the government is set up the way it's set up. It's set up so the president can't become a tyrant. So the president can't make his own laws. He can't make them. This is how the government's divided. This is the concept behind the beginning of the country. I think even if you're a good person, you're in a bad job. You're in a bad job in a bad shit. Like she wants to make money. It's making money by selling drugs, or it's making money early, or it's making money. Of course, that's the game. That's the game. That's the game they're in. I mean, to pretend they don't do that.
I feel like things should be on the internet though. Like, so I'm like, damn, is nobody regulating this shit? Like a lot of things that people just like. I don't know what a lot of people like. They have followers. Like they so far too crazy.
That's true. That's true. But what's the alternative? The alternative is like, here's the best thing about those crazy people. You and I can talk about it. And then people can listen to us talk about it a few minutes.
I'm like, man, damn, what are you talking about? Like, but it's, there's other people that have sense. So,
you gotta be able to figure it out yourself. The problem is most people don't think, and rightly so, don't think that most people can figure it out by themselves. A large percentage of our population is easily swayed. That's why culture.
And I always wonder, like when people say they sell it, probably like it's passe. Like with a cult, it's like I'll be thinking of this, but like, why would I join a cult when it's never been proven to be a good thing? Like, it's like, show me all the good, successful cults. Like, it's just like, man, all I gotta do is just see one bad cult, and I'm like, I don't want to go.
Well, if you want to expand, religion is a successful cult. Because if someone's listening, if there is, let's just imagine, just for the sake of this conversation, that there is a religious scripture that is 100% translated directly from God. Well, if that's true, if there's one, that means all the other ones are wrong. All the other ones are cults. This episode is brought to you by AG1. Everything I do and everything you do starts with good health years. AG1 is a daily nutrition supplement that supports whole body health. It's not a million different pills or supplements to keep track of, just one scoop in cold water every day. And I don't just put anything in my body. There's a lot of crap out there. So I always make sure things like this go through rigorous testing and standards. And AG1 does that. It's always getting better. Since 2010, AG1 has improved its formula 52 times. It's a science-driven formulation of vitamins, probiotics, and whole food source nutrients to deliver comprehensive support for your brain, gut, and immune systems. But that's a lot of words to say. Bottom line, I feel great when I use it, and I know you will too. Order now, and you will receive a 1 vitamin D and K2 for free, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Start building your health foundation first with AG1. This episode is brought to you by Squarespace. Squarespace is an all-in-one platform for building your brand and growing your business online. No matter what you sell, whether it's physical products, subscriptions, appointments, ebooks, whatever, Squarespace has the tools to help get your business off the ground. This includes inventory management, secure payments, and a simple checkout process. Plus, with best-in-class templates and photo galleries, you can make sure your products stand out both on and off your website. Every Squarespace website and online store comes with a suite of features and guides to help you maximize your prominence in search results. Try it for yourself. To get started, head to squarespace.com/Joe for a free trial, and then when you're ready to launch, use the offer code Joe to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. Tap the banner to learn more.
Now you have some side stories, some people who just create some side things for their own benefit. But it's
like the performance.
It's like a longevity of, hey, it's all the same line of things. And transcends to the next generation. But then it's these things that once the prophecy stopped at some point, and then it's like people can claim themselves to be prophets with none of the other attachments. Like all the other prophets got the same thing. Someone spoke to them tonight, and they have some power at that particular time. It's like these people can just say, "Hey, I'm a prophet." Who spoke to you? I don't know. The voice comes through the wall. You live in thin apartments. I don't know, but it's like, and then they can just, what is your power? Like, who are the people that you're supposed to have? If it's no power, it's all you have to do is be charismatic. But that's not the in prophecy. That's not the that's the criteria. It's like, hey, I'm looking for somebody charismatic. That's like what God's doing. It's the whole thing. That's not the job.
Right, that's not the job. But
with this society, it's the job. Like, hey,
don't you think it's always
no? I think they didn't even want to do it. Like, nobody want to build no ark. He was doing something else.
See, the thing about Noah and the ark, if you go back to that story is very similar to the story to the Epic of Gilgamesh. And most likely that story is about the Great Flood seems to very much be real. Very much real. And there's a lot of physical evidence, and there's a gentleman named Randall Carlson who's been on my podcast. I've never seen any of those episodes. He's been on my podcast many times. He's an expert in asteroid collisions. And this time in history where after this time, there's all the stories of floods. It aligns directly with this thing called the Younger Dryas, and the Younger Dryas impact. The Younger Dryas in the time period are 11,000 years ago. They think the Earth got hit by comets, and they think civilization are basically wiped out. And it makes sense because first of all, it makes sense physically. Sociologically, before I think these footballers to death. But there's a lot of evidence when they do core samples on Earth. At that time period, there's a high level of iridium, which is very rare on Earth, but very common in space. And there's also nanodiamonds, which occur when there's an impact when something hits. And this is all over the world. What do you think when you're down?
It's like he's selling jewelry in the middle of the mall. Hey, buddy.
These aren't diamonds, these are nano diamonds.
These are nano diamonds. They different. But yeah, I believe that we in the space. I believe
There's evidence. There's tons of evidence. They found, was it Greenland or Iceland, that massive impact that they found? The Earth's been hit so many times. It wasn't just that you were talking one or two dinosaurs. It's been many times. And in fact, this comet shower that we go to every year, 31 kilometer, 19-mile wide meteorite crater discovered under a kilometer of Greenland ice. Had long puzzled scientists. The Hiawatha crater was exceptionally well preserved despite glacier ice being incredibly effective at erosion. That's interesting. Damn, that's big. 19 miles, is that what it said? Yeah, there's a ton of those, man. They're all over the world. There's a big one that's outside of Australia that they found. Giant craters where it totally makes sense. It totally makes sense. So this guy, along with this guy named Rabbi, who's also he has a documentary called Ancient Catastrophe. Is that it? It's not Apocalypse, right? Ancient Apocalypse. I always fuck those up. Ancient Apocalypse that's on Netflix. It's amazing. And it's all talking about like, these insane structures that people built in Africa, in Asia, all over the world, in Turkey. These insane structures that predate modern civilization. These are like 5,000 years before we think Mesopotamia emerged. Huge stone columns, huge structures that they know for sure were 11,000 years old. The show's amazing. It's an amazing show. It's really good. And it's, he only touches the surface because there's so many of these all over the world. Egypt is the best example. Egypt is a fantastic example because there's stuff that's under the sand that's even older than the massive stuff that's above the sand, and the stuff under the sand that they find when they dig deeper. It's a totally different style of building.
This is what the next thing is rap about.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the wild shit. The wild shit is that if it wasn't for those stones, if everybody lived like we live today, in glass houses and shit, there'd be nothing left. There'd be nothing. What you feel like a regular house made out of wood and glass? What the fuck is going to be there in 10,000 years? Zero. There'd be nothing left. You'd find nails. What'd you find? You'd find a few things, but most of it would be consumed by the earth. But those guys, they figured out something. They bullshit. Their houses have disturbed as fuck. So, I think we are. Graham Hancock has this amazing quote that human beings are a species of for sure. And I think the way we've gone today, technologically, with like phones and microphones, video cameras and shit, like we've gone into an electronic technology. I think they went into another technology that was different path, but way more powerful. They were able to move stones out of the mountains and move 500 miles. No necessity, get out things from necessity. That, but I think thousands of years of thinking. I think, when we think about the Industrial Revolution, we think about the way the world was just 2,000 years ago to now. I think those people were recovering. I think those people 2,000 years ago were recovering from shit that happened thousands of years before that, where people were just knocked back into barbarism, just survival of the fittest, just wild shit, because there was nothing left. We live in a Mad Max apocalypse, even worse. Nuclear winter. When those things hit into the ground, the massive floods come. It also kicks up dust into the atmosphere. Nothing grows. People are probably cannibalizing each other. It's probably horrific.
The ice age.
I think you might survive. I know a lot of people. Some people can fucking keep it together, and some people can't. You know, it's gonna be hard, and it's not gonna be fun, and life might not be worth living in comparison.
Yeah, in comparison.
So that's the thing. Like, if you lived on the Great Plains in the 1800s, and you were a Native American, that was your whole life. That's all you knew. You knew how to hunt buffalo. You knew how to make teepees. You knew how to live off the land. That's all you knew. If you took some fucking person from the east side of Manhattan, some person that works some cushy office job, and you said, Jerome, this is your new life. You're gonna live on the plains, and you're gonna make your own arrows, and you're gonna go fucking run around and try to shoot them in the buffalo. And there's no doctors.
So is this what Naked and Afraid is about? Now they getting ready for the apocalypse. Like,
Just exploding ducks. Just having fun with their dicks. That show's crazy. So dumb.
Naked and Afraid XL, they got like 13 people out there. Yeah, meet up and form a tribe. Like,
Yeah, they can do something like that. People that go evil real quick. Those competing tribes, they can go evil real quick.
I think it's it was just no. Okay. Well, during Katrina, survival phase,
Yes.
it's been some times where people have shown their colors.
Yes.
You know,
In small pockets.
yeah. Like my friend used to brag about having his Maserati, and when the flood happened, his Maserati was floating down the street. And I was in my truck. I was like, "Hey, you want me to come pick you and your Maserati up? Because you in a bad position, my boy." It just threw the truck, you know, and it was survival. He couldn't move nowhere, so he needed help.
Yeah, when the freeze came out here, I was having a time of my life. I loved it. There was snow everywhere and ice on the streets because I have a 1995 Toyota Land Cruiser that I had built like an apocalypse vehicle. It's lifted, it's got off-road tires, it's got steel bumpers, it's got a winch. Yeah. Big ass gas tank, huge gas tank. I was having a great time. Because that car's meant for that. That was like my golden retriever when he sees the snow. When he sees the snow, he's like, woo! He rolls around on his back. It's like he's having a party. It's the best thing he's ever seen. That's what it's like when my truck saw that snow. The truck was like, yeehaw! Everybody else is like in Corvettes. They're sliding into oncoming traffic.
That's what happens. You have one of those low-hill cars, you don't have an off-road vehicle, something that can really, that's sturdy, that can move things. Like I have a truck. My truck is built for that.
If you only have one vehicle, that's some trouble. Really, just in case. It's the sign of the most pampered society that people have cars that you can't even fit luggage in. And they're just fast. They you have a race car, sir. Why are you driving around town in a fucking race car? Where are you going?
Not like getting out of the truck in a tuxedo.
Yeah, right.
So that's what I said. Guys, like, man, that's great. Man, that truck is great.
People don't want to think about things going sideways, but they have all throughout history. All throughout history, there's been natural disasters. Crazy shit all throughout history.
So, I don't think about
Because we like to think about what's in front of us right now. The human mind is set up to take. The human mind is set up essentially for survival, right? And we have the exact same brains as people who live 10,000 years ago. So the people who lived 10,000 years ago, if they in fact were hunter-gatherers, probably were hunter-gatherers because the people before them were far more advanced and they were like rebooting society. That's what I think. But those people, that life that they lived was all about get some fucking food, find out what the dangers are around you right now in terms of your enemies and predators. Get some fucking food and feed your family and try to stay alive. That's all anybody wanted. They just wanted to stay alive. So we have that in our head. And shit like climate change, UFOs, what am I gonna do? Shit like what if ever the power goes on? Yeah, the power's on now. Shut the fuck up. I gotta deal with it now. I gotta deal with it right now. We're designed for the now. Your guys experience some very difficult moments. That's what it is. You've experienced a lot of adversity.
That's the reason. But I'm thinking, I always think in long term. I always gotta, like I'm Jason Bourne, like I'm I'm fast for the cash. Yeah, I'm not. I can't live for the now. I used to be like that, and that was too fast.
Well, that's a young man's game. Young man's game for the now. Talk to a 19-year-old kid. Yeah, it's like, fuck you want to change?
Always somebody. Yeah, make my tomatoes survive. I think, with having a healthy love for the elderly, because I would prefer to be one day. I would like to set things up for those people that's doing it now. For when I get there, I don't want to wait and be struggling. 65, I don't understand what's going on with comics. Most comics don't have retirement.
Most comics don't even have comics are the wildest fucking people I know. They're the wildest people I know. They spend all their money.
That's very true. That is very true. I can't even think of all the comics because I'm a planner. How many comics come to me because they know I'm a planner and they just put out this wow shit. What? I just saw you Tuesday. Yeah, I know. They're like, where you live at? I don't know. I'm not. What are you talking about? And then a month later, hey man, I'm calling somebody else's phone.
Some comics think that if they go to a spot, things will be different. My wife and I lived in Colorado once for a little while, and we lived in a log house on top of the mountain. And my wife had this idea that when she got in that log house, she'd start making women.
Just moved to a log house.
Yeah, it did. The only thing that fucked me over was she got pregnant, and when women are pregnant at very high altitude, this is at 8,800 feet. It's very high. It's real rough on them, real bad. It's like the flu every day. Very high rate of unusually high rate of premature births. They attribute to the high altitude. It's rough. It's rough on them. So we gotta get out of there. If it was for me, it was just me by myself, I'd still be out there. I would have never started a podcast. I'd still be up there. That Land Cruiser, I'd just be like sitting there chilling.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very satisfying. There's something very satisfying just even about the idea of that. That's very satisfying.
Not having to be so. I think that's the. I'm gonna slow down. I'm and then kind of relax on I don't think people know this about comics or about experience. My body is on some type of clock where I have to be somewhere when I don't. Like I've gotten up and packed all my things up and then realized I was arguing about some my mind basically is supposed to be a single. So it takes me, if I go on vacation, it has to be for like 2 weeks first. It's great. My mind is set on this clock. You got a performance, you gotta be somewhere, you gotta listen, you gotta, and I don't know how to do it.
I got out of that. That took me a long time to get out of that. I got out of that work and enjoyed vacation. Just chill. I got out of that work and just sit in my backyard. Sometimes just sit there, have a cocktail, just relax. Yeah. I think there's real pleasure there. Definitely. It's real pleasure. People like you, people like me that are constantly on the road, constantly working on this, working on that. It's like you're on this momentum. It's hard to hit the brakes going downhill. Jesus fucking Christ, like Flintstone brakes. It's hard. This episode is brought to you by AG1. Everything I do and everything you do starts with good health, which is why AG1 has been a part of my morning for years. AG1 is a daily nutrition supplement that supports whole body health. It's not a million different pills or supplements to keep track of, just one scoop in cold water every day. And I don't just put anything in my body. There's a lot of crap out there, so I always make sure things like this go through rigorous testing and standards. And AG1 does that. It's always getting better. Since 2010, AG1 has improved its formula 52 times. It's a science-driven formulation of vitamins, probiotics, and whole food source nutrients to deliver comprehensive support for your brain, gut, and immune systems. But that's a lot of words to say. Bottom line, I feel great when I use it, and I know you will too. Order now, and you will receive a 1-year supply of immune-supporting AG1 vitamin D and K2 for free, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Start building your health foundation first with AG1. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. There's a stand-up set. You got to be absolutely certain that every setup, every segue, every punchline sets you apart. But if you want to stand out as a business owner, it's important to stand out. That's why there's ZipRecruiter, which you can try for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Here's how ZipRecruiter helps you stand out to your top choices. They also make it easy for people to apply for your job. Instead of filling out a long application, people can apply with just one click. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter find a qualified candidate within the first day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Tap the banner to learn more. Slow down.
And you got to get to a place where you feel like, I have a plan to get to a place where, okay, this is it for a while. And then detox for that month. A month of not doing shows is horrible.
Get addicted to it, right?
It took me a while. It took me about 2 months to really get into the pandemic. Once I got into it, I didn't want to come out of it. I was like, damn, I'm with my family every day. All my vegetables are good. I'm having a good time. I don't have to be anywhere. I just go to the front, pick up my camera. Hey, what's happening? Talk a little bit, then done.
Let's watch go back.
Addicted to having to finish the story.
Yeah.
Domino effect, was in my mind, and domino effect 2 was in my mind. So I'm like, I gotta get back to it. Yeah, I don't think I'm tired of it. Maybe like, hey, maybe I was kind of cool, and they were like,
Well, that's what I was trying to curious what you were saying. Like, how do you so much to do? So you just gotta find the thing. And it was my home. Don't just stay put. That's why you're bored. Nothing coming at you. Go somewhere.
Stay put. I haven't heard that in a long time. My grandmother, she would say that because back then you couldn't go into, you could take children to liquor stores. And my girl would get out of the car, she'd do it in the car. Hey, stay put. Be right. My girl told me, be right here. When she get back, and she gonna beat our ass. Like what? Like how did that even come into the conversation? What's the conversation? But he was right there when she got back.
Yeah. Yeah, staying around. That's of course that's what. What do I think? Perhaps it's one of the reasons I'm depressed. Some people are depressed just because they're employed. Just trying to think of something. What are you from?
This is crazy. How you can't think of nothing to do when it's all outside? Like you can walk. I can walk out because I'm from that era when we used to play outside.
Yeah.
So if I go outside, I'm gonna find something to do. If I find another person, we're going to find something to do. If we find another person, oh no, this is football. All we need is 3 people in a ball, throwing the ball up in the air. It's not wrong. Something. We're gonna do something.
Do you remember children's playgrounds? How fucking dangerous they were. With those metal contraptions, those houses you could climb inside of.
You thought that was dangerous?
Those today?
I think they made out of rope now, and it's really dangerous.
Wow.
It's some little corded rope. Take your hand up, like I prefer the ball. I grew up with the ball, the swing from them. That was my thing. Balls, even spinning. Oh man, I think I know people just look at their shoulder. Almost like there's some big grown kid come and spin all of you. And you hold on, and then keep spinning, and then you just let go with your hand. Can't hold it no more. Those are the days.
Yeah, well, you learned. You definitely learned what hurts.
Definitely learned.
Yeah.
Like you never let the big kids speak to them ever. That was crazy. You 6. Hey man, you know you're 13, right? Like why do you go here?
Especially boys. Teenage boys. It's fucking dangerous animals.
Man, do you understand? I lived in some apartments where these guys that were old enough, high teen, and we would go check the mail. Because the mailbox was by the pool. They were trying to throw you in the pool. Hey, you go check the mail, your mother say, hey, don't bring my damn mail back here wet. And you would have to see, because if anybody saw you, they would say, hey, you hit the mailbox. And now you gotta run. Now you gotta run because they're gonna throw you. I remember once I got thrown in and I'm trying to hold the mail up.
Because they have man strength and they just got it. They just got it. It's like lottery winners. They're like lottery winners. They start spending all their money. You know, lottery winners, they go broke quick because they're like, they never had this before, and all of a sudden they have it. When you're 13 and all of a sudden you kind of have a man body, 14, and you're strong as shit, and little kids, you can just yell at them and tell them what to do and make them do shit. Smack them around.
Probably is this. You do that, and then one of the kids that you heard has uncles. It's like close to your age, like 14, 15, and his uncle was 19. You don't get nothing about that. It's like, yo, hey man, you heard my little cousin? And then, and he got a little more skill, he got a little more tactics.
Yeah.
He found male strength.
Yeah. They know how to use it. The 19-year-olds are very different. You get 19 to 20. Those are men.
I was different. It's like, it's good. It's not doing And he pushed me in just in the stomach. He just pushed me. He wasn't even trying to fight me. He was, everybody get back. And he pushed me and knocked all the air out. I was like, I saw the stuff. I was like, if he would have actually punched me, like if he was trying to, like, with body shots or something. That's
Oh yeah.
you think that a body shot don't look as pretty as shots in the head, but it's just as devastating, if not worse.
Oh yeah. Like the Ryan Garcia one. Javante Davis caught him with that left hook to the body. We were saying that he quit. He never hit the liver. Oscar De La Hoya quit the same way with Bernard Hopkins.
The same thing.
Same body shot.
Same
Left
body
hook.
shot. And he tried to come and he tried to take a step out that corner and did not the front of his foot even move. He just went down. He's like, man, this is it.
And if you get kicked, oh my god. The kick to the body is so goddamn devastating, especially spinning back kick. You literally pick someone up in the air. It's like they get hit by a car. Yeah. Want to see me when I was 19? Show that video of me knocking that dude out when I was 19. This is from Taekwondo tournament. I hit this kid with spinning back kick. So you can see how hard 150 pounds, 155 pounds.
155 pounds spinning around.
Yeah.
What is that?
That's what I'm saying. Even though I was light, like fairly light in comparison, the amount of power that you can generate with your legs and what your ribs are. Me and my daughter do this little art project. We're drawing zombie. It's the zombie thing. We're making this painting together. And while we're doing this, we took a photo from the internet of an actual rib cage, so we can do it right, draw correctly. And look at it. It's protection of all your squishy organs that are underneath it. I mean, when you really think about it, these little skinny ass bones are the only thing that's protecting your soft organs, your liver. This is me. This is me now. Like that. You just you get kicked in the body like that, it's the worst feeling in the world. Everything shuts down. You can't move. You can't move. Everything just goes. It's electrocution. Electrocution goes through your body. Electric power. Just the thump. Just the compression of your organs. Just your whole body going into shock. Your whole spinal column getting jolted. Your legs don't work anymore. That's the problem. Yeah, they just stop working. You can tell them whatever the fuck you want. They don't listen.
Trying to send shockwaves from your brain to your legs. Your legs like I'm going down.
The most shocking to me was when I get hit on the chin. Because one time I got dropped, I got hit on the chin with my left hook, and my legs just went, they just shut off. Like, it wasn't like I got hurt, like, oh my god, I'm hurt, I'm going down. They just went, shut off. The legs just shut off, and I was like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck was that? They just stopped working. It's like my whole system got short-circuited. They just go, boink. What a stupid design. This is just the jaw.
The jaw is, it's really the turning of that's
sometimes not though, because sometimes a straight shot, just on the tip of the jaw,
it's
knocks people out.
It's the whole person in the head going back.
I think there's something else going on too, specifically with the jaw, because you can spin someone's head around in other ways. Like on the cheek, it doesn't seem to have the same effect the jaw does. Jaws, like, I think nerves behind the jaw.
Let me tell you, whatever was going on in the jaw, I had a crown put in the key. The guy went to take the key.
Did you root canal?
No, he was trying to, no,
gum me up with it. So he damaged the nerve that's in the line of the jaw. And it took like 2 months for that shit to heal. And it was excruciating.
Nerves are rough. Nerves take a long time.
It was like, and then I had feel before, and I was doing me, and I was having this smile. So this crown here,
So did it make your face paralyzed?
it was taking out down I had to get all type of massages. The line of my jaw, they had to adjust it like maybe 4 times. It was terrible.
A lot of people get that. What is that called? What's that disease when you have your face on Bell's balls? That's crazy. You don't realize how lucky you are until you're not. It's the most important thing. That's another thing. They put all this effort into life. They don't put effort into that. It's crazy.
Don't even try to look at the things that can make you more healthy. Like the amount of research, the big brother scroll on their phone, they just set up something that can be helpful to them.
Some person.
Yeah. Just weird.
It's the same thing. I don't think about the future very much. What you're doing a little bit kind of abstract.
I hate that whole. You gotta die from something. You gotta die fucking miserable. You gotta die. There's a lot of stuff that you don't have to die of. Yeah.
You know, there's more people dying today because they eat too much than starved to death for the first time in history.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, Texas.
Food here is fantastic.
You know, people die from eating too much. What's up, Terrence? Black folks?
I definitely eat too much when I'm there.
Yeah.
We recreationally eat.
Yes, we go just all minutes. We go see what this is about. Like, in Texas, we are the kings and queens of the out. And going there like, oh man, they got a new donut place. Let's go see what they talking about. Like why? We have a currency. We have
a nice surplus.
Yeah. Like it's hard to go on the road. Once you're Texas is my home. Especially we have great food. Then you go on the road to other places. I'm gonna take you to the best barbecue place. I'm gonna take you to the best. This is like when you get there, like
you're spoiled. There's some places that have good barbecue. Apparently Kansas City has good barbecue. No? It's a different thing, right?
Not like here.
No.
Like,
do you know where it came from?
LA has the worst Mexican food of all time.
Really? Do you like Tex-Mex or regular Mexican?
No, regular Mexican. I lived in a Mexican neighborhood in Houston, and they had the best food. Like, so I'm like, I don't know. That's different. I don't know.
There's some spots in California. You just gotta go to spots where the Mexican.
That's what, like, when I'm in LA, it's something I'm like, this job, man.
I used to go to this place in the valley. Mexican soap operas playing. Nobody speaks English. They have like lengua, quesadillas.
That's infrared.
Yeah.
So it's like that's the spot. That's where I would go. Like I learned how to make tamales. I learned how to make tamales in still called Fiesta. This basically lady did not speak English, and she had a granddaughter translate what she wanted me to write down. And that's how I learned. I got the pots. I grinded myself the whole time. And so it's hard for me to go places and say that I was in.
I was like, don't see no bad. That's a normal thing. Everywhere. It's too many of these places. Like, you know, so they barely you got the best with crab. I never want to go. You know, we have blue crab here. Like, we got a lot of food here. A lot of food.
Yeah,
A lot.
it's a lot. It's a good place to eat.
Yeah.
There's some good spots in the country. There's some great food places in the country. Yeah, that's what's every kind of food I like to eat.
I eat. That's the problem. I eat everything, all cultures. If you're good, I live in a place that happens to have all cultures, and they have great food. If I want any type of African food, I can just go and invest in that in Houston. I can start at any and invest in that, and I'm gonna find it. We have 5 Chinatowns. Really?
There's 5 Chinatowns.
5 Chinatowns.
Isn't Houston the 3rd biggest city in the country?
It's a place.
Yeah.
It's a place that has all. I still think that Houston put up a lot of great content. We don't have the club. That's the thing. Yeah, improv is
The last spot when I heard about it.
Spellbound. Improv brought out Spellbound. Improv. And then I think we got to come to our lives. Comedy Lounge.
Yeah. Well, the improv's a great club. That's a great club. That was the first club I did coming back. I did that in July. I'm so selfish. Even though I was getting tested every day, it's like, what if it's what if I get a flash? So I stopped like that.
Speaking of a great club, I stopped in last night at the Mothership. It's very wild, right? That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Colin built it. And I built it specifically just for us. I didn't build it like a business. It's like if I was my accountant, I'd go crazy because the whole idea was I just want to break it. I just want to build it, make it the most friendly place ever for Canadians. So Canadians make plenty of money. Everybody's happy. The place is packed. Yeah. You know what that's from? But you know why?
No, I don't know why you did it.
Because that's where the UFO started coming. It's part of UFO thing. That's why when you're walking in the middle of the lobby is that giant UFO. That's what that's for. That UFO is a replica of that. And that is a replica of the craft that Bob saw. The guy was a propulsion expert. He was a whistleblower. Worked for Area S4, Area 51 of the Nevada Desert, back engineering in spacecrafts. So this is what he described. That's what the whole club, the whole idea of the common mothership, the whole idea is the club's themed UFOs. It's the whole idea. That's why this is that crazy gateway over the stage. Looks like a starport. Yeah. When they detonated the bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, that's when UFOs started coming. All the UFO activity ramped up substantially. These crazy motherfuckers. Whole cities with nukes. These fucking assholes, they had to come down and go, whoa. What are you doing, man? What the fuck are you doing? Well, I think they realized we reached a level of technological sophistication that we can kind of kill everyone on Earth. What do you think? I don't think one of them taught us because there's a very if you go and look at the Manhattan Project and you go and look at the history of splitting the atom, there's a very clear academic paper trail of how they figured this out. all the trials that they did when they detonated the Trinity bomb, which by the way was one of the first times they ever discovered it was nailed. It's called trinitite, and it's like nuclear glass they call it as well. That's what happens when a massive impact hits sand. It turns into this chemical glass. Yeah.
Stuff out of it. I believe it.
Well, the way I describe it is there's a great show on Netflix called Chimp Empire. And Chimp Empire is all about these scientists that are embedded in this chimp tribe. They've been there for 30 years. Because these scientists have been there for 30 years, the chimpanzees behave like there's no people there. They can get within 20 feet of these chimpanzees. Chimpanzees, as long as they don't eat in front of them, and as long as they never present any sort of danger, raise their voices, as long as they just stay back, the chimps don't pay attention to them at all. They just go throughout their life. So these scientists are observing these chimpanzees, and then these cinematographers capture them. I think the way we treat chimpanzees is proper. They don't let them kill each other. They do wild shit to each other's chimps. They engage in territorial warfare. They fight over access to fruit. I think the aliens would treat us the same way. They can observe us, but not do it. And I think if we did something fucking dangerous, like nuclear bombs, then they would go, whoa, okay. Because I think if alien societies do exist, intelligent life is out there. I think what happens is we keep getting more and more sophisticated and engage in tribal warfare. And as they become more and more sophisticated, their technology becomes far too dangerous to keep doing that same shit. And that's what they observe. Because it's this perilous tipping point where we could completely wipe out life on Earth, or we can evolve and get to the next stage of existence where we can coexist harmoniously throughout the universe and join some fucking global, some rather universal group of beings. That's possible, but the only way that's possible is if we don't nuke ourselves. So, yeah.
Problem with us. I'm going, it's like being in black, right? Yeah, I was like, no, I believe that it's definitely other life forms, definitely other civilizations that we just not ready for. I don't think we're ready. Our mind, we gotta be grown.
Do you think that there's like all these UFO sightings, the government talking about UFOs, this whistleblower that came out, so there's a crash retrieval program, we have crashed vehicles and they've recovered alien bodies?
You believe and I believe. It's the old man, like, hell no, I'm not messing with it. Because he's not ready for the difference. I mean, it's so hillbilly that just now got you to see him like that. He ain't ready. He ain't ready for shit else. It's like, hey man, what else, man? God damn. Like you got like 6 eyes, man. What is this shit? Like he's not ready. He's not ready.
I wonder if that's what they're doing by showing by these sightings. I wonder if it's a trickle effect.
Like with the Jetsons, we still don't believe in the Jetsons. And we, like, nobody, so they were already pulling people up on big screens, talking to each other and shit on the Jetsons. Yeah. And my mother was watching the Jetsons. Who thought that so when it happened, you just went and got it. Oh, it's $800. You just got excited about having it. Instead of, what the fuck? Now because it's the Jetsons, you in this time frame. It has to be a grooming. It's like, okay, let's see how they act with E.T. Okay, they seem to love that movie. Shit, let's throw Alf out there. Let's see if they're ready for a furry one. You know what I'm saying? Then it's like, hey, maybe the Muppets. Maybe the mother is a big ass bird, you know, just rolling around and talking stuff like it's some then we advance up to what was that? The Man from Mars and the Great Gazoo. And then now we up to Men in Black. And this shit is all right. You know, because it's, you know, the man, it's a, I've got to keep feeding it to them. And then all of a sudden, you just see somebody just come down the spaceship at McDonald's. Like, hey, what's up, y'all? You get two big mans. Look at her. Like, he's out there. That's what she did. And that's it. Then now you get.
Let me guess. 100 years. Oh, okay. Wow. They had flying cars. They'll never use that.
Robotic dogs. From flying.
They had robotic vacuums, video calls, tablet computers, robotic house help, and tablets.
Yes. They work for Space and Sprockets.
Flying cars, smartwatches, they had smartwatches, drones, holograms, 3D printed food. Oh, yeah, that's right. They had a pill can. You swallow it and it sees your body. Oh, George, he knows what's going on. Flat screen TVs. Jetpacks. Yeah. Jetpacks they have now. It's that one dude that's got wings on his jetpack, and they've caught him like flying around buildings and shit. Like you can. I don't think they last long. I think you only stay up there for a few minutes, but they fucking fly until you run out of gas. This one. What's the most recent? What can they do now?
That guy is
Jet wings. Yes. That's it. That's it. That is fucking wild. The jet wing. Is there a video of these guys using this? Look at that. Look at this one. Look at this flying out. What are the odds of those things failing? That's not like a those things are reliable. That's fucking emerging technology. You risk your life flying over highways. That's wild. Hell no. But if that happens in the future, the problem is people are just going to be doing it just like you see people on the highway riding wheelies, just flying down the highway. Wow, shit. Wild shit. You're going to be doing that in the air, slamming into houses.
That's why they not flying cars. I'm really not messing with this car. Just get in and just let the car drive for you. I'm not trusting it like that.
I have it.
You have it?
Yeah, I have a Tesla.
Did you just get in and just
I can.
and say, hey, take me to?
You enter your address that you want to go to. Press button that. Yeah.
And it take off
Stops
by
at red
itself.
lights.
No.
You're supposed to keep your hand on the wheel.
You're supposed to be on the wheel?
Yeah.
Man, I be seeing people, laid back, like, nah, I can't do it.
So that's a driverless taxi. I've seen them too. They just drive real slow.
I'm not checking out, fam. I'm not.
Yeah, that's the future.
No,
We're looking at that. We're saying,
I think people don't realize that they trying to get rid of you with this. Like I don't do self-checkout because it doesn't make sense to me. Like, why am I helping them get you out of here? And I know I want to talk to a person if something go wrong. I don't do self-checkout. And plus, I don't come nowhere to work. I just got off work. Why would I come here to work?
well, you're from a different generation. The generation of kids that are coming today, do you know how many of them have cars?
Amazing.
A lot of people. They just take lifts and Ubers.
Okay, so this generation Uber. And the next generation Uber. Who knows how to drive the cars in the third generation?
Well, then you're going to be having these things. There's going to be a generation, whether it's our grandchildren or their grandchildren, that never drives. No one drives their own car. Everybody has an automated vehicle.
That's like writing. They think writing. Kids don't learn in school how to write.
They don't learn cursing.
They don't learn cursing. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's insane.
It's insane. That don't mean get rid of writing. That's crazy. Like they took the clock out of the school because you have digital junk. But you still want them to be able to tell. Like America is not the world. Like, you're gonna probably go somewhere else in the world and you're gonna have to write something. Like, that's crazy.
And you see a clock.
And then when you used to get offended when people say stupid Dominicans, now you like, I understand. Why? What do you mean? Like, it's crazy.
Well, I think there's something that
I think locked up abroad has changed that whole ideology.
Oh, yeah.
Locked up abroad has changed. I go anywhere and do whatever I want to do. Like, show locked up abroad. No. Watch a couple episodes.
Yeah.
Watch a couple episodes and then go with the Yugoslavia. See how you feel about that, man? And then when people get taken, like, I don't go anywhere and don't check anything. I think
So when you go to a country to work, you check it.
I need to know. I don't know what an embassy is. Why is Jason Bourne? At least you can run to the embassy and say, if I go to Dallas, let me use my go to Dallas and check it. I know I'm at, man. Like, I'm just not rocking with being in this world without somebody knowing my whereabouts. Even though I'm a grown man, I'm gonna say something to my hand. I need a witness or an alibi. I need something. I don't believe it.
The world is definitely not America.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
it's not.
Like, look what happened to Brittany Griner. That would not happen in America. Russians come to America and do all kinds of Russians fight in the UFC once every weekend, and no one cares. No one gets mad at them. No one screams at them. No one throws things at them. They go out there, people cheer when they win. There's a ton of Russian fighters that are in the UFC.
Being a friend of mine was talking another time. Gerard G. And this country's crazy, man. When Floyd, they wasn't following in this same country where they are holding up the flag and the United States all the way. Instead of where we was talking, he said, man, this is the first time he was at a white party, in the state. He said, I hope he kicks the shit out of Floyd. He said, you couldn't find one Filipino in the world that was going for Floyd, not one. But you can find a bunch of Americans. Somebody who was born and raised right in Michigan. You can find a bunch of Americans who was born in the Filipino to beat it.
That's true. That's a very good point. The Filipinos are very proud. Very national. I love manufacturing.
Yes. Like my son is a very young soul. And the manufacturer was one of our shows. I don't know, it could be a boxer. He doesn't beat you up. Like, that's what he say one more gentle people in the world. I know. I showed him man back out and Mike Tyson. I was like, look, these gentle people. And then they get your ring in another way.
So, John got the lobster, his grandson.
The brawl.
Yeah. So what happened was, this is the end of the fight. But if you can see if you can find what caused it, because there's a video that shows the end of the fight. In the end of the fight, what happened was, if you just Google, just tweet like what Mayweather back on Twitter, like the fight. Excuse me, Mayweather got it. He was holding. So he wouldn't stop. Floyd's boxing him up. Yeah. So Floyd is just piecing him up. So Floyd, he's the greatest of all time. This kid is really an MMA fighter. He's a tough guy. He caught Floyd a couple times, little shots. But most of it's just getting boxed up, right? Boxed up by literally the greatest boxer of all time. But he was holding on quite a bit and wouldn't let go and was trying to like hold and clinch and hit, which is something like right here, which is something you can do in MMA. So he's protecting himself from Floyd, but he's not letting go. And so Kenny Bayless gets tired of him not listening and not letting go, and he pushes him off, and he says, "That's it. I'm stopping this fight. That's it. He won't listen to me. I am calling this fight." So he goes crazy, gets away from Kenny Bayless, and just starts wailing punches at him. But his foot keeps counting up. Yeah, well, I got two, but I mean, it became a melee, and so then there's fights in the ring, and there's fights outside the ring, and there's all this cell phone footage of people brawling, sucker punching each other. Some of that was crazy. Yeah, here's the brawls outside of his ring. Yeah, just people just screaming and yelling at each other. At the end of the day, you just get frustrated. That's what he does.
That's what he came into his sport.
Yeah.
Got into his ring, brought him to the snake hole, and then got mad at the snake for biting. Yeah, you can't bite me like that. Like, you in my hole.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't listen. Why he didn't let go. I don't know if they're talking shit to each other. I don't know what was going on with Kenny. So that's it. That's a wrap. And then crazy. I probably didn't expect that. Probably thought they've taken it. Well, there's no points, right? Because it's an exhibition. So that's what's interesting is Floyd's making more money than anybody. He's boxing people have no chance of beating him, and he's doing it as an exhibition. It doesn't even hurt his record.
Because of the drug.
Yeah,
Box.
it's also money.
It's like, I don't even think he needs
He spends so much money. For sure. I bet if he's playing for the future, you gotta keep it coming in. Keep spending for this sports.
Yeah, I think a lot of hopefully it matters. Boxing. Like this the drug. Floyd still trained. He doesn't have a fight.
One fresh pair a day.
Come on, man. He needs that money. That money has to keep coming in if you're gonna live like this.
It's not that expensive though, but
He's only 46. But he does this with everything, man. He's got $1 million watches. Right. That's smart. Yeah, you got the point. What, those $1 million watches?
Like he got made up.
Yeah. Yes. Those diamonds. That's ridiculous. That's millions of dollars. That's bonkers. Yeah, he's like a professional bowler.
Like that. And watch my ribs. I'm like, I would win. It's not mine.
Yeah.
Even if, I had a, it's just not.
No, I'm not into it. Like, yeah. Like dive watches. Well, I'm going to say it's it's great when someone's going on stage. Like, how long is it up for? Because sometimes you forget. Yeah, I don't have to remember what time I'm on stage. I'll get on stage by 7. So, it's perfect. I've watched it literally. It's designed for comedians. It's great. Someone's going on stage and doing 15 minutes. You go outside, hang out, smoke a joint. Oh, he's at 7. You know,
And that's the perfect thing. You know what I'm saying? And that, these are things that we get away from. Brain. Things like that. Insane.
that's the least of it. Biggest insanity is that it's not a church position for a teacher. It's not a position where you have the most qualified, best people possible. Because they have an incredible job educating young children. That education literally form habit you go on for the rest of your life. Your experiences you have in school with good teachers, they can shape and form you in a way that changes your whole life. They can expose you to ideas that you've never heard before and changes the way you think about things. It changes the path of your life.
Yeah, you do all of that. They also have the best teachers. They have people who want to be teachers. I think that if it's not a position in this country where it's made attractive, where people can one survive and actually have where they really want to be teachers. I think that sometimes we have a lot of people like I grew up on. If the kids of today had my teachers, I think everything would be good. Because I had teachers that inspired thought and creativity and they wanted to be teachers. Like that's the biggest thing. We need to have people who want to do their job. Or it's more like a passion. Like every teacher I ever known that was great. Tell me, this is a labor of love. Like I love teaching. I'm a teacher. This is what I was designed to do. I'm not waiting to do anything else. And if you have teachers that'll walk out for more money, you should also walk out for a better curriculum as well. If your desire is to teach children and to inspire the youth to be, and I credit teachers for everything that I am. You know, my mom's a teacher, so it's like my friends are teachers. My sister's in Thailand right now teaching English. It's like I come from that, and I always loved. My science teacher was my coach too. He wasn't just the coach; he was the math. One year was the math teacher. One year was the history teacher. You know, it was people who desired and wanted to nourish children, and the pay. It definitely has to be increased, but you have to increase the things, the quality of what you're paying for.
Don't you think that that's how, if you want to get better teachers, incentivize them to go money?
I think we do both at the same time. You change the criteria, change the pay, you change the criteria, but it needs to be teacher at the same time.
Yeah,
and then you put these kids in a system to where everything is nourished, even down to the food. You take all these cafeteria workers out and you put chefs back there, put people and you teach them and give them time to just change the whole system. They should have an hour to eat and they should get a 4-course meal. They should be taught things while they eat. They should be in a very clean environment that you have. But I used to love the custodian when I was growing up. He always he took pride in keeping the school clean. It wasn't a job that was looked down upon because he did everything. He was the maintenance man and the custodian. And he used to be like, hey man, I got this bathroom clean here, and y'all gonna stop pissing all over the damn. Because I used to talk to him in the 4th grade. Hey, stop pissing all over the damn thing. And like, yes sir. You know, and he taught you hygiene in the bathroom. Like I think that you should change. Like I see all these things where they changing how they get that. But change how you teach children to where you don't have to house prisoners. That's the goal. You doing the shit backwards.
Right.
And I don't get that part of it.
That's where I get. That's where I worry that I don't know how many times I talked about it on this podcast. I never came up recently because it was my friend Josh did figure out the areas that are best run, shit. Trying to figure out less than that's crazy. Something as innocuous as marijuana, they can get prison on it. Trying to keep the laws in place. You got a private prison system, so you got a prison system together, which is terrifying.
How do you boost up our economy in a small town? So you got in Texas, you have a lot of small towns. This place called LA, Texas. So if you decide to hunt Texas, so what you do is put a prison in Honda, which you employ townspeople on Honda. They go through your system of training. You don't have to have law enforcement to train them in how to run your system. So you get some people that come from San Antonio, and saying you get some people. What I do is then boost the economy up in Honda. You do that in multiple towns. That's why this is constantly do that, because you're trying to boost the economy around maybe, but that's maybe too much. And in private facilities, when you have what they call transit units, all of this stuff will be in the domino effect because I'm going through the first 3 years and then the last, and show people how this system populates itself.
Generation of their families.
Second shift, officers with mother and officers with brother. Second shift, officers with father works on the third shift. And he's a captain. You know how churches just become, because now something that happened on first shift, which is over because he's gone, but it's been told his brother and his mother. So now you got a problem on second shift now, and you have a problem on third shift. So with a high ranking person, it's in a system that has no the board or the captain that's over them that's on another ship that's related to them that live in the same town with them, or that's married into them, or that's neighbors with them. And then how do you get contact? You gotta write somebody. You write and they review every letter in the people that's in the mail room.
How you even know your letter even got out when his niece is working in the mailroom? So you don't know. Nobody knows that you even got beat and thrown in solitary confinement. They can kill you and make up something because everybody is relying on the same thing. You can't close the prison. That's what people think that happens in prison. No, it don't. But when you put people in a small town in a prison where everybody's related, everybody knows each other, this is what happens to people. So it's not just you're not inside with one danger, you're inside with a lot of dangers. Like most of the time, people don't think that they get killed every day or die every day. They ain't your first thought. But in this place, this is the thought. But you can be killed by, I can be killed by the whites, I can be killed by the Mexicans, I can be killed by somebody black that don't like me, this from a different side of town, I can be killed by the officers. That's a lot of mental strain on you every day if you don't learn how to navigate this. But that's the system that you live in, especially if they build a prison in a small town where everybody is. There's nobody to oversee this that has some other invested interest. Like if you was from another place, like I just want my prison to be ran right. And if I get any of these complaints or if something happens on this, you can regulate that. But when it's all the same, well, you get 16%. I'm out of Texas. No, $0. But you see, I know about other places. That's what I'm saying. They may get that in other places, but in Texas, it's $0.
Something insane. Texas is that's
good. Working, make things, you sell them. They sell them for sure. And you make it, you clear fields, and you grow crops, you do all that. Some of that stuff that you eat, what you grow. You know what I'm saying? So it's been a place. This place is like no other place. Like it's different. Like, and they are unaware because Texas is very close-lipped about how they operate. You know, like on this show Lockup, you've seen every other prison system open their doors up. Hey, come and see how we do things. Not Texas. Not one time. Texas is like, they don't get out of here. And they can't, it's its own place. Like if the people that come from other places and they get into, like in Houston, there's a lot of people that's come from other places that doing crime and then they understand it. That once the law enforcement system in Houston is different and it's big, and they cross through. It's not like can't be in Iowa County and not in Missouri City and Sugar Land and Harris County and Bel Air Police. All these people, and the constables and the sheriffs, like all these people coincide with each other. It's not like one system. So when because they put you in Harris County system, and it's not no cakewalk, and you're gonna learn fast that it's not like, oh, they don't slap you on your wrist like other places. No, when you get a life sentence, you said easy, easy. Do something out of pocket, like you just doing some you know, just carjacking. All right, that's a capital offense. You had a weapon while you was carjacking. Okay, capital. Just start with 35. Whatever it is, it's gonna be 35 years and up. So get that wrapped around your mind. You watched them come out the bank. Oh, you premeditated robbery. Oh, okay. Sure, okay. Got your own video too. And you had a weapon. Oh, capital. Like, damn. Like, so, man, you get hit with so many charges, and then they find out you got a weapon. You got a weapon, like, because they need more people to put in jail. Texas is like this. I only had to go once, and it's nothing ever in my life that I do. Never get back to that. Like I hope what
To address why some people have zero need to rob people, some people have zero need to get by. Get by, and it's very efficient. Violence, drug dealing, chaos on the line.
Have I not seen anything like ever? See, sometimes I can rationalize things that I don't know anything else. You have a smartphone. How did you find out? How did you find out about it? What you was watching? What you was at? Okay, so you was somewhere. Okay, cool. Were they doing what you were doing? What you doing right now at that place? Like were they? When you found out about a smartphone, were they gang banging at the place? Were they shooting and robbing people and cutting up dope? Like, what movie haven't you seen that shows you the results of it? What person haven't you heard speak? Like even when I was doing wrong, I had a sensibility of I heard Public Enemy while I was doing wrong. Like I heard Run DMC. I heard other things that had positive stuff. I can't say it's all I know. Because now I wouldn't have never found out about a smartphone if I was in the street. So I would be in the street.
So it's not all you know, but it is what you're accustomed to. If you grow up in a terror neighborhood,
I don't even think.
if you don't have good role models or people around you, you can tell them.
Yes, this is what I'm saying. I think that it's a lot of parts of this that go win. It's also like raising kids. Like my oldest daughter, I used to tell her mom, don't say this in front of her, because then you give her that option as an excuse. Something she probably never would have even thought of using. When I give her the option to use it, that's the thing. Like with me, I'm very transparent about it. And I have to be so my mom had a job. My desire, what I accepted outside of what my mother was saying to me. Because nobody's mother is saying to them, get out the street and gangbang and create ruckus. Nobody. So when does that voice become less important to you than whatever you're seeing in the street? Because nobody in my community, not one black mother I ever even known in my life, said to their child, this is the only way for you to go and get it, is to rob, kill, and steal, kill, sell dope. Not one person. I've never heard that story while I was in prison. From nobody. And when people would tell me, man, this is all I know. How in the hell is that all that you know? It's impossible for that to be all that you know, because you were doing something before you were doing that.
I see what you're saying. You're a person who takes extreme responsibility. You're also a grown man, and you're also a man with very far.
As a kid,
As a kid, you
as a kid, I wasn't, man, Joe, man, when we was out in the street doing stuff, we knew that it was wrong. That's why we was trying to hide it from my parents. I wasn't trying to hide my basketball championship from my mother. Of course, I wasn't trying to hide when I was working and earn something from working. I wasn't trying to hide that from her. I knew exactly what I was doing because of how we were going about doing it. And all of us knew that we were wrong. And the consequences, what was ridiculous was we thinking that we just go in and get a slap on the wrist, not understanding what you gotta go through to even get that slap on. And when you go to the county jail is not a place. This is full of grown men, and they don't care nothing about you being 17. They don't care nothing about you being 18. They don't care nothing about you being 19 because you didn't. Whatever you were doing in the street, you didn't care. Why would we care about what you got going on here? And we're gonna put you in the worst position. So maybe you can say that you don't want to be in this position. Maybe the people who love you will come get you out of this position. Like my mother did the first time. When my mother bonded me out the first time, I should have learned then. I should have learned then this lady has a job. And I'm making it harder for her. I'm putting my mother in the hole $2,000. I got a $20,000 bond. I'm 16. You know what I'm saying? And I have no reason. You know what happened was how I even get in this situation. I'm in the car with some people that's really petty. They're really petty. And I know these people are petty because they robbing people. And I don't rob, I'm a hustler. And I know better than be with somebody that's a robber. Because it's two different categories. Okay, I'm hustling whatever I want. You're taking something from somebody. You're a thief. And I'm in the car, and they snatch this lady purse, and I don't say nothing. I'm in the car. It's on camera in the parking lot. Everybody that's going to the car, we going there. I'm not going to snitch on you. But I didn't take no purse. And I told my mom, I ain't take the lady purse. What? Did you get some Jordans from the credit card that somebody used? I will. I ain't take nothing from that lady. I told her that's stupid. And boom, now I'm on probation. Man, hey, I'm working at the grocery store, but I still got bread and from my husband. So I'm in a position and I'm trying to figure out how to give my mother this $2,000 back. Doing some dumb shit that I done did, but I'm not supposed to be with nobody even like this. And see, nowadays people got this weird loyalty to people who they don't even fucking know. That's the crazy thing. You got loyalty to somebody you don't know. They ain't got as much to lose as you. I only really hang with men that got things to lose like me. So you make better decisions. Hey man, I'm not. Hey man, you got the man. What are you responsible for? Or who are you responsible for? That means a lot to me as a character, as a person. Oh, I'm sorry for self. No. That ain't gonna be it. You ain't got nobody to be responsible for. Just yourself. No. Hell no. You ain't got nobody. You don't take care of your mama, your father, no great aunt, nobody. You ain't got nobody in your life that's hell no. Hell no. Man, if my agent Joe don't have no kids, but he still love his family. He got somebody that's responsible. A Roman and Drake, he take care of his parents. He got kids, but he take care of his parents. He got somebody else. He can't be in the streets wilding. You know what I'm saying? He got two grown ass people he gotta look out for. I'm sad that his dog died. He ain't been home lately because his dog ain't at the house. He's gonna get him a new dog or something. He gotta be responsible for something. They responsible for me. They responsible for different aspects of what goes on in my life. So you gotta care and love something because you know that I care and love something. Yeah. So you want the best for me because you want the best for yourself. Goddamn thing, it's real weird. Do you know how weird it is to have somebody that's 45 years old, 50 years old, come to your house for your kid's birthday party? Hey, what's that in the kitchen? You don't get too grown, unresponsible ass out here. It just, Like, you gotta. That's a part of. Yo, man, at least bring your mom or somebody, man. Bring somebody else that loves you, man. Like, we have people in our family that don't have any other family. They've been around a long time. They've been around for 5 years.
If you want to have a successful civilization, you have to have families. You would never have a successful civilization with all single men with no responsibility to a spot.
I'm missing the parents so fast. Although that shit would be over.
Yeah, that's not right.
It's not.
They've always said that. That's like something that emperors have written down. You have to have families. You have to have families. That's how you can control them as well. That's how they stay controlled. That's how you can control that. No, it's not that way. It's also Dave Chappelle said best. He said having children just increase my love, increase my capacity for love. Yeah, it's a beautiful quote. I think it's perfectly described. That's exactly what happens. It changes who you are as a person. When you're responsible for young people, just fundamentally change. Yeah. They want to be the best, most charitable to everyone, because I think people as this they try to build hard. Just imagine it's not fun. It's not fun to be them. It's not fun to be them. So you're talking about a moron that's saying stupid shit. They're annoying. It's not fun to be them where no one's impressed with you, no one's interested in what you have to say. You're fucking spitting in people's faces. You're drunk and stupid. It's terrible. You don't want to be that guy. But I try to always manage to be terrible. Yeah, it happens all the time. That's what we do. I always want to tell you about out of there. They want to get the fuck out of there, and you feel insecure. You try to be more entertaining or nice, try to turn them around. That's not fun. Maybe grow up to become an annoying 45-year-old dude.
That poor little baby. That's no certainty. That poor little baby. He's 45, but he's a
poor little baby's a confused, socially awkward dude. It's just annoying.
And they say weird stuff.
The problem is he used to talk to comics. That's part of the problem. I'm so used to talking to comics. So you're a master storyteller. You can tell a fucking story. If you're at a party, you can tell a story. And listen to it. Just fucking shit. Some people suck at stories. And there's nothing worse when you've heard a really good story. You go back to listen to a sucking story.
That's true. That's true. Like, and I know because I'm like with the storyteller. I talk to people, try to tell me stories, and I've been kind of rushing it, like, and it's like all this part is this could be interesting, but you're losing me in all of this part right here. But no, like, man, speed it up. Like, you got there in 2 words, and then I say, so what? No, after that happened, what happened then? Like, I just the first part is that I heard you the first time because this is how I listen to music. Like, I'm not. Go ahead. No, I'm just. Man, did you hear what I said? Yes, because I am actively listening. I'm not listening to respond. I'm locked in, actually locked in. And when you're not saying that, I don't remember all the points that I want to say when you're done. Because you may cover something that I'm thinking, right? So I don't want to interrupt you in the course of it. I'm just listening. And then, I can walk it off what you said. Okay, so all that happened, right? Okay, cool. So going back, that's what I
this whole thing, you don't need that whole part is just wasted time. You know, the whole setup part, everyone knows what that means. Just say this. Oh,
And that's what killed Tony, right?
yeah.
And I'm supposed to be doing that.
You do it tonight?
Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be great. I did it Saturday night. I did the big one. I did the 10th anniversary. It was wild. The rabid fans that they have. It's crazy. It's crazy. 3,000 people. It sold out as quick as they could sell the tickets. It sold out in under an hour. And you get there and they're like, yeah.
I haven't experienced it yet. I'm waiting. 2024 was supposed to be doing a theater tour. Like, it just sells out.
It's killing me. What? How many? What?
That's the first one. The second one, we're trying to get,
You're gonna have to change it. Yeah, it's gonna happen so fast. You're gonna be in arenas. You're gonna be in arenas. 100%. When you do an arena, yeah. You know why? Believe it or not, it's actually more intimate. It seems weird, but when it's a stage, it's a big, tall-ass stage, and you're looking down on people. They're all in front of you. It's weird. So you gotta almost project to like bring them in. Like, come on, we're all. I know there's a lot of us. We're all just hanging out. You know, but when it's in a crowd, everybody on this side is looking at everybody on this side. Everybody on this side is looking at everybody on this side. Everybody sees everybody laughing, and everybody's laughing at everybody. And the sound is insane. And you just walk around, and you get used to it. You just walk around and talk. And while you're walking around, you can jokes. There's giant screens everywhere. So you can always see your facial expressions. That's pretty funny.
I get bored. Like, you don't get bored with the elevation of doing a bigger scale. Like, doing all these shows that sold out and shows, and walk out and people coming to see. But now, doing a theater, people coming to the theater to actually see somebody tell stories. I'm not coming to see you go TikTok clips, or because that's not, I'm not saying come to see big crowd work. I'm coming in with the whole mindset of he's about to do an hour and 30 minutes of compelling story. And this is what I came to get that type of blockage on the audience. Once I achieve it, I think
You're gonna slide right into that. It's no different. No different. It's no different. The only thing that's different is the environment. But the experience of doing it is the same thing. It's just chilling. It's the same thing. Just the challenge, what makes it interesting for me, 30 plus years into it, like 34, something, 35 years in, something crazy. The challenge is jokes. Big jokes. New bits. Getting better. You always get better. Figure out a way to tighten it. Figure out a way to do this one better. Every new bit is a new living thing. Try to make it the most palatable, the most exciting, sneakiest, funniest, most outrageous, biggest laughs. Every day you fuck the middle of the lawn. Every day you're at it. Every day you're I love it. I don't have to do it. I do it just because I love it. Yeah. That's why I opened up the club. That's why I told them. It's a fucking great place, man. It's set up just for us. It's set up just for us. Everything about it. Everything about it. From the way you move around the club, you don't have to move the crowd, to the way the set up the balconies, watch the show. Right? You know, we have changed. Look curtain. But then we put on monitors. Like, it looked really nice. The guy, the architect who did it, Richard Weiss, is amazing. He did the whole thing. He has a big job. He wanted to make it great. Right? So you have a beautiful apartment, like hardwood floors, so that you have the curtain watching on the screen. Fucking like the timers underneath the monitor, so everybody knows how much time you're doing, and so you know how much time the guys on stage hold. And also, light for the trailer. So the little room is a green star in the green room. So when he gets the light, you see the light. So the green star lights up. If he's in the big room, it's a blue star. So there's all this tweaking shit. Yeah, watch on the monitor. Black carpet, a dark, like sparkly black curtain, just like a small. So that, now I want to play. I know, it sounds stupid.
Then I grew up with that. Yeah, so I had a whole other building, and then I had to get out there. I had to sell that building. They're like, buy a building. That's dynamic. Go ahead, though.
It's normal for me now. I know it sounds fucked up, but it is. I'm just being honest. So, the building that I bought was a cult. Yeah, I didn't know the extent of it until I was already signed the contract. My friend Adam, you watched the documentary on this cult? Adam, that's our talent coordinator. I go, no. He goes, oh, it's bad. You should watch it. He goes, it's fucking crazy. It's called Holy Hell. Yeah. It's about this dude. His name is Jaime Gomez. He was a gay porn star and a hypnotist. And he started a cult rather, in West Hollywood. He was teaching got a bunch of young disciples. They believed that he was a guru and he was God energy and he could send a brand scan for like it was 100%. That's how he got in trouble. They all started talking. One guy left the cult some massive. They all started talking about it. And they all started sharing the email, and they all started sharing their stories with them. They had all kind of kept it under wraps that this guy was doing this, and he escaped LA because they were after him. It was right around the time when Waco went down. The Cult Awareness Network was like going after cults. So they escaped and changed his name again. His name was Jaime Gomez. He changed his name to Michelle. And then he changed it again to Andreas. And that's when he moved to Austin. He built this place called the One World Theater. This is the place I bought. So all these poor, lost kids, they built this place for him. They were his disciples. They didn't have contractors. The cult members built the place. Well, I don't think that was under hypnosis, but we do therapy. Charge them $50 for therapy. This guy. You should watch the documentary. The documentary is wild because like we were talking about cults. Here's the thing: in the beginning, it was working. In the beginning, it looked like fun because I think in the beginning he was young and hot. He's a beautiful man, especially when he was young. And he had this crazy body, six pack. That's when he's getting older. When he was young, when he was a gay porn star, he was a beautiful man. And I think he probably got plenty of dick already. He didn't have to fuck his disciples. And he just had these people that were like washing his feet and he was teaching them yoga, telling them that they're all God energy and everyone's God, not God. And he even got so far with hypnosis that he convinced these people you could give them the enlightenment. You could touch them. I think it was called the knowing. It would be like this big thing that earned the knowing. When he gave it to these people, just the power of suggestion. These people were they were having these like ecstatic, psychedelic experiences, like they encountered God, and it lasted for days. These people talking about this after they left the cult, after they knew he was a con man, after they knew that he'd just been hypnotizing people and fucking them, and he was just full of shit and getting plastic surgery and all kinds of wild shit. Even though they'd gone through all that, they still went back and talked about when he would do that to them early in their life, and that they really did like experience God. I don't think they were. I think it's the power of suggestion, because I've seen it at, have you ever seen a comedy hypnotist? Yes, they can do some wild shit to people. That's a comedy hypnotist in front of an audience. If you're a real hypnotist, like this guy was, yeah, you're trained in hypnotherapy. You know how to get people to think. If you learn how to get people to think, there's this thing that you have, and you can give it to them, and you hold it over their head for a long fucking time until you actually do give it to them. And when you do give it to them, they believe it wholeheartedly. So they actually experience it. Because your brain can produce all kinds of wild chemicals. Your brain can produce legitimate psychedelic chemicals, like full-on tripping chemicals. So if this guy can convince you that that's happening, your brain probably doesn't dump all those chemicals out. Do you think it's actually happening? That's crazy. So he's kind of telling the truth, which is the most fucked up thing. He's kind of giving you this experience, and it is a real experience. But the whole thing goes off the rails. It goes off the rails. Eventually, they actually fly him to Hawaii to get rid of him. Damn, they can't get rid of this guy.
Like, why he can't be arrested? What the nonsense that he doing?
See, the thing is, if you're gonna arrest him, like those people are there because they're willing to be there. They want to be there to believe it. 2 people went to Hawaii. When the cult broke up, a bunch of them flew to Hawaii with them. We started a whole new cult over there. And he's old by then. Now he's old and he looks like shit. When he was young and he was like this beautiful guy who was convincing everybody, you are love, you're all love. They're like, yeah, we don't have to do the regular word.
Like, I believe it happened. I just don't believe the person who's saying it. Just like I don't believe in anybody who's trying to tell me how to get rich quick. Because, like, why would you tell me? Like, you're not that damn gracious where you're like, oh, I'm a billionaire. I want to make you a billionaire too. Come on, man. Get the
Get rich quick scheme that they don't want you to know about. That's always what it is. They don't want you to know.
Man, and any type of thing, like something comes around all at once and everybody's doing it. Anytime I see a regular ass person doing something, like, okay, you get invested in this. Get the out of here, man. Get your regular ass out of here. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not, and you have to, for me to believe in you or something, you definitely have to look a certain type of way. I'm just not impressed. Even if you look homeless, it's still a way to look rich at the same time. Bert Kreischer showed me that. I think Bert's podcast, when he came to my room, I was in Tampa, and he came to my room with like no shirt on, flip flops. He didn't have on shoes, and his toenails was painted, and he come with all this equipment. And he walks in my room. The first thing he said, "Can I use your restroom?" I said, right there. And then he comes out of the restroom, he wipes his hands and said, "Oh, there's no disrespect. Raised by a single mother." You know why? Because that's amazing. I've been in my room for 4 hours and I've been squatting for 2 months. And he does podcast. He's walking out, and I'm thinking because he don't have no shoes, no shirt, he's clearly in this nice Toyota Camry right here. And I'm walking towards this Camry, and I look back, and he's like, "Is that your real car?" I'm like, "No, I thought this was your car." He's this huge, like, pearl being.
Like, it's a beautiful car. This is a beautiful being. And he's putting the podcast equipment in the back. And he just like slams the door like, okay, see you later. And drives off with no shoes on. Like, that is a crazy ass homeless Yeah, Bert's leaning more into being Bert now that he has money. He was like more conservative, but didn't have money. He looked like he was more wealthy, but he had no money. You know, he looked respectable, looked normal. Now, if you're not looking at his watch, you're looking at him like, what the fuck is this dude? I'm like, slow it down. How the fuck did he get that from anybody? That's a sky dweller. What the fuck? Yeah. Bird. I called Bird up once. He was on a motorcycle. I called him up. I was in the comedy store in the back of the area, and I was about to go upstairs. He just felt like calling out of nowhere, and he answered the phone. I go, where are you? He goes, I'm on a motorcycle in Vietnam. This is amazing. And I go, tell me, there for your travel channel show. He goes, yeah, I'm going to do that show. You're too funny. You're too good. You're a funny comedian. You should be making money doing stand-up comedy. Not doing that show, man. I know it's a velvet prison. You gotta quit that fucking show. It's too late. Talk to him months. He's gone for 4 months at a time. Yeah, it's like not good. It's also like it was limited. It was a great opportunity initially, but then it was like Bernie. You could just podcast and stand-up comedy. You could go fucking huge. You don't need to be saddled into this organization. They're also gonna be upset if you talk about certain things. Travel Channel's a very conservative channel at one point in time. I don't know how they are now, but I know Anthony Bourdain had a problem with them as well. Similar situation. It's like you fucking bet against yourself. I'm proud of it. You should do. Igers coming in and setting up camera. So don't do it on camera at first. Just do it audio at first. Do it audio at first. Real simple. Get an audio recorder. Get one of those little fucking yeah. There's a bunch of them. They set them up now. They have like pre-made podcast setups. That's how popular podcasts are. Mic like this. These are short. My favorite ones. Put on a fucking stand. Plugs into that thing. Press record. Your audio file. Upload it to iTunes. It's free. And boom, it's up there. Let everybody know it's up there. People start now. At least, what is the percentage of the amount of people that just listen to this? What percentage is it? I think 13. Yeah, most people just listen. So that's this, and this is, a giant podcast. When you first start out, you like to listen to podcasts when you're driving, you like to listen to podcasts in the gym, on vacation on a plane, 6 hours, just chill out, you got a couple of podcasts before you go in 6 hours. You just do that. And then it's easy. It's easy. You're already great at it. Great right here. Great at it. Just do it. Simple. Yeah. 100%. Before you know it, it'll be huge. My friend Cameron Hayes was just same thing I'm talking about. Forever. He created this. Then he don't have now he's killing it. Same thing with Bert and all those guys. Tom Segura, I talked to him to do it. I talked to Ari. I talked to all those guys. Oh, yeah, I know when someone can do it. Yeah. That's another way you do it is podcast style. You're doing it yourself now. Doing it yourself and putting it up on YouTube is the way to do it rather than going through some big corporation. So Netflix or HBO or whatever. It's like you're almost betting against yourself at this point because the numbers that you get, put it up where everybody can get it up one, and someone can say, oh my God, have you seen this? And they can share it and they send it to you. Oh my God, this dude's hilarious. And they send it to you, and then people just start sharing it. They share it on social media.
share text messages. Yeah. The podcast just add. It's fun. It's fun to do. Have a friend come over, have a drink, have a smoke a joint, start talking shit, laugh your ass off.
That's basically what it is. That's what it is. Having a great time. It's amazing the amount of power.
Well, I think one of the things that's happening to people who are stuck in an office all day or stuck working all day is they're not getting to have long conversations about things that they're thinking about. And if you are in a situation where you can listen to those conversations, it's the next best thing. Sometimes you can listen to those people have conversations with people you're never going to get up with.
Yeah, that's I think that we have great guests and we have great thoughts that your podcast. Some people ask you to make podcasts and let them
Let's say about a lot of it, but that's most things. Most things that I like are not for everybody. You know?
The only time I've ever not wanted somebody to be good ever was at the comedy stop. The laugh stop. In Houston. That was the only time I ever wanted somebody not to be good. I came there, you had to get on the list. When I was starting, you had to come in your list. Yeah, so I'm there, and it's Monday, and I signed up, and I was like 26. And the guy in front of me, he's like, yeah, man, I'm doing this to the end. And I was like, shit. And I was like, yes, like no wonder still getting it together. Like it was one of them things, and I still see him around now. I pop in every blue moon at an open mic, and when you go in there, you see the same people in there. You like, what the? Okay, like, you know, it's like you are in a box of 16 times as far. No, bro. Open up my head movement. Let me in there. They're all laughing. You know, Main Street box, there's guys that come in there, and you just stand there, you like, hey, man. Like, hey man, like he's never won a fight. Like every fight he's ever been in, he has been out of there. And then in the smart, but he's a smart part of it. And they're just taking it.
And then they'll take fights where he knows he's supposed to lose. There's a lot of those guys. In the early days of fighters development, that's one thing that boxing has over MMA. This is kind of almost setups where, this guy's like 20 there's guys like that that are out there. They're legitimately, they have the craziest records you've ever seen. And they're licensed. And they'll go in and they'll fight some young Arturo Gatti looking dude. The guy will light him up.
You can go in like the two wins. Like, hey man, you fucking know you're supposed to lose.
Right.
Yeah, I was just in there, I was trying. And
the guy was so bad, he ran into my jab.
Terrible. Yeah. You just 2 and 25. You like say, man, how you beat into fight? I would be pissed.
ever seen a fixed fight? Not knowing why you're watching it.
Not knowing. And down in the middle is like,
There was some fixed fights in Japan. MMA, there was some fixed fights. Japan was real weird because you got real fights for sure. And then you had some fights where like the hero wins. Like, how did you get him in the heel hook? How the fuck? Why is it happening like that? Why is it so dramatic? It was like, this is pro wrestling. This is like, there was some weird moments. And there was a boxing match. I remember this one. There was some weird, I believe it was in. Remember the guy who had a bunch of weird surgery? He had like muscle implants. And he boxed this guy, and it was so clear that the guy took a dive. It was like the worst acting of all time.
yeah, like that.
No, he wasn't called Peter McNeil. Peter McNeil was the white guy. Oh, you mean Franz Botha or Andrew Galata? Is that Andrew Galata you're talking about? The Polish guy?
He was American short. He was short. Come on, I can't remember. I think got it in on the grade.
If it's Peter McNeil is the guy who fought right out of jail. That's what he was.
I'm not unique to that man on green shorts.
So this is the guy. So the guy on the left, is he like some rich guy or something? But look at him. He's some rich guy, and he's got fake muscles.
Yeah, you got him like
Yeah, but it's wild. His shoulders are fake. Everything's weird. And so it's like this is the clearest like fixed fight you're ever gonna see. Look at this. I mean, come on. How fake does that look? That looks so fake. That looks so fake.
What just happened?
He hit him with a left hook.
I know.
Watch it again. Let's watch it again. Look at this guy holding his hands up and watch. Look at this.
No.
He like literally shows him his chin
And it just goes like,
and he goes down. Yeah, it's so fake. Watch. I mean, this guy's a terrible actor, right? Terrible actor, right? So he moves forward, and then Muscles over here is going to move in for the kill with his zero skills. Look at this. Look at him. He's got nothing. It's like a guy who just learned boxing yesterday, and he's holding fake moves. It's crazy. Like, this is one of the weirdest videos, I think, on the internet. I don't know, but he's got to be an insane person. Like also the fact that he wants people to think that he had a boxing match and then this is crazy. Yeah, and then the referee waves it off. That's it. What a conqueror. I mean, this is a crazy video. It's fixed boxing fight. That's fucking yeah. That's crazy. That's so crazy.
man, you understand. I think people don't think these people have problems. They just think that they just want to enhance their body. Everybody wants to enhance it. Okay.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
This be stuffing some shoulder pads under my skin, and it's like,
You see that one guy who has like the most of it? Like a human Ken doll?
he was the dude, man. He's a weird dude.
Oh my god, he's got everything.
He got calf implants and bicep. Like, man, what is wrong? And then this big all skinny, like, it's crazy. Oh man,
It's one of those things.
boy.
Yeah, it's one of those things like anorexia. They can't see how other people see it. They have a body that's small. That show a photo of his body. He's got all these implants on
Like, that's crazy
like
town.
all of his like quads, his quad implants, and calf implants, and he's addicted to the start. Yeah, like look at his shoulders. It's nuts, man.
But even niggas all
Yeah, we expect.
like, yes, crazy town.
Yeah. That one was even scarier. Click on that one. Click on that different person. What is that? Oh my god. That one. Yeah. Click. Jesus Christ, man. Oh my god. That is wild. That is wild. So
And I know more people. I know a lot of people.
yeah. Well, yeah, because it gets more attention, right? It says he's sinking after 11 nose jobs. Oh, that's the other thing. They all get addicted to it to get where they're going. like Michael Jackson. Yeah, like we were talking about the other day. Michael Jackson's plastic surgery. He never advertised. He just kept going, oh my god, oh my god. And then he became Barbie. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ, everyone's insane. And that's what it used to look like with the pants. Should I say she? That's what she used to look like. Wait till people can change gender, like change their lives. Like that. Bouncing back and forth. How many times have you been a woman? Well, I was a woman for 2 years and I didn't like it. Went back to being a man. And I decided to be a really big man for a while, but my joints hurt, so I became a little man. So it was like picked on. Then I went back to being a woman. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna be able to like bounce back and forth. I think so. I think not us, but I think future generations. I think you're gonna be able to manipulate biology in some very like flexible way. I really do. Yeah, animals. You know, all kinds of things. Oh, shit. This is what we know. Yeah, because we know other countries fucking eyes on the lab. You know?
This is why I believe in Bigfoot. I'm thinking Bigfoot is some science project that got out that is crazy, and they know it on the level they know this is crazy.
I think people used to exist. But you know, it's absolutely exists. I don't think so. No,
It's some person that cheap.
you know why? I really don't think that? It's the people that I know that are like real hunters that go deep into the backcountry for weeks at a time. Real dudes are in Alaska, guys are in the mountains, guys are in the Pacific Northwest, in the forest. Those two guys are shit. So bears, and I think if you're a person that's not around wildlife a lot, you see a bear walking on 2 legs, deep forest, especially if it's dark out, you think yourself on the Bigfoot. Sure, but at one point in time, it was a real thing. It was called, you know that? Yeah, story. Yeah, so gigantic business.
This is wild man. Talking about something. Got out of lab. It's no telling. They don't even know what they came and got.
So it was a biofilm lab. I almost have a lot of sympathy towards any animal. Any animal that's escaped from Texas wild, not using their captors barrels. Using just a 55-gallon barrel, 3 baboons liberate themselves from confined biomedical research facility this weekend for about half an hour before they were captured and returned to incarceration. Incarceration's fucked up. They're different than orangutans. Baboons freak me out because they got like almost like a wolf mouth. It's like a monkey with a wolf mouth. But on Saturday, one baboon learned to put a barrel upright and used it to get to the top of the wall. And the 3 other baboons, monkey saw and monkey did, so they just hopped over. 4 baboons scaled the wall, but 1 returned on its own volition. That's what they told on everybody. This motherfucker's got out. The remaining 3 were apprehended by members of the animal care and animal capture team, which wore protective suits and masks. San Antonio news outlet KSAT reported that witnesses were concerned that the baboons were carrying infectious disease. News release from TVRI stated the baboons were infected. What does that mean? We're infected. Infected with what? What are you doing over there? What the fuck are you doing over there? You know? That's the premise of the movie 28 Days Later.
Outbreak and all this. And when this story happened, I said, we y'all don't realize we're in the world. That's the start of every zombie apocalypse movie I've never heard of.
Well, you know what's fucked up? There is a real zombie virus that everyone is aware of. It's called rabies.
Yes.
Rabies. Rabies is a zombie virus for animals. I mean, they're not dead, but they might as well be. They're trying to get to you, bite you. They're trying to literally, their brain is hijacked. They're so aggressive. They're trying to bite you to infect you with the rabies. So the rabies has convinced these animals. The baboons hop a fence. So here's this guy's chasing. They're running, chasing after the baboons. Hey, bro, get back here. What if that baboon just turned around? Just fuck them up. That dude does not look like he's wearing a suit. He looks regular. These just kids. These kids are out of their fucking minds. Bro, these kids are getting close. Oh my god, these are just dorks. Where is this?
What is that? Wherever it happened.
Oh my god, that's Texas. Wild dorks chasing after a baboon. Fuck you up.
Like,
Fuck you up.
You have never seen a possum. Let's get this shit off. A baboon is way vicious, but a possum.
They have COVID masks on. They got really good COVID masks on. Those are the ones with those gloves. I gotta do jack shit. What are you gonna do with those gloves? What the fuck are you gonna do? Unless that thing just is used to people handling them. Good luck. Good luck. You can't even pick up a feral cat. You ever try to pick up a feral cat? How the fuck do you think you can handle a 50-pound baboon? Bitch. There's a fan.
That's way more. They might be
Big males.
I was
I would say they're they look to me like a Belgian Malinois.
I can't call something.
That's a big dog. So that's like 120-pound dogs. 100. I had a Mastiff that was that Jesse Mastiff. He was 100 pounds. Okay, 88 pounds for a big one. Wow. Wow. Oh my god. What is this one? Oh, it's a specific kind. There's a psychologist named Robert Sapolsky. He's a psychologist, right? Is that what his profession is? He studied baboons. And a fascinating thing happened with this troop of baboons that are dominated by the alpha males. And the alpha males was their first access. Neuroendocrinology researcher, professor of biology. The alpha males always had access to the food first. They were getting food from a dumpster that this resort was in. And the alpha males had access to it first. One of the dumpsters was filled with bad food, and these baboons ate it and died. So the ones that ate it first, the ones who had access to it, they died, and the alphas were all dead. So when the alphas were all dead, in the absence of the alpha being dead, the betas never assumed an alpha position. They just got along with each other. And it lasted for like, I think, quite a while. It lasted for years, I believe, until probably it went back to the but for a long fucking time, they behaved in a way where there was no brutish. Like in those packs of baboons, they're fucking horrible for each other.
They come back.
Yeah.
Nobody do nothing. You know they gonna come back and beat us.
Right. Don't pretend you're the boss.
And then somebody gonna say, and then they started with the bullshit.
JBC was gonna buy that study.
Did you eat first? Like,
Did you find it? So when the top-ranking males died off in the mid-1980s, aggression by the new top baboons dropped dramatically, with most aggression occurring between baboons of similar rank and little of it directed towards lower-status males and none at all directed at females. Troop members also spent a large percentage of time grooming, sat closer together than in the past, and hormone samples indicated the lowest status males experienced less stress than underlings in other Babylon troops. More interestingly, these effects persisted at least through the late 90s, so wow, it was more than 10 years, well after the original kinder males had died off. Not only that, when the adolescent males who grew up in other troops joined the garbage dump troop, they too have troops. As Sapolsky put it, we don't understand the mechanism of transmission, but the jerky new guys are obviously learning. We don't do things like that around here. So, at least by baboon standards, the garbage dump troop developed and enforced what I would call a no asshole. Isn't that amazing?
Oh, this is prison. Come in, I see what happened now. The other guy was like, so that's basically what happened. They saw, hey man, the other guys go, and then you see they say that the other guys less stress. Man, they ass would do they slapped around, So the kinder males like Cadillac tank. Come over there, and everybody come laying down. All it's still in whatever. And we got Cadillac, let you know. It's none of that. Wow, use your TV, your coffee pot, locked down, none of that shit. Hey man, you need something, come tell somebody. You gotta steal nothing. It's a common thing, basically. Understand how to be time is stressful.
I don't think people appreciate like the average person thinks about jail. They don't think about I think they probably wouldn't imagine that would be the case. Does that make sense?
You know what's weird about jail? I don't understand why jail is so cool when you're not found guilty. Right. Because when I went to jail, I'm gonna talk about it in special, but when I went, my whole thought was how to get out. You don't even eat for the first 4 days. You know what I'm saying? You don't eat nothing. Like they been bringing food there. You like, no, y'all man, this shit. You thinking I'm getting out? I'm not acclimating myself to prison food. I'm not even eating none of this shit, none of this jail food. Right. And then after like 4 days, you don't get out. Then you like, hey man, let me get my juice. Y'all been having this. And then it's like day number 7. You like now you eat all your food and you know not getting out just yet, but you still going to court. I wouldn't be thinking about doing nothing wild because I'm still trying to fight my case. And I don't think most people don't even think like that. They get, I don't know what they be thinking, but it be some wild shit on their brain, especially when they there for a long period of time. Like, man, I've been in here a year fighting this murder case. Okay, but are you guilty? Like, so why are you acting like you're guilty? You in here doing all the rest of this nonsense. I think it's a stigma that comes along with prison that people try to act out when they go there. But I've been in other jails where it's not like that. It's like, hey man, I'm in here trying to get out. And I was doing traffic tickets, but it was still like even if you go to Harris County on a traffic ticket, it's like you're in full-fledged. Like, why am I even around anybody? What you been in for capital murder? Why am I even in here with you? And I'm in there on traffic tickets. Like, we're not supposed to run into each other. Right? Shit. It's just crazy. Like, you're not even supposed to run into those people until you go to prison, because jail and prison are actually supposed to be different. Now, I understand you don't want to be in either place, but I don't understand the animalistic behavior that jumps off as soon as you get locked up. And it's only with a certain ethic.
You have to do it that way. You've been told that that's what it's like when you get in.
That's the stigma that comes. But
even though I was somewhere that I knew that was bad, I didn't go into it with the I'm finna be bad too. No, man, I'm already. If somebody try me, then I'm gonna defend myself. But other than that, I'm not going in there trying to bother nobody. But see, that's the whole thing. I've never started a fight though. So I had to remember that about myself. I've never started a fight, even though I can fight. Because I can fight well. I just never started one. But if you start one with me, then you figure out like, oh shit, you can actually fight. I just don't start them. And I think most people that can fight don't start them. Because it becomes I'm not the same person in combat that I am as normal. Like this shit is different. And I'm locked in.
The scary thing is people can fight, like to fight. Those are real too. Those are real too. So just don't fight. It's the dumbest thing. Especially if you want to fight, learn how to fight and go to the gym. You can get plenty of fighting in the gym. You don't even have to have a fight. Most sparring matches are basically fights.
Yes, and you, I didn't tell you, but can I tell you, when I spoke with Todd, man, Todd, man, you beat the shit out of me, like, and I was fucking with you, like, I came in there fucking with you, like, the end just fought Victor Ortiz or some shit like that, and I just walked there fucking with him, and I just got in the ring with him, like, what's up, Todd? Shit. Todd took it to my ass too. He's like, well, people know I can fight, but Todd was on one. Todd took it to my ass, and it was that first 2 body shots that I was fucking with him, and I was like, oh shit.
It's good, but then there's professional. It's high level professional. High level professional good is fucking scary if it's boxing.
Yeah, like Gotti just found that out about Floyd. Like that shit is different. Like you can say a lot about Floyd, but once them gloves get on and you across from him, oh, that shit's different.
He's still very, very fast. Very fast.
And that shit hurt. All that shit hurt.
Yeah, of course.
Like even to be playing, that shit hurt.
He fought, always 200 plus pounds.
And he turned the shit out of Paul neck. Like wow. And I think he held him up like, hey man, don't fall with you and mess the money up.
I think he's just too They were the same size. Logan was so big. Oh, he was so much bigger than us.
Shots though.
It's so crazy to see a guy who is the best boxer of all time having a fight with this super athletic, gigantic YouTube kid. I mean, look at the size difference. It's insane. It's insane.
It was like when he wrestled. It's like when he wrestled with Schultz.
Oh yeah. Yeah, pro wrestling. Yeah. That's at least that's the actual, right? This is an actual fight.
Yeah. Even when he fought Canelo.
Yeah.
When he fought Canelo was a big ass dude.
Yeah, Canelo was big ass dude, but he was very smart with that. Canelo dropped down on him. I think that's what Canelo, trained him down there. And also, like, you watch Canelo before Floyd and after Floyd, you just go, oh, he learned. His head movement is superb. Canelo gets in there, this fights of his where you see his head movement, you're like, oh my god. Yeah, it's a big fella. Well, he's 275. Knocked out both of them. Yeah, so he got real small for that fight. Floyd's smart, man. Like, see, Manny Pacquiao, he weighed. Until after Marquez knocked out Manny. He was like, okay. Fight now.
I think that was mostly Notice.
Yeah. They're brutal.
They just, and everybody blamed the fight. Oh, you didn't want to fight it. No, they couldn't get the shit together.
The most disappointing one to me is Tyson Fury and Usyk. I was really looking forward to that fight. That was an interesting one because Tyson Fury is the biggest, just 6'9". He's arguably one of the greatest heavyweight boxers ever. And Usyk is this phenom of technique and footwork and movement. But how is he gonna fuck with that 6'9" guy? How is he gonna fuck with that jab? I can't even get close to him. He's so much bigger than him. It's a fascinating fight. And they fucked it. Even gave him 70-30. Tyson's hit on 70-30, which, makes kind of sense. He's the big star. Usyk even said yes, and still couldn't get it. I don't know what the fuck happened. I know this Crawford girls. Because I was worried that they were going to wait until Terrence was back. Because it's like, if it happens 2 years from now, it's Denise. What is he 36 now? Yeah. That's Terrence Crawford is the slickest switch since mom and dad.
And this is going to be a problem.
This is a hell of a fight. 28 versus 39. That is wild.
And I think that
a fight like this to me is let's see. Let's see. I want to see them. It's a let's see because they're both at the top of the top in boxing today. The pinnacle.
both of them had their strength. This is one of them let's see. I didn't think Tank and Ryan was just gonna be this electric fight. I just thought Tank was just too much.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of too much too. But it's just he has 22 moves. And his style is so weird. His style is so weird. He's so conservative in the beginning. He's not throwing out any punches, but the fucking threat of danger always it's terrifying.
That's the problem with him. It's like you get me doing all that, he just you like oh my god, if he hit me with any of this shit. Like you still throwing very tentatively like, hey, if I throw the jab and I need to get this shit right. like I need this shit. Do you understand how fast I need to get the jab back to my goddamn face? I need to and I won't even if people won't even throw it all the way out there because they need to get like I can't give because he's already up under you. That's the problem that you see that he's up under you. You're like, oh shit, if I throw any goddamn thing, he gonna turn and he gonna blow my shit up. Like
straight from the floor.
Yeah, with crazy speed. It's like Tyson.
Yeah.
It's like you don't like this shit. It's like a small Tyson coming because Tyson was so leveled up under there. Like as soon as you throw anything out there, like if I throw my jab out there, I gotta have my knees bent and this shit I need my elbow to guard my goddamn bread basket, my liver, my kidney, all this shit because it's just bad. It's bad news. It's just bad news.
Terrifying. The consequences of any mistake are so bad.
The consequences.
Pull up a Let's watch
like,
some highlights.
As soon as you open any of that shit up, he is.
How many fights does he have in the It's only a couple. It's one when he broke his hand. There's one fight where he won a decision where he broke his hand. That might be the only one that went to decision. The only guy I think has a higher knockout ratio that's a champion is Arthur Betev. That's the light heavyweight guy. 27 and 0, and all of them except 2 are by knockout. Or excuse me, 29 and 0, and all of them except 2 are by knockout. 27. Look at that. That shit. Oh my god, and it's skillful
right
too.
Right up under your shit.
Like, I'm right here.
I'm right here. And as soon as you throw something out there that I think is okay,
Oh, yeah, right hook, man. It's just he hits people different.
Right on.
Oh my god, the speed and the accuracy, it's the power and it's also the technique. It's like everything is there. It's not like he's just a slugger. He's a scientist. He's like dissecting in there. He's downloading data and then applying it and moving on you in a way you have never had anybody move on you before. Look at that body shot. Oh my god. And when you look at him, I mean, he super athletic and fit, but it doesn't look any different than a normal super athletic fit guy. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not. Yeah, it's not his. It's not like some weirdness about his body that you see, like if you see like Yoel Romero, but he's so ridiculously huge when he knocks people out. It kind of makes sense. But Gervonta looks like a regular guy, but he hits like a fucking Mack truck. That his fight like this was great. I mean, look at that left hand. Play that, because that was crazy. Boom! I mean, it's picture perfect. He's coming in and he catches him coming in with a perfect left hand. Look at this. Boom! I mean, some dudes from a shot like that, they're never the same guy. Yeah.
That shoe is leaning.
Incredible. He's so dangerous, man. He's so dangerous.
Like that body shot is what's all that up. That he is.
There's one guy that went to his corner. It's like, man, I can't see. The guy before Ryan, the guy went to his corner after the round. He's like, I can't see. I don't know which guy it was. I don't think it's him. But either way, I mean, this is how hard this kid is. It's insane. He's in a crazy situation where the judge sent him to jail because he was under house arrest. But they put him in house arrest in a house. He was too small for a security detail, his family, his kids, and so he got a suite at the Four Seasons. And his house got robbed while he was in prison. That's insane. So many fights again after the Devin Lomachenko fight, Shakur Stevenson, that division is stacked. I didn't agree with it. It's close though. If you go back and watch it, it's a close fight. But I think Lomachenko edged it. I think Lomachenko should have won the decision. He was pushing it. He definitely had more significant moments. But he did land some very good body shots. Very deep. And showed his heart because he got pushed further than anybody's ever pushed him before. He's literally what he did to Kambosos 2 fights in a row. He boxed Kambosos' face out. Yeah, this guy. Hector Luis Garcia. That guy. Yeah, exactly. I can't see it. That's how hard he is. It's crazy.
I saw watching it live. So I had to go back and see what type of damage they do in the first 4. And I said, well, I guess they're just going to be body shots. Because, from round 7 to the end, I thought that he was winning this fight. Like, when I was watching without the sound, I thought that they're clearly 8, 9, and 10. Were clear Lomachenko rounds, 8, 9, and 10. And then 11 and 12, Dawson body shots. But
he did land some good bullets. What are those body shots worth? If you look at like a Gervonta Davis body shot, not going to blow. It's obviously worth a lot. People tend to think that hitting someone in the face is generally scores well. Hitting someone in the body. I don't know if that's fair. It was a very, very good fight. The problem with a fight like that is when the decision comes and most people don't agree with it, it kind of like taints the effort. You know, it's like everybody like looks at Haney like he did something wrong. He fought an amazing fight against a guy who's a ghost. Lomachenko's a ghost. I mean, what he does in there, wild shit, man. It's a hard.
He pushed the fight.
Yeah, he definitely pushed the fight. Definitely did some wild shit. He definitely had to put some hard body shots. It was a good fight, a very, very good fight.
I think the fact that he was trying to absorb the body shots was coming off his feet.
Yeah.
And it just don't look good. It looked like somebody knocking you off your feet.
Right.
Instead of
you're jumping with it.
Yeah, you're jumping with it. Trying to take the impact on it. It should still hit. And if he would have stayed down, I think it would have been bad. But if he would have stayed down, you ain't way down.
Right. He's doing the right thing. You gotta go with those shots. Especially Devin Haney. Devin Haney's a big lightweight. He's big. He's big. He's very hard. So skillful. His jab is top notch. In the Kambosos fight, Kambosos is good, man. What he did to Teofimo when he dropped him in the first round, I was like, whoa, it's fast. Jab. It's crazy. He looked crazy, but he also like technically looked so good. Everything he did was so good. Everything was so well scored. You know.
That low Chico, I just want to see him fight. But I think Crawford is going to.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see. To me, that is I'm excited to see it. Earl Spence is a bad man. He's bad. He's hard. He's underrated by a lot of people. That's another level. But this is the highest level of both of them experience, I think. I mean, who do you think out of people that Bud has beat everyone's spot? But who do you think is on the level? Arguably, this is the best fighter he's faced. I think that's what there's no disrespect to him. But I think right now Earl is like he's in that state, that Sugar Ray Leonard in his prime stage. You know, there's a stage where a fighter is so elite. Like, I can't wait to see what happens when I fight for Earl Grant. I can't wait. You know, there's this level where you're like, how good is he? He worked out on Instagram.
Right now. Like,
you can see his workouts. He puts workouts up on Instagram.
And you know, when you run into a fighter, and you don't realize how small they are, and certain fighters big, others, you don't realize how big they are. I ran into Sugar Shane Mosley at the same benefit, and he's smaller than me, but he's rocked up, like up on his sweater with so many knots. it's like a pillowcase full of shoes. It's like he was just all these rocks. I'm like, hey man, show you good way. What's up, brother? You good? I'm like, good Lord, it's man, like why? Right now, then, but no, Hocker was there in the suit, real tailored. I was like, hey Jim, like hands was just stone, but talking soft. Hey, but Sugar Ray, man. Sugar Ray.
Yeah, Sugar Ray's still working out.
Yeah, he's
look at him.
All that hurt. It's like this. It's like at Midtown, at Main Street Boxing Gym, right? It's just, and he comes there every day. He cleans up in the gym. Man, try it. You think that you're gonna get a win off of him? Hey man, this box round. This is gonna be the worst day of all time. Like, I don't know who he used to fight, but as soon as that bell goes, it is a problem. Like, hey man, you know, you just talk like we friends. like this shit is bad. Yes, and it is a melee.
Did you see George Foreman hit the heavy bag at 74? Did you see that? Insane.
Like, and then like Mike Tyson, does this trainer, does it not look like he's killing him?
Yes.
It's like
his trainer is Rafael Cordero. He's a legendary MMA trainer. He runs King's MMA in California. Yeah, Rafael Cordero is the man.
It's like the blow. So
yeah, and he's wearing a bodysuit. He those body shots. Fuck that. And then also you got that. Just knowing Mike Tyson has boxing gloves and he's in front of you, and somehow or another you're in a fucking ring with him, and he's moving towards you like, what does that feel like? But check this out. Look at George.
That's the big one.
Yeah, give me some volume on this. We're gonna hear this. Let's fix that. Let's fix it. Whatever.
That's it. I'm quite sure you have been on the biggest bag in the gym.
Yeah, it's a big ass bag.
That shit don't like you. Bag now.
Jamie, what's going on? Can we try this? Okay. But it did before. Oh, so there's something wrong with the connection to the computer. There it is. Here it is. Okay, back it up. Back it up. Something already out. Just left. Dude, and that's one of the things that George Foreman used to practice. Go to young George Foreman hitting the heavy bag. George Foreman, like, he would hit the heavy bag different than a lot of people. One of the things that he would do is he always just practice walloping the heavy bag. Just stand in front of it, full blast, winging punches. Not like setting things up, moving around. No. See if you can find young George Foreman hitting the heavy bag. George coming around. Those two kids never had George Foreman hit the heavy bag with his bro. It's hard to pull the heavy bag out. Yeah. So this is what he did a lot of this. There it goes. I got it now. Look at this. But who hits the heavy bag like this? He's just winging punches. Yeah. I mean, even the way he does it, he's just throwing power shot after power shot. Yeah, I mean, and not even really bending that much at the knees. That's just crazy. What kind of power this dude had? I mean, this is ferocious. Ferocious. When he gets his legs into it, my God. Took it all. Dodge. I want you to pull up George Foreman knocks out Joe Frazier. That was crazy. That was when Joe Frazier just beat Muhammad Ali. You see what Foreman does to Frazier. Everybody thought that Foreman was going to crush Ali. They were scared. It's like this is the first heavyweight. Yeah. So this is the second round. So this is when he's already hurt. I don't remember how many rounds it was. So this was like he had hurt him the round before he had hurt him. Power. Even the way he's boxing, he boxes the way he hit the bag. Look. It's just, the power is so extraordinary that if he catches you at all, he thumps you with that jab and then just swings at you. Oh, look at that uppercut. Oh my God. Look at that right hand. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at that uppercut. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. So the round ends. So he gets up and he goes back to his corner. Now, this is what's amazing that they didn't stop this fight. That's amazing that his corner didn't say, that's it, champ. That's it, champ. No, because he's a warrior. But this is a different time, too. This is a different time, too. I think today they would stop the fight. They probably would stop it. I think today they would stop the fight, especially knowing this type of power is coming from. So this is afterwards. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's power. Here it is. See, the problem is, you can't even block that with your gloves. No, it doesn't.
It's too much power.
It's so much power. And it's skillful too. It's like he wings those to the body, but he's also skillful with the jab. Oh, look at that left. Oh my God.
Frazier didn't even throw his.
For the fifth time, he's down. This is crazy, this fight.
And he's still. He's,
I mean, what a warrior Joe Frazier was.
and then let it go.
Yes, oh, for sure. But he's still in there. Oh, look at that. Oh my God, it's not stopped. Okay, stop.
Ali sitting on the couch like, you know, my shot. This is who I want to fight.
Did you know that Hunter S. Thompson flew to Africa to watch that fight and was so scared that Ali was going to be killed? So he didn't want to see Ali get the fuck beat out of him, so he stayed in his hotel. He stayed in his hotel and he got drunk and flew around. And afterwards, he found out that Ali won. So they'd flown him to Africa to write, to report. Rolling Stone flew him there.
Crazy.
He just completely failed. He didn't go there at all.
Like, no,
Put on a Nixon mask. He just flew around. It's like video of him doing it.
I don't want to see.
I want to see his hero get killed. Everybody thought he was going to get killed. Everybody saw that fight and they thought he was going to get killed. So there's no way. How was he going to get killed? Oh, here we go. Yeah. But that era.
The Hagler is still Hagler and Tommy and Ben Hearns. It's like they hate it. It's like whatever went on between them. Like, hey man, I'm not coming to box you. I am coming to fight with gloves on. That's it. This is the only thing. It's like you thought that Hagler was out of there. And Hagler like, no, I'm going to kill him. You understand? Like, I don't care about being down.
Get knocked down.
It's like he was in the, like I'm saying, down in the behind in the fight. Like, I'm not concerned about none of that. Hey man, second round, we gonna see about it. It was that first round was crazy.
Hearns broke his hand the first round. Crazy. And Hearns cracked him.
And that's what I'm saying. He was like,
But Hagler had a legendary chin.
And that's why he hated how Ali. I mean, how the big bad shots. Like, it's like, you can see him looking at him like, what the fuck are you doing? The pity pat shit is last second. Like, man, what the fuck is he doing? Like, why does he keep massaging my arms? Like, he was terrible.
That wasn't the best. But I do respect the fact that he left. Like, that's it. So, there's only a few guys that have ever said that's it. They never came back.
Did you see anybody better than Pernell?
No, never. No, not defensively. He was a fucking genius. He was a genius. He got Robert Chavez.
Damn sure. I did a movie. Like, I know I want to probably coach or something. But if I did a movie, I would be playing. So he's like, that's good work.
He was so great. He was so slick and great. He was so like, see, we find out whatever highlight. Yeah, he was a part of that crew that was like Andrew Taylor, Ron Greenland. Remember those guys? He was just so slick. Just so hard to hit. This is him and Chavez. Oh, but the highlights are part of it. Look at that. I mean, come on, man. Like, you know, that was a great call, man. That decision. Most people disagree with that. So slick. Oh, it's so accurate. Look at that. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, he was an amazing boxer. That whole era.
Yeah, there was a lot of great fighters.
Yes, look at this. Look at that. That's amazing. Look how slick that is. I mean, come on, man. The fucking moves better than that. that guy. And look at that. That's insane.
Nothing. You get nothing.
And it's Oscar De La Hoya. I mean, it's not a regular dude. It's the fucking golden boy. Yeah. Look at this. Insane. Insane. He literally dropped down to his butt. I mean, so slick. Like nobody else, man. Look at this. Rolling with shots. It's like as the shots are coming at him, a slip, bam, slip, bam, boom. Nothing's touching. This is incredible. That's how good it is. So was Belcher Taylor.
Yes, Andrew Taylor.
Belcher Taylor was winning against Lewis Chavez until one punch in the last round. Slasher still stops the fight with 2 seconds to go.
It's like the best ever. Prosecutor drops. And then he started rapping. And Roy Jones Jr. started rapping, it was over. I was like, damn. I say, man, he got to stay with boxing, man. He started playing basketball and doing everything else. And then he get rocks. And Harvey was talking.
Tarver talked to him right before the fight, got excuses tonight, Roy.
And excuses like Roy. Like, whoa. Tarver was man, you seen it. Like, it's going to be a problem. Like, it's going to be a problem.
Tarver's competitive. Tarver was a good fighter. Very good fighter. Very good fighter. Very good. But when he knocked out Roy, holy shit. They let Johnson. That was scary. But now on his to have it happen after the Tarver AO, sometimes the fighter still recover from the initial knockout, just convince themselves they can. Oh man, you know that's why Manny Pacquiao, after Marquez knocked him out, Freddie Rose said, "I'm going to take a year off, a whole year. Want to still work together? I want you to take a year off." That was a bad knockout. That was a bad looks like his piss would melt the styrofoam cup.
I want everything that I'm not supposed to be taking.
Yeah, bro.
I'm ready.
Like when them Bugs Bunny ones would do the big mallet.
Juice out like man. I think
He was
it's
working out the guy. Yeah, the guy the Pacquiao, the strength and conditioning guy, which is always the juice guys.
Yeah, always
The juice guys. Those are the guys. They're 70 and they got abs.
I'm just eating this banana. I didn't know what was in it.
He ate my food. I had no idea what was in it. Canelo said he got some tainted beef. Yeah, I had to make the fucking current. Tacos, bro. Got tainted tacos.
Sprinkling on the taco place. It was crazy. Like,
Frank Mir was a UFC heavyweight champion. Yeah, he was Jackson, son. Jackson, and that's at the weigh-ins. And they had real weigh-ins back then. So he looked a lot bigger the next day. So those weigh-ins, like the UFC, we don't have real weight. We have real weigh-ins, but when the public sees it, it's a ceremonial. It's oftentimes many hours after the first weigh-in. So what happens is they weigh in at like 8, 10 in the morning, and then they get to rehydrate till 4 p.m. When they get back on the scale for the ceremonial weigh-ins, they drink water and electrolytes all day, eating all day. So they might be like 10 pounds heavy, no bullshit. And then they look good. So Marquez on fight night, though, show him Marquez versus Pacquiao. Was it 3 for the third one, right? That was the last one. Right? It was 4. That's right. It was 4. And they wanted to have a 5th one. And Marquez was like, "No, I'm good. I got it. Got this one. Sorry. You got me, but I got you, motherfucker. I got you where it counts." Jackson. a lot of like crazy workouts for that fight. Oh my god. Look at the power behind that shot. My god. Look at that. Look at the power behind that shot. God damn. And then when he literally, like, that's it right there. That shot, land a shot, work it's done perfect. To watch a great like him get flat lines so straight. You know, like you're so used to seeing him do that, like Ricky had, right? Right? Yeah, that fight. Shit. Ricky had got it. Ricky had got it. Got it. Backyard. He got it from Floyd and ran to the buckle. Like, what the hell is going on with him? Because Floyd got it first, right? Yeah, Floyd got it first. And then Manny leveled it. Yeah, Manny flatlined. Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, the way his head snaps back when he fights, it's like, Viva Mexico! He has zero concern. Look at him. I mean, Pacquiao is so cold. Is he down? Yeah. Okay. Hey! Shit. That's a gunshot. Oh! It's the perfect punch. That might be one of the great, it is one of the greatest punches, one punch knockouts in the history of boxing. With the consequences on the line, with all on the line, these two guys being world champions, that one shot, he could crack it. That's what it said. Crack it. You got cracked. You got asked for it. That was a wild fight. Crack it. Punish. He's held. Yeah, they're professional. Yeah. Like Minnesota Fats wasn't real Minnesota Fats. Minnesota Fats was New York Fats. And then when the Hustle came out, Jackie Gleason and Paul Newman in 1960. When that movie came out, the movie was so popular that New York Fats changed his name to Minnesota Fats. It was all about him. But it was. He was just a good, his name was Rudolph Walker. And he was a good, but he was not at the level of like Moscow champion. He was just a really good talker. He was just a smooth talking, hustling character. Man, it was some guy. That would have been different. Some guys who never even got noticed. He's been playing it all out in life. Like, yeah, because you know, I know the guys were talking. I wish Minnesota Fats would come out. Wear his ass out. Well, they probably would wear Minnesota Fats out. But he would play the I'm sure you know not but like we would play thin games against people. Like he could play everything. He was like a real professional class player. He was a hustler. But Willie Mosconi was like world champion. Willie Mosconi, his high record of running balls with brothers it lasted for decades. That's not really true. It's not really true because in the hustle world, no, in the pro world, everybody gets found out, especially today, because the great players, the best players, all of them. Minnesota Reds. I'm sure there is a somebody. Believe me, this is my world. Like I literally came up with it. I know a lot about this. This is my day. On his own stick and all this. I always say, man, I don't know shit we don't eat. Which wasn't true because he don't know, but he was a shark. I'm sure there's a lot of cool sharks. And there's guys out there that I used to be in the world like that. If they went public, like if that was, they got it. You think everybody makes it seem like it's a basketball that play that public, right? Right. And then everybody's mind talking about Dr. J. They like, man, Willie Earl? Right. Willie Earl was the coolest thing, but only people that know about Willie Earl. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, there's guys like that, but here's the thing: everybody knows about them. They might not be in the professional tournaments, or not in the tournaments, but everybody knows about them. They're all hustlers. They're all gamblers. So they all gamble. To get that good, to get really good, you have to play for stakes. You don't get that good playing funsies.
Oh no, ain't no fun. You gotta play for real.
So when you play for real bread, people find out because the full wire is like the quickest wire in the country. If someone is playing for $25,000 in hard times in Sacramento, people in New York City hear about it. Oh, instant. People text each other. There's no secret.
I'll hear about it.
So if guys are good, everybody knows about it. There's local legends. There's like this guy named Justin. He might be as good as anybody alive. But he doesn't play too many tournaments. And everybody's scared of gambling. He goes and gambles with the world champion. And he's like, this dude never leaves his town. And people come to him and try to gamble. It's folklore shit.
And you know,
but they're all known. You know what I'm saying?
What is this thing called? Somebody's son got hustled. I think it was either Good Times or it's probably then he came down to Jay came down. Oh, Fresh Prince. Oh yeah, Fresh Prince. See, don't nobody know about Phil. Nobody know about Uncle Phil. Uncle Phil go down there. Okay, this is what y'all doing. Y'all ain't heard about me. This is what I used to do. And then, so that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
that's.
But I'm telling you, in real life, unless he's playing every day, he's getting robbed. Unless he's playing every day, it's a perishable skill.
Jeffrey, go get Lucille.
So now he's pretending. Okay, so when does he actually play? Let me see what he actually does. What he's actually playing. Okay. So now he screws his cue together. All right, so now they're hustling. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna show you this. So that's the most embarrassing shit ever. Is when they try to get someone to pretend they can play pool, but they can't really. That's why the color of money is so cool. Because Tom Cruise looked like he kind of played pool. He didn't look really like a world champion, but it looked like he could play a little. Like, it looked reasonable to assume that he could play pool.
That's like when you get a skill. They have somebody acting like boxing, like boxing. Like I was like Creed. I saw Creed. Worst goddamn boxing. Like I'm like, man, Will Smith did better than Muhammad Ali than fucking Creed.
Will Smith did good.
Yeah, he did good. That's what I'm saying.
Good.
But Creed, I'm like, man, it's gonna be these dance steps. Fuck out of here, like my God, I'm like, that is fucking terrible. Like this is like you can tell they were just doing, hey, count all the pad work. Like, hey, 1, 2, 3, turn your body. 1, 2, 3, turn your body. Like, God, this is so terrible. Like, can you? I can't particularly watch. Like if you watch Oz or any drug dealing movie or any doctor thing, it's the most excruciating thing happening to my face. Like that's that. They don't even go like that. Like it's terrible. Like I'd rather watch something else that I don't know anything about and just be intrigued. Like maybe that could be happening. But this, I'm like,
right. Whereas I would watch it and I'll be like, I guess that's how it goes down.
And I'm sitting over there so frustrated next to you, it's whispering. I'm trying to watch the movie. Explain it to me later. I'm enjoying this. I'm like, I'm gonna go to the lobby because I hate this.
Like, cat drive people crazy. I don't want to see someone faking it. That's gotta drive people crazy. Just like it was.
Look at body movement. Like none of this is your body movement. Like I would hate that. Nobody plays piano.
Think about that. You had Ray Charles, you had Little Richard, you had
like no. John Legend.
Jerry Lee Lewis, Billy Joel. I know. It's not a judgment. I'm not saying it's not a judgment. I'm just saying it's interesting. Like there used to be so many Elton John. There were so many piano acts. There were like these big piano acts back in the day.
I think Usher may play one or two songs in his Vegas. Like, I don't know, but it is people that play. Like John Legend definitely plays. Yeah, I don't know, like in every commercial and everything. Like he is definitely like.
I do what you have, but there's also a lot of people. There's other stuff to do.
Right, but what I'm saying is that it used to be like a viable kind of music.
Yeah, like guitar is still relevant. Like
Yes.
most people still play
Yeah.
guitar and the drums.
Yeah.
Like most people don't. Like, I get what you're saying, but it is people like
Something superstitious about singing song while you're playing the piano.
like
Goodbye, no. Jesus.
His parents is I felt that, you know what I mean? Like yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's very personal. Yeah, like the guitar don't give you that type of feel.
Right.
Like
They're sitting down. It's very emotional.
give my note.
You know what I'm saying? It makes you cry. If he's just standing there.
That's what John Legend. That's why John Legend do it.
Yeah.
What is this song? Ordinary People. I think he always leans in. You just as soon as you hear it, you like, just ordinary people.
I gotta drop air. Oh, you're just doing something live, like a live storytelling show, like piano.
You know what's weird about this? There's no back to that piano. How about you face the audience? You fucking.
It's like I see his stomach before I saw the piano. Like straighten your shirt.
If he turned his back, you would think he's fake, maybe. Just like you're just saying. I don't know if that's why.
Everybody knows.
But everybody knows that dude.
I super talented.
Yeah, you would think he's taking that off.
Okay,
He's a very, very nice guy.
I think Elton John does his on like he kind of slightly turned, but he's on like a platform.
Right.
Kind of seeing Elton John is
He's the man. Elton John back in the day. What's that song? Saturday Night? Saturday Night's Alright for Fighting? What is the actual name of that song? I think it must be the show that he's playing, which makes sense.
I think Stevie Wonder sideways.
Also, you get to see more of him that way. You can see his hands and his legs move and everything. It's probably better.
But I'm not thinking like every time I've seen one play piano, I've never seen him turn forward. It's at 100%
Right,
of the
because
time.
it just be all knees.
Yeah.
Knees and crotch. It just get all knees and crotch.
Kind of weird thing. Where's the glasses? Like, why is he wearing sunglasses? Isn't that odd? I mean, he always used to wear the big crazy glasses. That was what he's going on.
Maybe it's odd. Like,
He's got his hair fixed.
definitely.
Well, he got he looks pretty good.
Stevie Wonder.
Yeah.
Ray Charles never played the side. I mean, the front.
Either. I think they always played that way. I think it's probably because there are those pianos that play themselves, so people probably want to see it. Want to see that. See if you can find.
Like that's what people don't play.
So he's sitting behind keyboards. Is he facing the crowd?
Yeah, he is there.
Okay, he's facing.
I think he turned. He got keyboards and then he turns to the piano.
What about trying to find Ray Charles? How did Ray Charles do it? Here's Ray Charles. I guess they all do it that way. Makes sense.
Here, nope, I gotta make a better answer. Is that when you open the piano up, that's when the sound comes out.
Oh, because it goes like this.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense.
And then maybe it's just
Oh, that's that top thing. So
yeah,
that
which is
top
like
acts as like sound bounces
you
off.
put the sound the other way, it's gonna be another
Oh, that's pretty badass.
probably close.
Oh, that makes sense. That's pretty cool. They designed the top like that. Like the sideways. Yeah.
That's
All right. I gotta wrap this up. Tell everybody the names of your specials, where they can get them.
Domino Effect 2, Lost. You can go right on to my website, ootd.com.
It's Ali Sadiq Comedy on Instagram. Is that what it is? What do you want on Instagram?
No, Ali Sadiq on Instagram.
What is Ali Sadiq Comedy? What's that?
Oh, that's
Oh, YouTube. Oh. Because it says at Ali Sadiq. That's what I was confused. So it's Ali Sadiq Instagram, Ali Sadiq Twitter, AliSadiq.com.
Twitter is Ali_Speaks on Twitter. But this Lost is on YouTube. Go straight to YouTube. Watch it for free. Go to the website and watch it for free. You know, it's the action.
It's all available. It's all available right now. Ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. It's a lot of fun. Thanks. All right. Bye, everybody.
CIA and the intelligence apparatus was to create a constant pipeline of wars war in the military-industrial complex. The day, 3 days before he took the oath of office, Eisenhower, who was the outgoing president, gave what is probably the most important speech in American history, which was, where he warned against the military-industrial complex. I was at my uncle's inauguration. I was in Washington. I was, a 6-year-old boy. I was sitting on the stands behind him in front of him during his inauguration. And he understood that. And 2 months later, the military and intelligence came to him and said, we got to invade Cuba. And he was like, I'm not going into Cuba, and I'm not going with the military. And they said, well, we got all these Cubans trained, and they're going to go attack Castro. And he said, well, we can't, the U.S. government can't be doing that. We can't be attacking it. I don't like what Castro's doing down there, but it's not the United States' job to dictate what kind of governments other countries have. And they said, well, as soon as they land, there's going to be a big revolution. Everybody's going to rise up and they're going to throw Castro. And he said, well, you can't use the U.S. military. And they ended up bringing those guys over with United Fruit boats. And in the middle of it, the night they came to him and said they're getting wiped out on the beach, and we need to send in the military today. And he said, we're not going to do it. And he stepped out of that meeting, and he realized they had been lying to him and tried to trick him. And he said, I'm going to take the CIA and shatter it into 1,000 pieces and scatter it to the winds. And for the next 1,000 days of his presidency, he was at war with his military and intelligence apparatus. They tried to get him to go into Laos. He said no. They tried to get him to go into Vietnam with combat troops. They said that we need 250,000 combat troops. He refused. Everybody around him wanted him to go into Vietnam. He sent 16,000 military advisors. That's fewer people than he sent to get James Meredith into Ole Miss in Jackson, Mississippi, to get one black man into school. He sent fewer to Vietnam. They weren't allowed to fight, and many of them did. They violated the rules of engagement. In October of 1963, he heard that some of his Green Berets had been killed over there, and he said, I'm on a total casualty list for Vietnam. His aide came to him and said, 75 Americans have died. He said, that's too many. And he signed that day a national security order ordering all troops out of Vietnam, U.S. troops. First 1,000 over the next month, and then the rest by the beginning of 1965. And a month later, he was killed. So, but what his view is that he believed that the view of American should not be, a soldier with a gun. It should be a Peace Corps volunteer building, wells, and it should be USAID helping poor people, and it should be Alliance for Progress building middle class. And that's what he did. And he started the Kennedy program to give nutrition to poor kids all over the world. As a result of that, in Africa today, there are more statues to John Kennedy, boulevards named after
schools, universities, avenues in all the major cities named after him than any other president. And that is the Chinese have taken that template and done the same thing now. And they are, all these countries that were supposedly allied with us are now realigning with the Chinese, and they're switching to their currency because the Chinese are not there to kill people. They're there, to build roads, to build universities, to build colleges. And it turns out that people like that want more. We should be projecting economic power around the globe and not military power, and it will make us much stronger.
What do you think happens when you get into office? Like, if you're talking about your uncle who was assassinated, and you believe the intelligence agencies were part of that, what happens to you?
Well, I gotta be careful. I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that danger, and I don't live in fear of it, at all. But I'm not stupid about it. I take precautions. I do things that I don't want to do. I live my life now, in ways that I don't want to. I like to be out, shaking hands with people and going alone into communities. And there's things I can't do anymore. So I do it because I know those risks exist, and I know that I pose a big threat to any vested interests that that there is a danger in that.
Well, I think
Joe, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate talking to you. I appreciate your courage, conviction, and just everything. Appreciate it very much.
Likewise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Hello, I am esteemed documentary maker Louis Theroux. I have no shame, so I just said that. And I have a brand new podcast where every Tuesday I speak to a fascinating guest who's notable in their chosen field. I'll be exploring the Playboy life with Craig David.
I realized that I had to get back all of this.
When you stopped having any kinds of romantic and sexual encounters,
Bring the whole thing back.
have you been in a celibate phase? Is that what you're saying?
Quite a while now.
For how long?
Maybe a year or so.
Really? You tried to impress country icon Shania Twain.
I do swear a lot in my life.
Prove it.
Yeah, the biggest swear for me, my most satisfying one,
Go on.
if you really want to
I
know.
know what it's going to be. I think I know.
Tell me. That's a good one.
It's free and exclusively on Spotify. It's called the Louis Theroux Podcast.
What does that really mean for our clients? For you, it means that when you hire
don't just get a loan, get a legal army, almost 800 lawyers alone. Your case is a big deal to us. When it comes to loans, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm. Go there more. Visit photooftheday.com for an office near you. Tired of your car's transmission acting up on road trips? Trusty experts at Encom. You'll be the laughing stock of your next family vacation. Let Enco get you back on the road in no time. With our experienced technicians and famous AA warranty, you'll be cruising down the highway with confidence. Don't get stuck on the side of the road. Visit Enco today. The transmission experts. Drive with confidence. Drive with Enco. That's AA and CO. I remember when I was young, my brother and I would say, man, our dad works hard. We used to help him change the oil in his 18-wheeler on Sunday, every Sunday. That was really the only time we get to share with our dad before we have to hit the road again. He was our hero, and we learned hard work from him. When I grew up, I started Rooter Hero Plumbing and Air to help you on your hero journey. One of the things we do is save you money by sterilizing your air conditioner so it's performed like new. That restored efficiency saves you money on your energy bills and will keep your family cool all summer long. That's what a hero does. Let us work hard to make sure your air conditioner is ready to withstand the heat and save you money and time by helping you avoid a breakdown. Call Rooter Hero Plumbing and Air today to schedule your AC sterilization or go online at RooterHero.com. Are you ready to give up the mundane and start enjoying life in an SRG senior living community? Imagine your life with a complete support system, raising your spirits, making life easier. Your meals, your chores, even a hobby or two, all taken care of. Smiles at every turn, a joke with a neighbor, a chef who knows just how you like your favorite meal. SRG Senior Living has two communities in LA, the Village at Sherman Oaks and the Village at Northridge, resort-style senior living at its best. Visit srglaseniorliving.com. Someone's keeping things up, outside and on the ground. Whether you're smoking a brisket or grilling up veggies, Kingsford Original Charcoal delivers the consistent performance and smoky wood-fired flavor barbecue is craved. Kingsford Original lights faster and have a long burn time, giving you the ultimate grilling experience. So grab a bag of Kingsford Original Charcoal. Kingsford.com. Kingsford Original Charcoal lights faster and delivers consistent performance for internationally available charcoal in the USA. Hi, this is Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. I've spent my career designing and building beautiful homes. I'm here on KFI to help you transform your house into a more beautiful home. And while we're at it, build yourself a more beautiful one. Home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. Tomorrow morning at 6 on KFI.
Tucker's on Twitter right now doing his TV show. This would be like a no fucking way you compare yourself to Tucker. No, I mean, bro, that's basically what it is. Twitter's monetizing for content creators. This would be major content. This would be a major content. Me and fucking Polly fighting would be your one content. How many views do you think you have? Millions. 80 million? I mean, how many people were there left in space? I mean, this every single person's outer space. I'll be honest with you, I can't compare this house to you. It would become like on the social feed now. Not me. Bitboys. Why do you think he's on Twitter? Because YouTube. Yeah. No. Twitter's the only place. But Twitter, what happened? YouTube. I mean, it's on. It's anyone can search this stuff. Type in Bitboy. No. I get it. But what happened? Why is it that I'm just Bitboy? Oh, because like nobody gives a fuck about Twitter right now. So kids are Twitter's disappearing. No, Twitter's. That's why I own my internet. That's we're getting $5 million on that ad review. Why ever? That's like 3 cents. Yeah, like 3 cents. But you I really want to. I had 100. I got nothing for that. No, I got 120 million impressions. I have nothing. your own hands. You gotta take it in your own hands. You want to monetize your. You can't do it through a platform. Platform's not going to pay you anything. That's what this pay-per-view would be about. That's what this pay-per-view would be. Same deal. You're taking it into your own hands at that point. And you just usually, like, for example, the UFC, they're the one what's the entity that's taking this? Like I said, you have to talk to quality, but I think there are web options out there. I have a suggestion. There's a centralized office.
Yeah.
No, I have a real one. Here's my suggestion. They actually reached out to me right to see if I have a contact for karate combat. They're a Web3 with a brand infrastructure for a lot of money behind them, like Axel Finance. They have gym in Miami, I think, a few other places. They own karate.com. They would absolutely sponsor this community or their specific gym. I just contacted sponsors. To me, he's down. And I just asked Kim was this year to come up and join us. So nobody knows we're finding that idea right now. So I got this. Wait, why don't you get the tour time? And I got this, trust me. That's what I'm saying. Like this and I can kind of like you're saying that there's people that are already talking home on his pages. Me and Mother Tim wants to do. Here's the thing. I got to stop smoking cigarettes because I've been better at using the cigarettes now. What's your diet? And I eat baby. I eat it every day. If you saw my body right now, you would not believe it. We better have this fight soon before one of you fucking I'm telling you, bro, I keep in good shape. My girl would have beat me if I wasn't in good shape. You got 20 lads? No, shallow relationship. What's your gym? Bro, you got 20